6 and 10 back here. Probably up until then, unless you need to stick around. Have those.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
All right, everybody. Good afternoon. Did get word from our digital team that we are good to go. So, going to merge over here. Meteorologist Joe Farrell joining you guys this afternoon. Got just me mic'd up right now. Got Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal behind me here. And Meteorologist Logan Schlotman is going to be going out into the storm tracker to track some of these thunderstorms that are beginning to kind of move across the northern part of the state right now. So want to check in with you all first on what's happening at the moment. So we've got these two thunderstorms here across North Iowa. It did move through part of Kossuth County, but these two severe thunderstorm warnings are for, believe it's going to be 70 mile per hour wind gusts. This is with the one that is on the right side here for Butler, Cerro Gordo, and Franklin counties. And then this one that is off to the west is also for 70 mile per hour wind gusts for part of Cerro Gordo as well with this one. But this one does mostly include Wright and Hancock counties and a little bit part of Humboldt County as well. So these are the two severe thunderstorms that we have going on right now, but there could be not only just a little bit more development. It'll be interesting to see just how much energy within this kind of whole area that these two stronger portions of this kind of little line that's trying to form here. But these are two separate cells that are taking the majority of what is out there energy-wise right now. But we've also got a tornado watch that has been put in place. So this is a look at that, and it's going to be until 10 o'clock tonight. So for central, north central, and northeastern and eastern Iowa under this this tornado watch. So the primary threats with these storms that we're looking at, especially with the ones right now, it's wind with the wind gusts potentially upwards of 70 miles per hour according to radar at the moment. So wind is a primary threat with these, but some hail as well as a little bit of rotation within some of these cells also cannot be ruled out, hence why there is a tornado watch. Could have been a severe thunderstorm watch, doesn't matter at this point. It is a tornado watch that was issued, and the threat for tornadoes is certainly not zero today, but it is a lower overall threat comparatively to wind, which is the primary threat with these. Let's get a look at velocity. Both of these are pretty far away from any radar site, but still interested to at least get a look at this. So at least for the moment, rotation is happening higher up into these storms. These storms are far away from the radar site, so the beam is shooting up pretty high into these two cells. So the rotation that we're seeing here is elevated, and at least for what we know at this very moment in time, this rotation has not been coming down to, or at least closer to the storm base at the moment. But doesn't mean that it can't do so. It's just these are far away from radar. Let's sample a little bit of this again. Super far away, but just want to get a little bit of an idea on these here, with what's showing up with the velocity number. So sampling a couple different spots here. So some pretty strong winds above the storm base. So that's where we've got some of the stronger winds is up into kind of the middle of these storms at the moment. So that's a look at the wind, and just out of curiosity, I want to look at the hail too, and then we'll put a track on both of these as they move into the what is technically the local 5 coverage area. So hail is showing up with both of these cells, at least a little bit higher up into them. Just sampling this should be right around 1 to 1.2 inches. All these blue areas here. So 1-inch hail is what these severe thunderstorm warnings are for, as well as 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So hail is included in the severe thunderstorm warning, but it is up to 1 inch in size, 1 inch diameter size, which is quarter size hail. So I'll put 2 separate tracks on these since they are two different cells. I do want to get an idea of just how quickly these are moving as well. Let's see here. 50 miles per hour to the southeast, so they're quick moving at this very moment in time. Let's make sure I've got the storm speed right. Good there. All right. Let me give a quick, bear with me 1 second. Gonna zoom out a little bit so I can go out the next hour with this. So we'll do the one that is a little bit farther to the west out of these two. So this is going to be moving into Wright, Hamilton counties, as well as kind of the eastern portion of Humboldt and Webster County eventually here. Likely going to miss Webster County for the most part. But we're looking at Belmont getting this cell here very, very shortly, within the next couple of minutes, if not starting at this moment in time. Clarion by 3:28, Iowa Falls 3:55, Sherman by 4:03, and Roland by 4:16. So this is with the cell that is westernmost at the moment. Those are the kind of next in line locations to get in on this. And again, if you're just tuning in here, it is for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and up to quarter size hail. So we've got that track on there. Let's get another one going on the cell that is a little bit farther east here. I'm gonna do a line for this one. This one's a little bit more elongated. Also moving to the southeast at 50 miles per hour. So we'll kind of ride the polygon here to the southeast. Let's get that. So we're looking at Clarksville by 3:25, Shell Rock 3:32, Parkersburg by 3:40, 3:49 into Cedar Falls, Dyke by 3:51, Grundy Center by 3:59, and then getting out past the 4 o'clock hour into Gladbrook there at 4:14. So got a while to go if you're in Grundy Center or Gladbrook, but over the next hour, these are the locations that are next in line for this severe thunderstorm here. Now the overall environment that we have today is kind of making for the wind being the primary threat here. But, rotation within some of these cells is going to be possible, and then some hail as well. But wind will be the primary threat here. Winds up to kind of maximum potential, upwards of 80 miles per hour. These two severe thunderstorm warnings have 70-mile-per-hour wind gust tags to them. And looks like they just did a little trimming on the backside of this severe thunderstorm warning here. So these are two different areas that are severe warned, but they're kind of they're two different areas, but they're just they're very close together here. And so it will be interesting. You notice going back a few radar frames. Notice how they've slowly been kind of coming together. We'll have to see kind of how things behave within these storms as they continue to kind of smudge together and smudge into each other as they move to the southeast. But right now, wind is the primary threat for these. Let's get a look at. Yes, 50 miles per hour to the southeast. So these are quick moving storms, and again, the rotation that we're seeing within these, given how far these two different thunderstorm cells are from the radar site, which it's Des Moines radar being that these storms are getting picked up by here, but you see a few different areas of some of the reds and greens kind of coming together. That one is a little bit more broad right there, but you've also got this little area here that is a little bit tighter, kind of within these cells. But so the two different, or the couple different spots that we're seeing a little bit of this kind of rotation here, do know that this is the radar beam is up into the kind of the middle of these storms. It is up pretty high into these cells, so we are not getting the greatest look at exactly, if that rotation is being exhibited down towards the storm base where it would be able to be seen, or be able to, we'd be able to tell that a little bit better. But the rotation is that's being shown by radar is up into these storms because they are still pretty far away from the radar site. But both these warnings, 1-inch hail, 1-inch diameter hail, which is quarter size, and a couple different spots within these cells showing slightly larger hail, but I would say generally 1-inch maximum is kind of what we can expect here until we get some. I want a little bit of ground truth to anything that's 1.25 inches to 1.5 inches in size for hail. I think the warning for 1-inch diameter hail is appropriate here, but they did just issue a new warning downstream, and this is now into fully into the Local 5 coverage area. We've got Butler County, Franklin County, Hardin, and Wright counties all included in this. This is a larger polygon here. And the reason for the large polygon is these two cells kind of still trying to kind of smudge together with this latest scan coming in. We'll be very interested to see what this looks like here. So it still looks like they're trying to kind of come together a little bit, with the strongest portion being the western side of both these areas of storms and this action here. So same tags as the original severe thunderstorm warning, 70 mile per hour wind gusts potential with this cell, and also 1/4 inch hail, which it does look as though there are some stronger winds above where the storm base is. So there is some juice into the middle of these storms in terms of seeing some strong winds in there. And the rotation in that one spot that I just sampled was, gate-to-gate shear of 108 miles per hour velocity at 68. That is pretty strong, but again, not being exhibited, at least to our knowledge at this point.
Where was that?
That was up by north of Dumont.
Yeah, you got some range folding in there. Or side lobe contamination, my bad.
Yeah. So these storms are still far away from the radar site. So any rotation being shown or strong winds being shown by radar, it's going to be up into these storms. And it does look like they also extended the easterly warning as well to the southeast. Again, same tag with the new warning on this one too. So this one that's farther to the east, Blackhawk, Butler, Grundy County included in on that until 4:30. This one also farther to the west until 4:30, and got the considerable tag on these, and that is for the 70 mile per hour wind gusts that are potentially going to be produced by this here. Chris, do you happen to have our other radar software up by chance?
Yeah.
Have there been any wind gusts reported out of this line? I'm just curious if anything has showed up from any ASOS sites.
Why don't you turn my mic on? There has been some wind damage back into Floyd County. Multiple vehicles, trailers overturned on US 18.
Oh goodness.
Estimated 65 mile per hour wind near Norris Springs, also Floyd County. Kossuth County, a couple of reports. This was as of about 30 minutes or so ago, though, of some tree limbs being down in Algona and 60 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts reported upstream from there. Burt and Lone Rock.
Okay.
Those are the communities. Those are the only reports so far.
Gotcha.
Mute
Thank
me,
you.
please. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Chris. And as you heard, there has been some damage being reported with these thunderstorms as they've moved to the southeast. So we do have at least some ground truth that these are packing a wind punch with them at this moment. And both of these severe thunderstorm warnings, I know it looks very kind of jumbled together with all of these different polygons in here and all of these different lines that you see. But it is just two separate severe thunderstorm warnings for the areas out ahead of this, both of these thunderstorms here. So I'm gonna get a new track on these, and I'm gonna do another line track for this one first. So I would say, because of how stretched horizontally we have this here, I'd say if you're anywhere within this path that I've drawn, you've got a good chance at least seeing this thunderstorm move through. So into Hampton at 3:32, just a couple of minutes here. If you're in Hampton, you'll be getting in on the strong winds, rain coming down, and if there is any hail embedded within some of this up to quarter size, that'll be possible too. So Hampton here pretty soon. Dow's also getting into Dow's pretty soon here as well. Iowa Falls by 3:53, 4:01 into Wellsburg, Eldora by 4:09, Grundy Center 4:11, and Conrad by 4:23. Again, this is for the cell that is farthest to the west at the moment. Those are locations next in line there. And let's get a track on the one that is farther to the east as well. This one's going to be heading down towards the Cedar Falls, Waterloo area. So into Clarksville by 3:31, Waverly 3:39, Parkersburg 3:49, Cedar Falls 3:56, Waterloo 4 o'clock, or at least around 4 o'clock on the dot. Top of the hour, Hudson 4:06, and LaPorte City at 4:18. So those are some spots that are going to see this thunderstorm here on the eastern edge. That's who's next in line for that one, and then we've also got this one here. So two different spots that this kind of what is becoming just one longer cell. It's still two different areas that are producing some strength and packing a little bit of a punch here. So we've got a couple different areas that we're watching for at the moment, and these are the only severe thunderstorm warnings that we have currently. Just giving you a broader look at everything here. Notice how as the cross state lines from Minnesota started to come into a better view with the Des Moines radar site as well. These storms have packed a punch and have gotten just a little bit larger. That's a good mile marker 171. Let's see if we can get that.
You want it?
Yeah, let's see. Well, actually, since
presets web PC on Stream Deck.
Go.
Oh, sorry, that's not web PC. Sorry, it's not that. My bad.
No, you're good. That is intense, though. Take a look at this. So let's look at the traffic cam I-35 mile marker 171. Man, look at that wind. Wow, what a look at that along I-35. I'm glad we haven't seen a vehicle pass yet, because that does not look like that does not look enjoyable to be driving in at all. So if you're just tuning in here, guys, this is a severe thunderstorm warned cell that's moving through this area on I-35. I'm glad the camera is still up and running too. So you can see how strong that wind is. Rain is just lashing down. Doesn't look like there's any hail involved there.
No,
I think that's, yeah.
I think hail is really, really low in the totem pole today. Our freezing levels are very high, and we're going to turn downdrafty real quick. Be frank with you, Joe.
Yeah.
The tornadic threat today does not scream at me over central Iowa. It's more northeastern Iowa.
Better shear numbers there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. But just tracking, the wind is going to be the biggest story.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Overall.
we are seeing that. We're seeing that play out with this shot along I-35 here. See traffic slowing down. So again, that's I-35 at mile marker 171 that we were looking at there. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Going to keep an eye on that traffic cam.
Well, it gives us verification we know the wind is happening. I can't say if that was 70 or not. I don't think it was, but still, that was a significant
Very strong.
wind that has occurred there.
Yeah, very, very strong wind. So as Chris just mentioned, whether it was 70 miles per hour or not, we'd have to wait and see with as far as an exact report. Didn't look like it was, but very strong winds nonetheless. And
I would put it about 60.
yeah.
That was some pretty good wind rocking. There was an 18-wheeler that went across, and if they're loaded, it's a different story. But a lot of times you see those trucks stop because movement with that strong of wind, that can topple them really easy. So the fact that one was moving is at least a better sign. But I would have called that about 60 mile per hour wind.
Yeah, and looks like a couple more semis did pass on the northbound side. In fact, I'm going to bring this traffic cam right back up here, so you can see the semis passing. I mean, still wind absolutely whipping on I-35 here. Looks like a little bit of a slowdown with the gusts, but I mean, yeah, really lashing this this spot on I-35. See multiple 18-wheelers pass. And it does look as though at certain points they kind of start to slow down. Looks like as I get a little bit farther south of that camera location, that wind might be a little bit stronger, just a little bit farther south there. So this is the...
You want to start bouncing? I'm in a place I can start bouncing if you want to go over there.
Yeah.
All right, Joe's gonna go walk the video wall. Here, I'm gonna pull this back up because it's still running pretty intense as I get situated here. That's some intense wind coming in. I definitely pin that as severe, up to about 60 or so miles per hour. Where's my slack? There's my slack. Kia 6. Yeah, that's some intense wind. That's probably some of the best wind that we've seen here out of this storm. So as I watch it, you can see the camera bounce a little bit, those sheets being driven across the highway. If we really wanted to get to it, we could, sample that pretty good. Hey, Kia, you got this up. Can you roll on this just for news? That looks to be a pretty good wind. It was stronger, say, in the last 30 seconds or so, but this is a good wind that's ripping through there. So this was, in particular, north of Latimer along I-35. This is a work zone. Just as you go into the work zone there in Hamilton County, north of Latimer, this is north of Dow's, just north of the interchange with Highway 3. That's where this one would be. All right, I need to refresh this here. Give me 1 second. Sometimes these cameras kind of time out on us, and it looks like that was the case. There we go. So, pretty good wind up there in Latimer. Okay, so we're watching this. These storms are going to be powerful, I think, in the wind capacity that they exhibit. I am not much of a fan of the tornadic threat outside of maybe the next 60 minutes or so. As these form into a line, it's going to be harder. The best shear looks maximized further up into northeastern Iowa, so I'd especially watch there, where these cells may be just a little bit more individual. So that's still some ripping wind there. Should we dance around and see if we can find another spot? Let's go up, see if we can see the other end of the work zone. Good cameras up here on these work zones. See if we can get that to play, but this would be on the back side of the storm. You see it's not near as intense, so we'll come back down here. North of Latimer on I-35 is what we're showing once it gets loaded up here. Slow drivers, flashers on, that's going to tell you that something big is happening in there. So, Joe, you can just run out of, my workspace if you want.
Okay.
And I'm going to check and see if there's been any decent wind gusts. Looks like things are starting to tone down at least a little bit in this spot as that threat kind of dips further to the south. So, all right, I'm going to come back to me here. I have the latest wind gusts dialed up. 35 in Clarion, 21 in Hampton. We'll have to watch that one closely to see what's up. I don't have any additional wind gusts at the moment here. This mouse is not working. Interesting. 1 second here. Just working through some technical issues behind the scenes. Like I plugged in there, it's starting to work now. Okay.
I was scared I took it from you there for a second.
Did you? No, you're fine. This is going to be wind driven here, especially in this Boeing segment that is starting to become a little bit more apparent right here. And that's that zone that just moved through Latimer. Latimer would be about right here in the southwestern part of Franklin County. So there's probably some whipping winds moving through there. I'll be very curious to see how this Hampton station will react at the next update in there, because that's where the strongest wind is at the moment. Let's take the warnings off so we can get a better look. So you see Latimer right here. That's where that pop of wind is. So there's a decent pop of wind right through here. Good convergence zone right here as well, east of Dow's. That's what we're looking at. I know we often talk about the greens and reds right next to each other, but when they are pointed up and down the radial at each other, it's a sign of convergence. That leading edge, that leading pop of wind is east of Dow's over through about Geneva. And I watch here in the little kink in the data. This, if we were going to look for something to maybe spin up, it'd be there. I'm not saying, that threat is there right now, but east of Hampton would be where it is, where you start to see that bow come to an end and turn back. So actually, between Hampton and Dumont, back to the east. So Franklin County is where we're at right now, and large-scale warning here for multiple counties included on this. Wind potential is going to be 70 miles per hour. I don't know if we've seen 70 out of this, but we've certainly seen some very strong wind coming in, as you just saw on the camera there. Let me see. I'll just leave you on this view for now, and I'm going to poke around on the DOT site, go to their next camera site down. I think it's just static, though. Yeah, it's just a static view. So, unfortunately, can't see too much with that. And I don't think that one's streamable either. It is not. I'm just trying to find the cameras. So this is a formidable storm here, friends. And I would just say, stay away from windows. It's going to be best for you. Decent view all the way down to Highway 20, but this is pretty considerably removed from the worst of this storm. There we go. So that's looking up into it, kind of on that trailing westward edge into Wright County. So two really decent areas to watch for wind over Franklin County right now, and also just a little bit east as you move closer to DeMont and Allison. So closer to that Waverly segment that is out there. We'll go back to the radar. There's two decent pops. One right around in here, and then that elongated one that's pushing down through Franklin County at the moment. Joe, you said these were for 60 miles per hour?
70 miles per hour.
No, they're moving. Sorry, 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, moving 50 miles per hour to the
Okay.
southeast.
These storms are moving 50 miles per hour at the moment, so it's been a while since we've done it.
Oh no, it has increased to 60.
I'll keep it 55 for now until we're proven differently. So just know it may be a couple of minutes earlier, depending on your location, if that new speed is coming to fruition. Oof. Joe, we got a report of 80 in Sheffield. What's that? You talking Severe Studios? Okay. All right. We won't take that just yet, Kia, but I do want to prep for a cut-in on air. So just let me know when you're ready, and we'll go ahead and go with it. Joe is on 6.
Yes. Yeah, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You see that report, Joe, from between
do.
Hampton and Sheffield?
Yep.
So
Measured at 80.
okay, friends. So there's an 80 mile per hour wind gust, and we're prepping for going on air here. I'm ready. You go ahead and go with this. Stand by, friends. Hi everyone, I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal here, tracking thunderstorms as they move into central Iowa. Up in the northern part of the state, Franklin County, we're joining you here. You've probably seen the severe thunderstorm warning scrolling at the bottom of your screen for some time. We're cutting into programming here because we've received a report between Sheffield and Hampton of an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. We've been streaming online at Weir Iowa Plus with coverage, and we're joining here on air just to talk a little bit about this storm because of that report. We have observed some significant wind along I-35 north of Latimer as well as this thunderstorm moved through, and that storm giving us a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Let's go ahead and track it. The leading edge of this storm with that pop of wind drifting to the south and east with time at about 55 miles per hour. Now, the strongest, most intense wind associated with it may be trailing that leading edge just a little bit. But this storm is going to be making its way down into Hardin County here shortly over the next 15 minutes into Iowa Falls here any minute in fact. Eldora by 4:01, Grundy Center by 4:08, and Conrad by 4:15, and continuing on, Marshalltown, you would be in line by about 4:28. So this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 4:30, and likely if this storm continues with its intensity, it will continue to be extended on down the line. I do want to go through a couple of the reports that we have seen with you so far, and I'll highlight that 80-mile-per-hour wind report that's coming in from Emergency Management at about 3:40. So that's the reason why we jumped on with you here. This is a formidable threat as it drifts its way across Franklin and Wright counties and heading its way further to the south and getting into Hamilton and Hardin County as well. Looks like that most intense pop of wind associated with this is now just to the northeast of Iowa Falls and south of Hampton and drifting to the south and east. We'll be watching to see if any little kink in the line can spin something up. We do have a larger scale tornado watch in place here across much of central and northeastern Iowa. That goes until 10 o'clock, but I do believe that wind is going to be the primary troublemaker as we continue on deeper into this evening. This line of storms will be it. There's not really going to be anything else. Perhaps something individual can get up ahead of this line, though I would actually think that that is unlikely. Checking out some of the wind gusts here, and we're likely waiting on an update out of Hampton at 21, 35 in Clarion. The storm also has a history of 60 to 65 mile-per-hour winds back earlier in its developmental cycle into Kossuth County. So for now, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in place for Butler, Franklin, Hardin, and Wright County for potential 70 to 80 mile-per-hour winds as this drifts to the south and east. And if needed, we're going to continue to jump on to Local 5 with continued coverage, but we'll take our coverage back onto Weir Iowa. You can download that app on your phone and your Roku device. You can track those storms along with us as we have team coverage here. For now, we'll get you back to program and hope to see you on our stream. Okay, friends, back with you. There's always a few things. Hey, Joe, I need you to take it for a second. I want to take care of a couple of things.
Yeah, no problem. You want me to come over there? Stay on the
No,
wall?
you go ahead there.
All right. Yeah, hey everybody. Joining you all over here on the video wall. Still watching this severe warned storm right here. Now, if you just missed it before we went on air on Local 5, we did get an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust out of this line of storms here, a little bit farther to the north from where it is currently. In fact, let me go ahead and get that up for you here so you can see where that wind gust came in. It was north of Hampton. And it's this one right here, 80 miles per hour. So that this was the reason that we ended up going live on Local 5. It's because 80 miles per hour is a very formidable threat in terms of wind and just straight wind alone. This is not a tornado warning cell. This is just a severe thunderstorm warning. However, I don't want to say just a severe thunderstorm warning because of the strength that it has shown up to this point in time. So let's go ahead and let's get a new track on this here, and then we'll show you kind of what we're looking at as far as winds. The winds have been just a little bit behind the very leading edge of this line of storms right here. So this is where we're going to see the strongest winds. I'm going to bring up the velocity or point out a couple of different spots. So you've got this area that's just to the northeast of Iowa Falls, south of Hampton. This spot's still showing up with some very strong wind, and it's kind of within this area where the two separate spots that have been severe warned up to this point, where things are kind of starting to notch inward a little bit. That's the spot that I'm assuming was giving the National Weather Service in Des Moines a little bit of pause in terms of putting the tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning here. I know that that's likely the area that they're keeping an eye on as far as any sort of rotation. This storm is still a fair ways away from radar. The radar beam goes up at around 6,000 feet into these storms here. So we're going to continue to track this one farther to the south and the southeast. Let's get another track on this. Let you all know who's next in line. I'll put it to where we're kind of looking at the strongest winds. And this is moving to the southeast. Still, it's kind of fluctuated between 50 and 60 miles per hour. That's the storm movement. So it's a very fast-moving storm. So if you're in Wellsburg, you've got just a little bit of time here before the strongest winds begin to move in. By 4:01, we're looking at this moving into Eldora. Conrad by 4:11, 4:24 into Marietta. Marshalltown by 4:27, Toledo 4:34, and then 4:44 into Sheridan. So this is for the severe thunderstorm that is tagged at 70 mile per hour wind gusts. However, we have seen and did see a report in Franklin County near Sheffield of an 80 mile per hour wind gust recorded from this line. So this is still a very strong and severe thunderstorm here. It's still likely producing some very strong winds. Over the past couple of scans, it doesn't have as robust of a look to it. However, that doesn't mean that's not still producing some very strong winds. Let's have a look at that. Really still do not see hail as a major threat with this here. It is definitely the wind that is still the greatest concern. And right now, it looks like we do have some strong winds that are likely right near Ackley here. You'll see that pulled up, velocity picking up at 68 miles per hour wind gusts in this spot here. Again, this is just north of Ackley. Going to continue to watch for very strong wind gusts coming out near Ackley there, and then also the spot in between, right on Highway 57 here. Again, this is another one of those spots that I'm sure National Weather Service, Des Moines, going to keep the tornado possible tag on this, just because of this little notch that's trying to kind of come into play here. And trying to at least show itself that it's saying, hey, I'm trying to rotate here. But the overall tornado threat is not very high, or the probability is not great with these storms, these two areas that have been severe warned up to this point. Always something for us to watch for, because you can get some a little bit of how should I say, interesting activity or behavior within kind of lines of storms like this. And when we see things begin to kind of notch inward a little bit here and create a little bit of this hooking action, the more that begins to occur, of course, the closer that we need to keep an eye on it. A couple different spots that have kind of increased in strength over the past couple of scans. I'm bringing up the hail size here just to see if any is showing up. It's just in this spot over here. Now, this is likely a bit overdone. I'm looking at our other radar software that we use. to see what its algorithm is showing for possible hail size. So, radar is picking up on a nearly 2-inch hail here. Now, is that reaching the ground? Likely not. Likely not 2-inch hail. However, some hail up to quarter size, certainly possible. And this is right in the kind of a southern portion of Wright County. And it's these two areas, right? It's right through here that has the best chance at seeing some of that hail going on right now. But wind is still the primary threat with this particular storm, and we're likely seeing some very strong winds moving into and moving through Ackley right now. Likely some strong winds already having moved through Ackley. We're maybe starting to get in on some of the stronger wind gusts in Wellsburg, and then it's this area right near Parkersburg here, and moving towards Parkersburg, the actual city that has some strong wind with it as well. Now,
Joe, I'm going to take it just so we can run over
go ahead.
the new warning that came up downstream here, translating as we've been tracking kind of the strongest area of that most intense wind downstream now included in this Grundy, continued for Hardin County as well downstream, but also now Marshall and Tama County included on this warning. Same threat levels being given, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and there we have a tornado warning. Kia, can you prep us for on air, please? Tornado warning until 4:45, and that does include Grundy and Tama County in our area until 4:45. That's been kind of an area of circulation. Kia, just tell me when we're going in, I'll be quiet. But that's been kind of an area that we've been watching here, trying to kink over and spin something up. So that would be west of Parkersburg, just starting to get into Grundy County. So that goes until 4:45. Joe, can you look up the details on that as far as speed so I can get my track ready for it when we go on air?
50.
Thanks. Hi there, everyone. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal here, tracking severe weather into central Iowa. We're joining you for this latest tornado warning that just popped up on screen. This goes until 4:45. A couple of our local counties included on this, including Grundy and also Tama County. So we've been watching the last couple of scans here on our stream. We're monitoring some of our chasers in the field, and if needed, we'll bring those in as well with a live look outside at this particular part of the storm. But this particular part of the storm has been showing some signs of wrapping around with kind of an intense couplet that is associated with it. I have meteorologist Joe Farrell also with me here this afternoon. We are going to be tracking things with team coverage as we continue on. This tornado warning does include Grundy and Tama County in the Local 5 area until 4:45. This part of the storm is moving to the south and east at about 50 miles per hour. So estimated times of arrival coming in on screen for you. Wellsburg, it will be in your vicinity at 4:06. Grundy Center, 4:16. Rhinebeck at 4:25. Traer at 4:39 as that one works into Tama County, and then Dysart at 4:47, that estimated time to be in view. So we're looking right at the part of the storm that kind of kinks around, and that's starting to develop into a little bit of rotation. We're looking for bright colors, those reds and greens right next to each other and tight up against each other. So it looks like this is just starting to get into Grundy County right now in the northwestern part. And that's where we're watching for that possible rotation. I do have meteorologist Joe Farrell with me. Joe, this isn't the only threat we're talking about as well. We also have some wind. Tell us what's going on with this.
Yeah, so the wind has been the kind of the primary threat with this storm up to the point where we now have this tornado warning here. But the wind has been very strong and has been exhibited as very strong with this particular cell. But looking at the velocity here, you see that, where that area of rotation is, right near Applington right now. Now, this has been kind of slowly drifting. This area of rotation has drifted a little bit more to the east, kind of within this, within this storm, but likely going to see this pass as another scan comes in here. It's not quite as much of a notch as it was just a little bit ago, but still enough there, and still enough showing that we're going to continue to have to keep a close eye on this. But 80 mile per hour wind was the kind of the first report to come out of at least one that major. First major report to come out of this cell, and that was when it was all the way up near the Hampton area, but of course has continued to track very quickly to the southeast. Primary focus is going to be on this, this tornado warning and the areas that are included in this, but do know that, back towards Iowa Falls, Williams, we have had some hail trying to show up within there too. Likely not very large hail, but a little bit of hail showing up there, and also still gonna have to watch for some very strong winds. But it is this spot right near Applington and Parkersburg that needs to continue to be monitored here. In fact, I'm just going to take it back a couple of scans so you all can kind of see how this evolved a bit. And you notice that it was pretty much just straight across, no specific spot here. And this was back at 3:45, so just a couple of scans ago, 15-20 minutes ago, and no single spot where it started to really kind of kink inward, a little bit of an inflow, kind of a notch, creating for a little bit of a wraparound kink. And it wasn't until we got closer to 4 o'clock when the tornado warning was first issued, you notice how it starts to do that kind of action where it starts to kind of come in and start to rotate within its own, kind of within the cell here. And that continued to happen for a couple more scans. And then the latest scan, one, it's not quite as strong. And two, it's also not a couplet like it was at one point. At least I would not consider that to be a couplet, but it is still showing signs of rotation, Chris. It's just not, which is good news here. It's not quite to the robustness that it was a few scans ago, which this is likely going to be kind of the nature of this whole kind of line of storms that's trying to kind of stay together here. We may need to continue to watch for just the little kinks within this line over the next 30 minutes to an hour, because as it moves to the southeast, Chris, the overall tornado threat in the tornado environment becomes less and less the farther away from northeast Iowa that it gets. But sometimes lines of thunderstorms like this can still get the quick spin ups and the quick spots of rotation, just like this one showed here.
Northeastern Iowa is where the most favored dynamics are for these thunderstorms. The shear mainly looks to be maximized up in these locations. So I'm not surprised that we're finding tornado warning in the northeastern sections of our area moving into Grundy County. Shear detection is noting some formidable areas to watch. Here is our couplet to monitor. This is just north and east of Wellsburg, drifting to the south and east. Not quite gate to gate in here, but we do have some stronger winds being registered. Chasers in the field are also registering some strong rotation aloft, though as apparent any video that I've seen, nothing is reaching towards the ground, but perhaps it's into the rain. As I sample these winds right here, we have 53 miles per hour headed inbound toward the radar and 51 away, so that adds up to 104. That's a decent little area of rotation over the span of about 2 miles. So that's why our tornado warning did come out here. I'll just back it up a couple of frames so you can get a look at how this has progressed. We got the warning issued as we were coming out of this scan right here, back into Butler County, now moving into Grundy County. And I still believe we have a decent little area to watch as this one moves closer to Highway 20. This is a newer scan, and looking at this one here, it's a little bit broader than the one prior, but moving up to present, we'll continue to watch that area as it comes into view. We do have a meteorologist, Logan Schlotman, who is getting in position out in the field, and if we have anything to report from him, we'll bring him in on the coverage along with us. Also, meteorologist Joe Farrell, of course, monitoring things as well. There has been a significant pop of wind associated with these storms as well. A history back up into northern Franklin County of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming in. I have the wind gusts up on screen, and intentionally I've left these communities small so it doesn't clutter up too much of the data. But registering 26 out of Hampton, that one never did get too raucous on us, but north of town, as we move back, it was about this time frame we were watching some traffic cams along I-35 showing some whipping wind, and then there was a report that came in about this time as well. With a wind up to 80 miles per hour. That was measured via personal weather station with emergency management. So that coming in here, sampling that dot just south of Sheffield, 80 miles per hour being registered. And this is a recent report coming in from Hampton. We'll check this out. That was 60 miles per hour being measured from a personal weather station in Hampton. So not only the tornado threat here, but along the leading edge of this kind of short bowing segment right here, there is an acceleration of wind that's occurring down along the line. As I widen out the view here, I'm going to transition to the velocity signal here. The strongest wind, and I'll go ahead and highlight that here with the pointer, is going to be running from the eastern side of Hardin County back up through Grundy County. There's actually a couple little areas that are trying to peek up on us just a little bit across Grundy County that are worthy of note. So this has strengthened. We're watching those little divots in the leading edge of the bow for the best pronounced. Now, it's not to say here as I show you the shear tracks, this is shear opposing directions, but we're looking at that localized pinpointing where the winds are accelerating at that pinpoint. So along the front edge of that bow, we've been watching as it's gone through time. This is looking back the last 30 minutes. One of those little pockets trying to pull in and around itself, exhibit that bit of rotation, and that happened as it made its way across Butler County and now moving down into Grundy County. So as I transition it here back to Joe to talk about what he's seen, that threat moving towards Grundy Center right now, crossing about Highway 20, and if you're in this tornado warning, make sure you are seeking shelter, lowest level, most interior room of your permanent structure. Joe?
Yeah, and just one report, it's pictures coming into the National Weather Service north of Hampton in Beads Lake State Park. Looks like quite a bit of tree damage, but the good news here is no damage to any campers, luckily. So that's good news there. No damage to campers, but it does look like a lot of tree damage north of Hampton. Taking a look at this area of rotation again, just to the south of Highway 20, right near where Highway 20 and 14 kind of come together here north of Holland. This is still the spot that is of greatest concern at this moment in time in terms of rotation and the continuation of this tornado warning. So now that we know exactly where that spot is at, I'm going to put a track specifically on that area of rotation, and you can kind of see with the regular reflectivity where we've got a little bit of that hook trying to kind of develop in here. So let's get a track on where this rotation is currently showing to be at its strongest. I am going to follow the tornado warned polygon here. Likely going to give us the best track. So I mentioned Holland. Very soon here, that area of rotation is going to be moving overhead. So if you are anywhere near Holland, anywhere along Highway 14, kind of in that spot, hopefully you're already in your tornado safe space. Go ahead and head there if you are not in it already. Grundy Center, start heading towards shelter. Morrison, 428. So a little bit of time here, but do be getting prepared Rhinebeck by 4:37, and then Traer by 5:04. So way on the kind of the southeastern side of this track here. But it is for this area of rotation that continues to show itself within this line of storms. So we've been watching not just this spot with the rotation, we've also been keeping an eye on the winds. Have not gotten or seen any recent reports in terms of wind gusts out of this. However, and Chris mentioned it a bit too, just south of New Hartford here near Dyke, it probably got some strong winds kind of within here. In fact, let's get a sample on a couple different spots just to go over the wind thread here. So I'll sample right near Eldora there. Radar picking up at around 47 miles per hour, 41 miles per hour near New Hartford. So some gusty winds for sure, but the spots where it was showing up with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, not seeing that at this very moment. However, wind has been a kind of a constant threat with this thunderstorm, but we're still watching the area of rotation too, because with each scan that comes in, it really has held pretty consistently for a little bit of time now, Chris. Again, just keeping an eye, because these can just kind of go away within a couple of scans. But this one has been there for multiple scans now and kind of continues in the same spot of the storm.
Joe, yeah, it is. It's still there. It's a little bit more broad here in this recent update north of Grundy Center, but it is still there, and it's crossing Grundy County. It's going to be pushing down into Tama County with time. I'm keeping an eye on chasers in the field right now. They're solidly into the rain component, so there's not much for us to look at the moment. As that threat continues through Grundy County, Grundy Center, I want you to continue to be in your safe place. Anywhere along Highway 175, moving to the east of Highway 14 there towards Morrison and Rhinebeck, stay in your safe shelter. Northwestern Tama County, including Traer, need to continue to be in your safe place. There's a good pop of wind moving through, not just the tornadic circulation, but Grundy County is where the strongest is at the moment associated with this. We want you to be safe. We are streaming on our We Are Iowa app, so if you need to step away from the TV, you can just bring us up on your phone and continue to listen to this coverage as this threat moves through Grundy County down into Tama County. Significant wind being registered with this, though. I want to highlight, the large scale features. At this point, as far as the Des Moines Metro, there's nothing imminent for you. In fact, looking at things, the most severe characteristics with this entire line is now from Hardin County points eastward. There may be some stronger wind gusts back here to the west as we get into Hamilton County as well, and still officially in a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:30, though that warning came out for this initial Boeing segment that is now out into Grundy County. If there's some winds in there, I don't think it's quite as intense as what it is out into Grundy County at the moment. So just recapping kind of the warnings we do have, of course, that tornado warning until 4:45, but looking at Marshall and Tama, Grundy, Hardin County for severe thunderstorm warning as well. I'll just pull up the details manually on that, get them in here till 5 o'clock, and that's going to be for wind potential running 60 to 70 miles per hour. And this warning back to the north and west is in place for the next 16 minutes, and that is also for wind to 60 to 70 miles per hour. That storm, that warning, however, has been out for a significant long while at this point. We should have a new little radar scan in here, and you can see that little bullseye, that little circular donut hole shape, if you will. If these brightest colors were right next to each other, that gives us a higher confidence that we do have something poking on down to the ground here. At this point, that tornado warning is going to continue, Joe, but I've seen you going over some of the data, the CC data. Tell me a little bit more about what you're seeing there.
Yeah, just always checking the debris detection to see if there is anything showing up that, gives us an idea, like this might have been on the ground for maybe, at some point in time. However, looking at the debris detection, I'll take it back a few radar scans. I'm really looking for a significant drop, or at least a little bit more of a drop into kind of the blues as far as the color that we're looking for here. And I'm not seeing anything that stands out in terms of the debris detection to where it's, piquing my interest and got me thinking we may have had something. I'm not seeing anything in terms of that with the debris, but the rotation still is very much there. And we are getting we've got that up right now, Chris, correct?
Yeah, we do. Can you refresh your view there? Just hit F5 on your keyboard. I'm seeing some intense winds on my feed that I have down here. It's looking a little bit different than what I'm seeing. Actually, people seeking shelter under overpasses. And this is out of Grundy County as we look. And this is, it's showing an intense wind. And I just want to say you never should seek shelter under bridges because that can actually accelerate the wind as it cycles underneath it. So there has been a decent little pop of wind. The view I'm seeing here is just a little bit different, but that's okay. It does show you that wind is significant as it punches through there. And Jordan here with the Severe Studios is trying to get to this couplet that's moving through Grundy County here. So we'll bounce this back and forth as we continue on. I'll keep it down here in the corner as we come back and get the latest view on the velocity picture. Looks like Jordan was on Highway 20, so kind of getting into the thick of the wind, kind of behind this couplet. Where I'm looking at right now is the threat being just east of Grundy Center, approaching about Highway 175 and near Morrison. So if you're in Morrison, Rhinebeck, down through Traer, Lincoln, Dinsdale, Buckingham, you need to continue to seek shelter because this couplet is headed down your way. It's not the tightest. It has been a little bit better when this warning was issued. But right now the trajectory is kind of taking it along this path here. As I roll forward with time, you can see the trajectory that couplet is taking. So if you're in line with that arrow and kind of where it's going, so there's where I was talking about. You just saw it on your screen. People seeking shelter under overpasses. It's not good to be doing that. So.
Yeah, please don't.
Yeah, Joe, can you take it away?
Yeah, please do not park under overpasses. I'm seeing that a lot in a lot of different places this severe weather season. Yeah, never a good idea. So we're just keeping an eye on the reports here. Now, the latest from the National Weather Service as far as plans with this warning here, of course, that area of rotation still showing up. No reports of any sort of tornado or anything like that to this point. And it does look as though the severe thunderstorm warning likely be extended. And just curious if they're going to extend that tornado warning. Wouldn't be surprised if it did continue, but it does look as though right now it's at least a pop of wind at the very least. Now the rotation not showing up quite as tight and as strong as it has at different points here, but certainly a pop of wind happening right along and likely just to the south of Highway 175 here. So getting south of Morrison, Rhinebeck a little bit farther to the east, likely going to have that pop of wind at least getting real close to town here shortly. Still, even with the no report of a tornado on the ground or anything like that, still want you to be seeking your tornado safe spot if you're out ahead of this this area. And what we haven't done in a quick second here is getting a track on this. So I want to get at least the latest view of velocity here, just so I can track this this pop of wind. So we've got this right near Highway 175 here. This is moving to the southeast. So I'll put a track on the rotation as this line of storms continues to move. Want to make sure my storm motion, bear with me one moment here, get the storm motion. Want to make sure that it's not way out of line here, and it's not. So still very quick moving storms. So if you're out ahead of this area of rotation, please do head to your tornado safe spot. Now, as far as who is going to be next in line with this is going to be over the next hour. Again, this area and line of storms moving very, very quickly to the southeast. So by 4:28, getting into Rhinebeck here, Dinsdale by 4:38, Traer by 4:53. And we're going to continue to see that moving to the southeast, and looks as though eventually here it's going to be crossing over US Highway 63. Going to take a little bit for it to get down into that spot. But Chris, even though it is not showing up as strong as far as the rotation goes, this is still a quite the pop of wind, and just would not be shocked if this little pop here was producing upwards of anywhere between 60 and 70 mile per hour wind gusts, just given the fact that this line of storms has produced that already at a couple different points, up till now, as we are beginning to approach 4:30 here.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. Misspoke earlier. This is Brandon with the Iowa Storm Chasing Network. Our chaser feed moving along Highway 20 through Grundy County right now. Been back into the wind. It has been an intense rain that's falling through there. And I want to bring you back here just to discuss the latest data that just came in. We've really broadened things out here from those brightest greens to brightest pinks, running about 6 miles. That threat right now west of Rhinebeck, moving south of Highway 175, and due to pass into Tama County as we go into the next 5 minutes or so. I'm more concerned with the wind at this point, which has had a very strong history right along the leading edge of this bow right through here. So that has been some of the strongest wind that we have observed, even measured up to 80 miles per hour previously. And this has been more than an hour or so ago, 45 minutes or so ago, back north of Sheffield. So these storms are getting their move on. They're growing stronger. Northeastern Iowa is where it's at. Of course, we have RAGBRAI going on right now. And if you're jumping on with the coverage here from Guthrie Center, no storms upstream from you. That is good. Guthrie Center, in case you're not from the area, is right in here. So back to the east of Audubon, that is shown up on screen. And the way these storms are moving, there is nothing immediately upstream from you. I'll just go ahead and loop it here over the last few hours. Nothing immediate, nothing of concern, and that's good news. Right now, northeastern Iowa, and I think we're starting to see a kind of an acceleration of the wind, and it's kind of undercutting that little bit of a couplet at this point, Joe, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I completely agree. And something else kind of watching here too, the last couple of times we've had severe thunderstorms, Chris, what happened very quickly was they became outflow dominant. This has not been the case with this line to this point, at least from what I can tell. So these storms are, and this line still is going to be able to hold its strength. Now, it may fluctuate a bit in exact strength kind of all throughout this year, but it's still going to be worth monitoring until, and what we would love to see is if this had become outflow dominant, meaning that we weren't going to see it continue at its strongest. So still worth watching this area within the tornado warning. However, as Chris kind of went over with the rotation, we're just not seeing it as strong and as tight as it was at one point. We're seeing those reds and greens, at least the strongest part of them, a little bit farther apart now. So that's good news. That is good news in terms of the quick spin-up threat. We're not looking at a tornado threat with long track or strong tornadoes. And just given how things have played out to this point, really don't think we're going to see an increase in that, at least close to central Iowa. You head into northeastern Iowa, the environment is quite a bit better for tornadoes up in that direction. But as this line continues moving southeast, unless we get another little bit of a kind of a notch within this here, not likely going to see anything too crazy in terms of rotation. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning back to the west here. Before, Chris, I send it back over your direction, let's get details on the new severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, this is on the far western side. I might have to just manually sample it here. Bear with me one moment. Going to get this pulled up. So this does kind of go into what was previously a issued severe thunderstorm warning. So everything with this one is radar indicated still. This is going to be for west central Hardin County and Hamilton County. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Now the hail reports, I don't think we've actually seen a hail report to this point. But that is still one of the tags involved here, Chris, is quarter size hail.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much for that. Yeah, we're going to see this larger scale warning that's encompassing multiple counties here on the back side. Really fade out here over the next few minutes. So that's why that new warning came in over Hamilton County. Joe just talked the details with that. The most robust part of this line, though, continues to be out to the east as it moves into Tama County, out of Grundy County at this point. So we're going to continue to monitor that for you very, very closely as we continue on through time here. But this has been kind of an active afternoon and evening up into northeastern Iowa. I do have the storm report showing up on screen. And I just want to show you the northeastern part of Grundy County. There's a medium-sized tree down. Of course, that's a little vague, but that does at least show you that there is still some wind to be had in there. Now some damage reports coming in out of Franklin County. So this is a formidable little burst of wind coming in. These are newly sampled to me. Numerous tree branches down at the campgrounds. Joe did talk about that earlier, but now we actually have the location in Franklin County associated with that. And then more trees down with roof damage into Franklin County. Looked like that was just south of the city of Sheffield. A couple of stronger wind measurements out of Wright County as well, 65 miles per hour in Galt. And then northwest of Belmont, 62 miles per hour, an additional stronger wind reports up into parts of Hancock County. Our tornado warning, if we're going to be watching that specific location here, about right here at that pinpoint, just getting into northern Tama County. I'll go ahead and pull it over to the velocity picture and see that latest data that we have at this point. And you see Iowa Storm Chasing Network chaser Brandon is out there just above me here. He's traveling along Highway 20 in Grundy County, kind of behind this area of circulation that we'd be monitoring, but certainly some heavy rain. We have seen some folks stopping under overpasses. Not a good thing to be doing. It actually accelerates the wind and you jam up traffic and create chaos in there. I still believe there's a little bit of a weak couplet up tight, but the strongest of the wind is a little bit more broad here. So we're working just northwest of Traer with that area we're watching by about 8 miles. Zoom in just a little bit west of Dinsdale. That's where we're going to be looking. And north about Highway 63 where it meets Iowa Highway 96 by a few miles. So anyone in that northwestern section of Tama County, you need to be seeking shelter for that tornadic circulation. Certainly some heavy rain, though, in there, Joe, as we are seeing from our eyes out in the field.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations, too, where I would say the any sort of reoccurring flash flooding threat is going to be a little bit closer to the Cedar Falls, Waterloo area. However, yes, we have gotten a break lately in these portions of central Iowa as far as the rainfall goes, but it's going to have to be something that we need to watch for if this decides to hold together and keep moving south. It looks like this is all going to continue to drift to the east and southeast, but this area back here towards Webster City is really showing up with our radar software algorithm showing upwards of 2-inch hail. Now, again, unless we get some ground verification of that, I'm not overly concerned with that large of hail maybe actually reaching the ground. However, radar is really picking up on a strong signal right around Webster City here. Just trying to see if I could find any sort of cameras in town. Didn't have any luck finding any, just to see if I could get a glimpse of any of that hail falling, but just to sample this spot because it is showing up so robust at this moment in time. And there you go, radar estimating close to 2-inch hail. Now, not likely seeing that size of hail actually reach the ground. It is not something that we are overly concerned with. However, some small hail certainly does look to be possible. With the far western part of this line, the strongest and greatest concern in terms of wind is all going to be with this bowing out segment here, which this tornado warning has been included within. But we're getting a little bit closer, Chris, here to the end of the expiry time of the tornado warning. I believe it was 4:45.
Yeah.
And wouldn't be shocked if they just allow that to expire and keep monitoring it as it goes southeast.
About the same thought process here, Joe. Did get a report from a viewer saying the sirens are sounding in Webster City. So I'm not seeing a tornadic circulation in town there, but certainly it is scary to be hearing that siren sounding when it does so. So thank you for that report. Just know I'm not seeing a tornadic circulation there. There is a lot of turbulence ongoing as we look at the velocity data. In fact, there's looks like a stronger pop of wind over Webster City, at least aloft right now. As I come back in here, there is a pronounced hook on the data. So perhaps that's why the sirens are sounding, or we're just not privy to any information that has happened right now. So the sirens are sounding there. So this for that severe thunderstorm warning as it moves through. I think wind potential certainly in the city right now. And Joe, you just talked about the hail that was also being signaled. That's about the only spot in this entire line that has hail associated with it at the moment. So we're getting back into northern Tama County. That couplet is solidly into the rain, has really lost a lot of its luster. That's going to go by the wayside here in the next few minutes as it continues to push south and east. I'm less and less concerned with it, but we'll go ahead and stay on through the duration because these winds entering Tama County are going to be strong. That's the signal that's associated with it. It's in that prime position in the storm to create some issues with it. And outside of that tornado warning, we have a broad scale severe thunderstorm warning. That's for 70-mile-per-hour wind potential. And it's been a little while since we've talked about it. I'll talk about this, and then Joe, don't move off that. I want you to talk about what you have on your screen. Not seeing the biggest wind reports coming in out of Rhinebeck as it moved through. May still be waiting, but I'm not seeing significant wind. The trailing line back towards Iowa Falls with some 39-mile-per-hour wind potential. And then on that tail end, there is kind of a menacing-looking hook back over Wright County towards Webster City. And, Joe, we have heard the sirens are going off there. All right, here we go. Tornado confirmed, 5:15. Joe, you want to check the CC data on that just to see what we have? So this is now a confirmed tornado, just checking in Reports of funnels with the cell around Webster City relayed to us. They're drawing up a tornado warning now. Okay, so there we have that tornado warning and confirmed. So that's why the sirens were going off. I hadn't looked at the reflectivity back over here to see that hook. That was a little eye-opening when it came around. Joe, what are you seeing over there?
It got pronounced pretty quick. Now, are we seeing just a little bit of maybe hail kind of cluttering things up?
Between Webster City and Blairsburg, yes.
Yeah. So that's, we're not. So with that being said, not seeing anything that is, telling me that we actually do have something on the ground. But if since there were funnel reports coming out of this, then not to say that there couldn't have been any moment where that did end up reaching the ground, but Chris, just trying to get some evidence of everything here just by looking at radar, and it's the true just regular reflectivity that kind of has the most menacing look because of this this whole notch in this hook that has that's developed over the past. We've been watching it for about 20 minutes here, and it seemingly has just gotten more pronounced as each scan that comes in. So just to recap, if you're just tuning in here, this is a tornado confirmed warning. We'll get a track on this as well.
Joe, I have it, so why don't we just come over here to me. I have that track on that warning right now. As it comes up on your screen, see estimated times of arrival. Camera, you need to be in your safe place. You are in line with this, as well as Jewel. 4:59 will be in your vicinity. Story City outside the scope of the warning at this point, but you'll need to pay close attention to this. 5:16 is when we need to watch for that. Pronounced hook in association with this, and in the booth, if you would just keep tabs on 511 and any of the camera sites we have up there for me, and see if we can't get a look at what's going on. I'll go to the velocity signal. There is some broad rotation. We have a tornado confirmation though, some funnels being reported to us as well, coming in through the National Weather Service. So that area of rotation is over Camera right now, and you need to be seeking shelter at this point. The sirens sounding in Webster City as well, and likely in several other communities within that tornado warned area. I'll put the tornado warning up here on screen just so you can continue to see kind of where this one is going. This one spun up quickly, and just as little as about 10 minutes ago, Joe, I told you I didn't really see too much on the velocity picture, and then all of a sudden it was there, and we saw that hook come around. So authorities doing the good thing and sounding the siren and getting that word out for everyone to be safe. So as we look at things, I'd say this is about the trajectory we are on based on those two kind of returns we have. We don't have the most data coming in, but yeah, near Camera, I'd say, is where the greatest concern is at the moment. Back to the east into Tama County, there is some shearing effect going on, and if we're looking at there still being a tornadic signal in here, it's about at the turn of Highway 63, getting to the extent of that tornado warning, but that is pretty minor in the grand scheme of things at this point. A significant reduction in intensity. That back end of the line, though, is now spinning up something a little bit better. This is out over Hamilton County and near Camera, and Jewel down through Randall. Need to continue to seek shelter in your safe place. Joe?
Yeah, and so let's get a new track. I'm going to put this. I'm going to start this track just north of Camera here. That's where we continue to find the kind of the strongest area of rotation as this continues to move to the south and east. So just a couple of spots here. Again, if you're in Camera, make sure that you're staying in your tornado safe spot. Hopefully you're already there. If you're not, head there now. Jewel by 4:59, Randall by 5:12, Story City 5:19, and 5:28 getting into Roland. So anywhere out ahead of this, make sure you've got keeping this top of mind If you're in Jewel, you've got a little bit of time here before you need to head to your tornado safe spot, but I would say start preparing to do so. We're going to keep watching things as more data scans come on in here, but this is the first tornado confirmed report that we have had so far this evening. Now, I'm not expecting a lot more of these to come about from where we are currently, and given the setup as these storms and this line continues moving southeast. However, still worth monitoring this spot here. All looks a little bit messy, a little bit, just not the cleanest look here. But I do want to take a look at the debris detection again here, and I've had my eyes on this little spot right here north of Camrar that's kind of stayed and continued to show up a little bit. It's a little bit easier to see with our other radar software here, but still keeping an eye on any sort of debris. It's not something that I want to actually put forth that we saw a debris detection come up on radar here. But still continuing to watch it. But if you're right around Camrar, stay in your tornado safe spot. Let this area of this thunderstorm pass, and let it fully move on through before you come out of your safe spot. Again, this is a confirmed and tornado observed tornado warning here. This is going to continue until 5:15. So it could be a situation where it maybe briefly came to the ground, a funnel came to the ground, became a tornado, and quickly lifted. Doesn't mean that it can't drop another one, especially given how much of a hook this continues to kind of show. But Chris, that area that has this hook has not moved as quickly as we've seen the whole line, at least up to this point. This area of rotation hasn't moved too far since this warning was put in place.
Yeah, Joe, it's a little bit more stagnant, and thank you for that. Just jumping back to your debris detection, that's kind of in an area of weak echo, so I wouldn't put too much truth in that. But what we do have, and I'm going to go up through the layers here, aiming higher, we get a more pronounced couplet as we move up. So kind of when we jump here between a degree and degree and a half, you start to see it there north of Camrar, and I think it was the last scan that looked a little bit better. But we're now moving things south and southwest of Camrar. If you're in Webster City, you can come out of your safe places. The threat is further south and east. I just want to make note is we had a confirmed tornado on the ground with a weaker signal than what we're seeing on the velocity right now. So while it doesn't appear to be the strongest, and I'll sample these winds here for you, and it's going to come across, it's actually sampling the tornado warning. Give me 1 second, bear with me. There is a tornado confirmation back closer to Webster City. So we have gate-to-gate shear of about 48 miles per hour, velocity going inbound to the radar site at 30 and heading away. It looks like about the same. I'm having troubles actually trying to sample it at this juncture. But southwest of Camrar is where we have the greatest threat at this point. Kind of a disjointed hook echo around this, but if we're looking at where that threat is, it's about right in here. Should be a pretty good view to be able to see. It's not rain wrapped or anything like that. Generally in a weaker echo that I am seeing at this point. But yeah, just southwest of Camrar, as I'm looking at some radar picture just off screen, that's where we have the strongest wind, kind of right into this bulb that the arrowhead is pointing at, is where the strongest hit of wind and where that peaking of the couplet would be, just south and southwest of town. So Jewel, I want you to take note of this and continue to be in your safe places. Joe?
Yeah, and just north of Camrar, this was 4 miles north of Camrar. I want to mention, obviously watching that rotation and everything with that tornado warning, but also there was a hail report 4 miles north of Camrar that was 1.75 inch hail. So there has been and there's a little bit of ground truth to that right there. Of some larger hail kind of within this cell as well. So just another threat to keep an eye on here as this storm continues to move to the east and a little bit to the southeast. Do watch out for some of that hail, likely getting across as I go back to reflectivity here. Is this area of hail is likely starting to get real close to Highway 69, where 69 and 20 kind of come together there. But with the latest radar scan coming in, let's keep a focus on this area of rotation here. And just want to make sure I'm not missing anything as far as the latest from the National Weather Service, and does not look like I missed anything there. So as in terms of the velocity, you saw just a kind of a disjointed, a little hook echo still showing up there, and there is still a spot south of Kamrar here where it does come together a little bit. Now it's not the strongest winds as far as both outbound and inbound, but this is at least a spot where things are kind of coming together a little bit south of Kamrar. So still need to, want you to stay in your tornado safe spot. If you're in Kamrar, give it a couple minutes here. Want you to stay there for just a little bit longer. Want this to kind of fully pass before I give you the all okay in Kamrar. But if you are in Jewel or anywhere along Highway 69 here, north of Jewel, do be prepared, if not heading right now, to your tornado safe spot. So even though we haven't seen a report, Chris, that this has stayed on the ground the entire time, anything like that, but the fact that it has produced something to this point and the rotation still is showing up, it's still worth keeping an eye on, and still, of course, always worth taking seriously this tornado warning.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. Do appreciate that here. As we come back to me, I have the shear detection showing up on the screen, and that is giving us a look at where that rotational component is. Just as a point here, I want to show you that our ISCN Storm Chaser is moving back to try to catch this tornado warned storm at the moment. So we'll be keeping a close track onto that as we continue on through time. We'll keep him up in the corner. Showing you the shear detection south of Kamrar. That is where the greatest concern is now, south of town. Kamrar, you can come out of your safe places, but here's that rotation. It looks better than it has really at any point, and keep in mind we had a spot that did reach the ground back by Webster City. Numerous funnels reported, to which some of the reports were saying that this was on the ground. So that's why this tornado warning is coming to us as tornado confirmed. That couplet, and I'm going to back things up so you can kind of see the progression that this one has taken with time. Okay, so as we measure this one right now from about the Webster City area, this is the trajectory things are on at the moment. So fairly broad but strong rotation registering south of Kamrar at the moment. A sample of some of the brightest. Return 79 miles per hour gate to gate, but that's 48 miles per hour inbound. And in contrast, we have 0 outbound. I think I just missed that pixel ever so slightly. Okay, we'll sample it again. That brightest green coming in as we get some new data in here. And it's not wanting to sample for me, but kind of following that trajectory once again, this is where that area of rotation is. I know you may want to think it's this, but it's actually in here, cycling in the direction that my arrowhead is kind of pointed. So continue to be in your safe spot in Jewel, the area of rotation just east of Neely Avenue as we come down into street level, south of what looks like 295th Street and north of 320th Street, moving to the south and east with time at about 30 miles per hour. So I'll go ahead and track this location. I'm going to have to back things up just a little bit so we can get the best track in here for you. This is moving south and east at about 30 miles per hour. So this will be near Jewel. by 456, 506 in Randall, and 512 in Story City on down the line, eventually impacting Roland and Nevada as that area of interest continues to push south and east. Joe?
Yeah, it's just, it's interesting seeing how things have kind of evolved with this line. You see the greatest concentration of the strongest winds with this line now are to the east, and then you've got this tornado warned storm back off to the west here. And if you're tuning in right now and you're on the south side of Des Moines, we are getting reports of power outages on the south side, but it is not thunderstorm related. Not 100% sure why that was the case. I know there's bunch of people, including my wife and I in Johnston earlier, without power. But just if you're wondering if it's storm related and you're tuning into things here, it is not storm related. Any power outages in Des Moines. We're still keeping a close eye on the area of rotation in this confirmed tornado warning here. This area of rotation still is showing up south of Kamrar. It's in between Kamrar and Jewell right now. And very, very slowly moving to the southeast and just a little bit of an easterly component to its movement. So with it moving just a little bit slower, I want to get another track on this, but I am going to slow down my track ever so slightly. Just to
Joe, just while you're
account
getting
for that.
prepared, Brandon is just starting to punch through the outer side of that rain, getting closer to that area of interest of rotation. So we'll continue to monitor that feed along with you as you continue your track.
Yeah, I'm gonna get this track up. Bear with me one moment. Gonna zoom out a little bit here so I can give you a full hour's worth here. I'm gonna take it from where the rotation is showing up. And that tornado warning did just update. You saw it go from pink to red. So what that signals and what that means is that this is no longer a tornado confirmed on the ground tornado warning, but with the rotation still showing up, they're keeping the tornado warning going. So with it already having produced a tornado, even though there's not one confirmed on the ground at this very moment in time, it can still happen. So if you're in Jewell, make sure that you are seeking shelter, and I'm hopefully already in your tornado safe spot. If you're not in it, head towards it. Rolling by 510, 542 into Marietta, 549 into Marshalltown. So still got some time before we get to Marietta, Marshalltown, locations like that. But in the immediate area southeast of this storm, do be sure that you are heading to your tornado safe spot if you're not already in it. Do please head there shortly, because with the report that a tornado was produced by this whole area here, and it was up closer to Kamrar, that was reported, and closer to Highway 20 back towards Webster City. But because it has produced one, do continue to take this warning seriously, even though it did go from confirmed to just a regular warning, Chris.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. And we have Brandon working his way down I-35 due to punch out of the rain here soon. He's near the Williams area at the moment. So we'll continue to watch his feed down in the quarter along with you. Newest scan coming in right here as you see, and also plotted is that hail report from north of Kamrar. That's golf ball sized hail being reported there. We have our crews behind the scene working to gather any reports and pictures and videos. We want to stress your safety is number one, but you can always text us your reports at 515-457-1026. Again, 515-457-1026. And sometimes it is that visual that really helps keep folks safe. So continue being your safe places. Please, Jewell and Randall and anywhere over towards Ellsworth as well. A lot of areas along I-35 there that are included into this tornado warning officially. Let's go ahead and check out the velocity picture here at the moment, and looks like we have some weakening scans. That's good news, but still a well-pronounced hook that is in view on the radar picture. So we have seen this gone from tornado confirmed now to radar indicated. That's a step we like to see, right? Reports of law enforcement saying that tornado was down on the ground west of Webster City, just barely so, with this cell as it moved through. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings. This is especially for Tama County right now, and I'd say down into Poweshiek County. Not quite as concerned into Marshall or Jasper County. I believe the strongest pop of wind with this is along Highway 30, just getting to the Toledo area and trailing back to the east towards Venton. Traer likely solidly into this at this point. The tornado warning, though, is certainly top of mind here, Joe, as we head closer to the top of the 5 o'clock hour.
Yeah, absolutely. Tornado warned storm, number one priority at this moment in time, no doubt about it. So stay in your tornado safe spot if you are in Jewel right now. And we've likely got, just north of Ellsworth here, where you see kind of the pinks and reflectivity. There's probably still some small hail coming down. The hail signature within this cell is not near as strong as it once was when, as Chris mentioned, upwards of golf ball sized hail was being produced north of Kamrar. So it's not as large of hail, but north of Ellsworth here and approaching I-35, a little bit of hail going on, likely in this spot, maybe up to a quarter size, maybe an isolated hailstone, a slightly larger than quarter size. It's still all about the kind of rotation that we've been watching in this very disjointed looking kind of hook, still showing up on radar, but the overall that couplet that we were seeing for a little bit of time there has not held together near as much, but bringing up the stream full screen there that you can see in the corner, Chris, that rain is really lashing.
Yeah, it certainly is. Sorry here, Joe. I errantly switched the sources on you, so I'll go ahead and take over. We can keep this up in the corner as Brandon is working his way out of the rain here, really close to this area of concern that is just west of him around Jewel. There's the latest scan coming in, and that disjointed hook, it's kind of all over the place, is that area of interest to watch. I like the trend we're going on. I don't want to give it the sense that we're completely in the clear here, but we've lost a good look at our couplet in the last couple of scans. Earlier, coming out from near the Kamrar area as I'm backing up through time, there it was swinging to the south, and if we're looking at that same area, it's going to be back here just west of Jewel at the moment. So not seeing it quite as pronounced as before, and I think if I jump over to our shear detection, that will certainly show you that we've lost a lot of the hit, that shear being detected previously from this tornadic storm. Back here, this is that track, if you will, just west of Kamrar is where it was the strongest, but then again, it was back towards Webster City. We didn't have a whole lot going on as well. We had numerous reports of funnels being reported with that as well. So this is a radar indicated tornado. As we do move into our Local 5 news at 5 o'clock, we're going to keep it here on weather through the duration of this tornado warning until we get confirmation it's going to be canceled at this point. But certainly there's been some strong wind reported out of this line as it moves through. Right now, Joe, I think that strongest wind is living out to the east into Tama County. Can you go ahead and talk to our friends about that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So just to give you a look at, just to show you on reflectivity real quick here too, this is the kind of the most robust portion of a line of thunderstorms here. It's still got that tornado warned cell far back to the west. In fact, I had all the watches kind of pull up here too. So I'll just go ahead and get a different product up. And actually taking a look at the lightning, notice not as many or not as much of a concentration of strikes over towards Tama County, a little bit more of a concentration with this tornado warned area, just showing that the strongest area of storms is a little bit farther to the west at this point in time, but still we could have some strong winds being produced with this line that is moving through both Marshall and Tama County. So still could have some strong wind gusts here as this continues drifting to the south and the southeast. Got this very large worn polygon here that is extends pretty far to the south, all the way south down towards Interstate 80. Now they are keeping the tornado possible tag on this here just because with these lines of storms, you can get little kinks and little areas of rotation to show up for a short period of time. So not completely shocked that that is showing up there, but this warning is for just under quarter-size hail, likely not going to see hail produced by this, but the wind threat still does exist with that. But the main concern is still this tornado-warned storm here, which is getting into at least approaching the end of the tornado-warned polygon. So we'll have to see if, I still haven't gotten any word, although there is some typing going on in the National Weather Service chat room, to see if they're going to extend that any farther downstream to the southeast. But looking at the latest velocity, there's still that bit of a hook in there on radar, but when you look at the velocity, it does not have that stronger couplet within this storm anymore. There is still very, very weak areas of a little bit of rotation kind of within the storm here, but we're not seeing it.
Joe, we're going to the feed up live. So this is the lowering. Now Brandon's coming out of that storm. This is the lowering that we're watching. I don't see a funnel to the ground, but that is a distinct wall cloud here as we check out Brandon's feed with the Iowa Storm Chasing Network. Go ahead and keep talking here while I relay to Weather Service.
Yeah, and likely, and I'm trying to see here, another report. This was 4 miles south of Kamrar. That tornado was reported on the ground. So we were tracking that as that occurred just south of Kamrar. But as you can see, with the lowering there, yeah, as Chris mentioned, not seeing a funnel with this, but this is the area of this storm to keep a close eye on. So any of those the little wispy clouds that you see a little bit closer to the surface, sometimes those can have a little bit of a scarier look to them. But kind of like in this situation, there's some scud on they're called scud clouds, kind of wispy clouds that can sometimes have the look of a funnel on the underside of, lowering wall clouds like this. But we're not seeing a ton of scud and no clear funnel either, Chris. But that is he's right on the spot that needs to continue to be monitored.
Joe, thank you very much for that. I do appreciate you talking over that. We'll keep that feed up in the corner. That is, of course, the area of interest to watch. Brandon is near Ellsworth right now, moving southwards on I-35. I do want to talk a little bit about why this one may have lifted just a touch. There is a rush of wind right here. I'm kind of highlighting it with my arrowhead moving to the south. And you notice that area of interest, that tornadic threat would be right through here. So it's a little bit disjointed or cut off from that best upflow, and we're talking to the tune of about maybe 6-8 miles or so behind. So that colder air kind of running out ahead, that oftentimes really works against that genesis to keep those storms really going. And you see on down the line, and you saw it just before I took this feed full, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning in place for portions of Story and also Hardin County at the moment. And that is going to be for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. And Joe, I know you've touched on the hail component ever so slightly as it pertains to this storm, but we've really been focused here on the tornadic threat. And as we look at that feed in the lower right-hand portion, we've really been focused in on the tornadic threat, and we're going to keep it here, on down the stream. And what we can say here from our feed is that there is currently Not a tornado on the ground. We can see that definitively. I'll go ahead and pull that back up. If there would be something, there's no clear condensation funnel to it, I should say, but that threat is persisting, at least rotationally aloft. Joe, why don't you check the levels, tilt the radar up a little bit, and see if you're seeing anything of substance while I continue to talk over this. But right now, Brandon is looking directly into that area of rotation, appears to be turning off the highway, looks like just south of the Ellsworth area. I am unfamiliar exactly with what exit he is at right now. His location's saying Story City, but that is not the Story City exit. So I would say probably closer down to that Randall area as we take a look at this. So newly issued tornado warning now in place until 5:45. Portions of Story, extreme southwestern Hardin County, and the southeastern portion of Hamilton County at the moment. Joe, what are you seeing?
Yeah, you can, just looking at the, at his feed right now live, you can, it's not tight by any stretch, but you do notice that rotation just overall within the, kind of on the lower cloud base there, you could see that very slow rotation. It wasn't tight by any stretch, but it was rotating and even going and putting the radar and putting the beam up a little bit higher. The couplet does get a little bit more pronounced with the higher you go with the radar beam. So the rotation is pretty strong up within this storm. And also what we're seeing is a redevelopment of a little bit of hail here too. And this is showing up right on I-35, just a little bit to the east of Jewell and north of Randall. You saw the latest scan coming in, putting this just north of Randall. Not likely large hail, but nonetheless, it was a little bit of an uptick in the hail signature, so something to still keep an eye on there. And as far as the latest that I can see in terms of velocity, there's no one particular spot that is overly concerning, but as we can see with the feed, there is, it's still, you see that lower cloud base. I want to see if it's still noticeable. Not quite as noticeable just, watching Brandon's feed here, but nonetheless, he is in the perfect spot of where we would see, something maybe trying to condense back down towards the surface again. But thankfully, Chris, right now, doesn't look like that is an imminent threat, at least, in this very second, in this very minute.
So what I've been focused on is the ground. Can we see any swirls coming up? Because you don't necessarily always have to visibly see that tornadic circulation. It looks like we do have a funnel report coming in out of Story City, just to the east. So this would actually be south of that vantage point on this stream to which we are looking at the moment. Joe, that doesn't appear to be, in an area that's associated with this parent thunderstorm, wouldn't you say?
No, it's not. So that's at the very least interesting. That's not a part of this area of storm that we've been most concerned with. But nonetheless, it is a report that did come in.
Yeah, and I still look at that boundary, and perhaps the boundary moving to the south. Thank you, John. I'm going to come over to me here for the moment, see if I can work that stream back into place. Give me 1 second here. Okay. We should have our stream back in there at the top. That outflow boundary, that can, as I mentioned, kind of work to serve to starve out the thunderstorm. Perhaps it kicked up a little bit of that funnel, officially being reported about the I-35 intersection with Story City in this vicinity. So you see where that funnel report came in. It's not really tied to the parent storm. It's not there yet. So as we continue to watch this feed just above my head, Joe, as always, if I don't see something, just call it out for me, tell me to take it, and I will. There is certainly some hail to be had in here, and some large hail at that. So this storm is still strong. 2-inch diameter hail coming in out of Ellsworth with this storm at the moment. So we have Brandon repositioning himself, going down I-35, it seems, trying to get out around and kind of track this thing from the backside as it moves through. This tornado warning continues until 5:45 here in northern Story County, southeastern portion of Hamilton County, and just a sliver of southwestern Hardin County, though I think that threat will largely stay off to the southwest edge of Hardin County at this point. Joe, how fast was this one moving? Did you get a look at that?
Yeah, this one was moving, I want to say, tornado warned portion of the storm 30 miles per hour to the southeast.
This storm is moving 30 miles per hour to the south and east, so we'll go ahead and follow it here. Updated times of arrival. Now that we have some new communities involved in this, including Roland, 520, please be in your safe place. That area that we're watching is in your vicinity, just upstream from you. If it continues on, McCallsburg will be near you by 529, Colo at 5:48, State Center at 6 o'clock, and Rhodes by 6:06. Joe?
Yeah, there was a two-inch hail report that came in here, and it's right within this area that the hail signature has really popped over the last couple of scans. I'll sample it here for you, north of Randall. Radar showing 2.5-inch hail. That's very large hail. And so given that this signature is there, if you're anywhere north of Randall, if you're in between, this spot of I-35 and US Highway 69, given that, there's likely some gustier winds kind of with this hail, I would say that if you're anywhere near this spot where the hail is showing up at this size, move away from windows and doors to the outside. That's very large hail, and up to that category where it becomes damaging and concerning, and multitude of fronts with that hail. So 2-inch report coming north of Randall here in terms of the hail. Looking at the velocity, still keeping an eye for any redevelopment of that strong rotation. Also continuing to watch the Storm Chaser feed on the bottom right hand of your screen. And I've noticed it a couple times there. Could see some of those scud clouds that I was kind of mentioning. In fact, you see a little bit of that kind of a wispiness that has a little bit of a scary kind of look to it. It looks a little spooky, but that is what I was talking about, scud clouds. Spooky look to them, but they are not areas of rotation or funnels or anything like that. Just areas of scud clouds, light wispy, hanging out of the bottom of this storm. So he's still right in position, and Chris, I gotta imagine it's from that kind of that cooler outflow air that created for that funnel that was reported near Story City.
Yeah, a little disjointed, Joe, from the original circulation that did come through with that. So that's certainly, the one thing we're going to pay attention to is that outflow kind of moving further to the south with time. We'll keep that feed up right below me at this point of Brandon's feed, as it looks like he's moving east of Story City, I believe, at this point. Tornado warning until 5:45 coming in at this point, and that is for that area of rotation that's pushing to the south and east of Randall and headed down into Story County at the moment. I'm going to go ahead and take the feed up because that is watching an area of circulation there. I believe that is just to the north of where Brandon is. That would be the area to watch, to where something is going to drop from. That would be where it's from. Pronounced wall cloud still in the vicinity as it comes through. It does not have the best signature, at least on the surface level rotation. Up in the mid levels, it looks a little bit better. And I'm just briefly going to come back over here, and we'll come back to that feed. I'm scanned up just a little bit, and you can see that couplet become more pronounced as we go higher. So at the surface, it does become a little bit more disjointed, and that's good news. And we can see that with this feed right here that we don't have a funnel coming to the ground. This would be that area to watch. So our radar kind of verifying what we're seeing here in the sky with our own eyes from Brandon, our chaser in the field here, that the lowest levels aren't quite as ideal, but that can change very, very quickly. So that's why we're watching this one. It's kind of a scraggly looking wall cloud, Joe, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it is. But that is, even just from 5 minutes ago watching his feed, it wasn't quite that low to the ground. So like you said, Chris, this kind of thing can all happen so fast, which is why whenever a tornado warning is issued, we want you to head to your tornado safe spot, because we've seen and have watched things happen so quickly that it can happen at any moment, even if it's just originally a radar indicated tornado warning. It can still drop one at any point, which is why the warnings get issued.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'd still have that area of rotation kind of coming in. Aloft just got some new scans in here, but we're monitoring this feed for you very closely. Looks like that area of rotation is now solidly into Story County. If you're back north into Hamilton, or even say into Hardin County, the threat is more so to your south at this point. It does start to look like it's organizing a little bit better at the lowest degree we can look at, but it is still pretty light in terms of the actual wind that is punching through. I just want to raise the bar here just a little bit. Yeah, there's that rotation now solidly down into northern Story County. What I'm doing is I'm just rocking the atmosphere, rocking the level of the radar beam back and forth through the atmosphere. I saw that cloud that he's kind of scanning back to the other side where he's at. If we're going to see something drop from this, it's going to be in this vicinity, Joe.
Yeah, it's going to be this spot, no doubt. Brandon's been right on this spot for a little while here, and yeah, this has been where the lowering has occurred. This is where we've been able to see at different points, some of that rotation going on at the storm base. And so this part of the storm still is packing the greatest punch and the greatest threat in terms of rotation, and also in terms of hail too. There is still quite a hail signature.
Oh, and speaking
of
that
there you go,
hail,
Brandon, right on cue.
That looks to be a golf ball.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
And that so there's a little bit of ground truth and report in real time there. Great timing from Brandon of the Iowa Storm Chasing Network. But radar is picking up on 2¼ inch hail, and that's the largest hail that it's picking up on. But it's got several different areas being sampled within this cell between 1.5 inch and 2 inch diameter hail. So hail is still a threat to watch with this, not just the rotation that's been continuing to show itself and continuing to create for some funnel cloud reports here and there.
Yeah, certainly. So we're looking here on the underside, a little scraggly. It looks like Brandon's very close to where we would actually have that bit of a rotation, wall cloud dropping down. If we're going to find an area of interest, that's where it is quite literally going to be. So the area of rotation, and it's right now still fairly weak. We're moving east of Story City in the northern part of Story County at the moment. So near Roland, there was some golf ball sized hail being reported in there too. That area of rotation is basically right at town, maybe just to the north and east. So that puts us about 130th Street and 610th Avenue up through about, would be about 120th Street. I believe that would be moving through there just north of town. So that's our area that is seeing the rotation at the moment, and you see that lowering associated with it. So did see that
I'm getting
report
in.
briefly
Thank
of
you.
golf ball sized tail. Seeing that report of golf ball size hail near Roland, and potentially, Joe, here even higher coming in with this one. Continue to seek shelter. In that tornado warning, we're watching the feed. You see it here, and not seeing anything poking down to the ground right now, but that's the thing it comes from right there as Brandon takes off.
Yeah, it comes from that spot, and it can happen very, very quickly. So still worth continuing to watch as the tornado warning does continue until 5:45. So we've still got 25 minutes to go with this tornado warning here. And something we haven't done in a little bit is get a fresh track on this here. Now, points that are to the south and east, if Chris, you want to bring the video wall
Yeah, I can do that.
real quick here.
Yep, you're up.
So so with this track here, the points that are farthest to the southeast, you've got some time before this area of this storm kind of reaches. But 521 into Roland. So Roland, do stay in your tornado safe spot. It's moving through right now, and as Chris he had a closer look at the area of rotation that is right over town. So that's happening as we speak. But Colo by 549, State Center 601, Melbourne by 612. So we continue to have this part of this whole general line. This is the strongest portion right now, both in terms of the amount of rotation that has been produced to this point with this part of the storm, but also with the hail, which has really kind of kicked up at different moments. But here's a broader view of everything that's going on right now. Got this tornado warning here. Still severe thunderstorm warnings with the eastern portion of this line, but we have seen the areas in between that's moving through Marshalltown right now. Areas in between these two spots has kind of weakened, or at least not very robust at this very moment in time. And it does have some of that cooler outflow air kind of rushing out ahead of it. So hopefully we continue to see that kind of weakening overall trend. However, given how far west this part of the storm is, it will be interesting to see its behavior over the next several radar scans. Still showing up with some hail in here, some of these pinks and some of the darker blues. That is all, I'll sample a few spots here. This is all upwards of 2-inch diameter hail. So radar continues to pick up on some pretty large hail here, not just the rotation, but hail also a threat with this. The latest report in terms of hail that we have.
Joe, speaking of up on the screen right there in front of you, we have greater than 2-inch diameter hail. This was out of Webster City. Thanks to Brian and Lauren for sharing that with me. Brian and Lauren Bailey. You can see that in the palm of the hail. That's some really large hail coming in there. So as you're mentioning that is also another little troublemaker that we need to closely monitor as well as we continue on here. Coming back to me, just to have some new radar scans coming in at present. And with this here, Joe, we're looking at that area of rotation becoming fairly broad as we sit on it. But Northern Story County is where that is at the moment.
And with the latest scans coming in too, the hook is not as pronounced or as easy to kind of see and notice. This spot is kind of coming together with each scan. However, of course, as I'm talking about it, another little bit of a notch kind of in here, recreating a bit of this hook look to it. Zooming in on it a bit, you can kind of see that there. So still, if you're out ahead of this this spot, which, pairing up the reflectivity and the velocity right in this area here, if you're anywhere out ahead to the southeast of this, do be sure that you are seeking shelter. Hopefully you are already in it if you're in this portion of Story County, right near Story City here, and points to the east and the southeast. Stay in your tornado safe spot. If you're out ahead of this, behind it, you're in the clear. Randall, good to come out of your tornado safe spot and bringing up the feed full screen again. Gosh, it just continues to have that lowering.
It does.
Lowering, Chris.
Yeah. That's the area we're going to continue to monitor as we look back to the north now from Brandon's feed. He's kind of running south of the storm at the moment, trying to stay out ahead of it. Not the most circulation as you take a look at it on the base level, but if we go higher in the air, it is there. There's that rotation over Roland, the tilt with the thunderstorm kind of bringing it back just a little bit, but it is there. It may not be the most robust at the surface, if you will, the lowest level that we can sample at, but that rotation is there and it's keeping that cloud nice and low. So we'll have to watch, see if it can catch that upflow, that updraft again, but that's been the problem here. And you notice it's only continuing to get worse, is it's so disjointed from that inflow at this point. This is a positive trend for you and me at home as far as a safety aspect. It's a detriment to the thunderstorm when you start talking about that cold rush of air, because that's what this is right there. That's a cold rush of air. It stabilizes the surface and makes it hard to punch one of those funnels down through. So while we do have the good components of the thunderstorm aloft, the surface is in effect being shut off. So at this point, we don't have anything downstream. I haven't heard, Joe, and you can continue to monitor the feed for that, of anything coming in further down. But this is a good progression. And as we go back to the feed here, we just turned the direction, but I think we're starting to see this evolve kind of into a linear edge on down the line that we're looking at with the clouds. So not a distinct lowering, if you will, but more of a long drawn out feature that we'll watch. But there certainly is that hook that's coming around on this, basically right over Roland, and now moving to the south of 130th Street and east of 600th Avenue, and this is pushing south and east. McCallsburg, you're likely seeing some very large hail, and we have had some photographic evidence that this is some pretty large stuff, anywhere from golf ball to tennis ball sized hail at this point. Des Moines Metro, I still contend you look to be pretty safe at this point, with the worst of the storm staying east of you. But as we continue on, there's a couple of boundaries that we'll need to watch, and this is going to be one of them. As it tails its way southwards, can we develop additional thunderstorms that are going to work their way to the south with time? So this tornado warning going until 5:45. We'll check in on that velocity picture here at the surface, just see how things are going. Really washed out. I believe that's a sign of that stable air coming into view there, Joe.
Yeah, and that it may have been that picture that you pulled up, Chris. But just another little note of that hail came in at 2.5 inch. Well, that was estimated. 2 to 2.5 inch hail. Damage to vehicles was also noted. So that was another threat, and still is a threat with this part of the storm. But you notice how it just, with this line, it's gotten so elongated. I mean, it stretches very, very far to the east. So everything on the far eastern portion right now is severe. And then you've got still just this one area back into central Iowa that is still not just severe warned, but it also still
Joe,
is
that's
tornado
pronounced. It's a pronounced lowering coming down. That's the
look at
meso
that.
spinning. We're looking at that tilt back kind of, to the north a little bit, I believe, as it comes out from behind the trees, hopefully here soon. But we're looking at the large-scale rotation of the thunderstorm itself, kind of that pipe looking upwards, if you will.
Wow, what a view.
It is a good view. But again, nothing really looking imminent that it's down to the ground, as we can kind of see, the surface there. At least nothing condensed that we can see. So that's certainly some good news. We'll come back to you to continue the track, as we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, so they've just issued this a little bit farther downstream. So let's get
Large hail. That's why it's the darker orange.
Gotcha. That makes sense. So there's that tornado warning still. This is for 2 3/4 inch hail. You see that down there. That's what this new severe thunderstorm warning is for. So given that it is that is a destructive thunderstorm, it has that destructive tag to it because of the hail. It do be seeking shelter, especially kind of along the line. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here and kind of give you a line that we've seen the hail up to this point. So let me draw this out a little bit for you here, so we can kind of see the hail has followed a little bit of a more general path with this storm, kind of right through this area here, and just keeping this line going. If that area of the largest hail continues, it's going to move, give or take a little bit east or west, but kind of along this blue line that I've drawn out here is where that hail may kind of track through. So that's what the severe thunderstorm warning is for, and it has the destructive tag because of the hail. The latest radar scan has brought the hail core at least a little bit weaker, but also anytime I see a little bit of a nub trying to lower out of that storm, I kind of squint down at the feed, just because if there is anything to show or anything to notice there. I certainly wouldn't want to have that missed. But looking at the velocity, it's still not seeing anything overly concerning kind of within all of this here. Still have a little bit of that hook on radar, and we are seeing the overall storm rotation, and it really gives it that very gnarly look to the storm. So at least right now, in terms of the rotation, Chris, this storm has a really, really menacing look to it, but thankfully we have not noticed anything that has tried dropping down, at least over the last 5-10 minutes or so, that we've had a great view from Brandon's feed.
I think that's the stability that we're working with in that lowest level. As we come back to me, give me 1 second while I change some feeds up here for us. Okay, we should be back on to me and keeping the chasing feed going. I'm going to back up through time and watch this line. I'll highlight it here briefly, and then watch this line. It's so disjointed from those thunderstorms. We go back earlier, that was not the case. See how the two meet up? That's when the tornado reports were coming in. And since, that outflow has really rushed out ahead, and that helps cut off that surface. We hope this trend can continue. We haven't had any additional reports coming in of any other funnels, and we've been watching this feed here just below me. Not positioned in the best area to watch at the present, but we've been watching that lowering, and it just is struggling to put anything down that's conical in nature. There is one other storm trailing this, and should it grow a little bit more upscale back towards Kamrar, this is going to be for hail, as this is now well cut off from that surface feed and kind of running in to that overchurned area. Just briefly, let's go ahead and go up, and we have a picture we want to show you from a friend Jeremiah, who's out there tracking the feed. Those of you on the stream are not going to be able to see this, but there is a look back into this storm. That pronounced lowering as a large wall cloud. This is from earlier, back when this was just north of Story City. And that's the thing that the tornadoes come from. So as we come back onto the feed now on all of our sources, that wall cloud's still persisting but we're starting to see things, stabilize at the surface. So I don't believe we're going to get a tornado warning issued downstream here. We'll keep this on for the duration as there's still that well-pronounced hook coming in at the moment, that newest feed coming in. Surface scale rotation is not the best, but once again, I'm going to tilt things up. And that's where you'll start to see that rotation does become a little bit better. It's not quite as pronounced as it once was before, but it's still there just a little bit. We haven't done this in a while, so let's go ahead and check out our mezzo on Walnut. Downtown Des Moines, Cam, you can see that storm from a distance looking a little bit gnarly up to the north and east of downtown. At this point, there's nothing imminent for the Des Moines Metro at this point with any storms that are on the way. So that's certainly some good news. We'll take a peek down in Knoxville up into this one as well. Well away, but those clouds are certainly darkening as you move further and further northwards in that vicinity. Pronounced hook right now south of Roland. This would put the threat east of 620th and over to about 660th Avenue. This is going to be south of the McCallsburg Roland Highway, 130th Street, and pushing to the south and east. Joe?
Yeah, continuing to watch this this spot of rotation and the tornado warning, of course, but also continuing to monitor the hail as well. I want to continue looking at the latest with the hail size here. So what's showing up here with these blues, kind of around an inch to an inch and a half diameter hail. It's kind of the range in there. But as we go back a little bit, take a look at how this has kind of evolved. And this is where this was back at 5:15, where we get these brighter pinks. This was that baseball size hail report and tennis ball size hail report that came out near Story City. So that was that right there. And so radar did have a good look at the hail core when it was at its strongest. Going forward, you notice how that is kind of weakening a bit. Now, we may see some more hail produced. Chris mentioned this as well with this cell that's trying to develop back farther to the north, right around Camrar and north of Jewel here. Maybe a little bit more hail trying to get going and trying to develop within that little area of a thunderstorm there. But as far as the tornado warning goes, we may be moving out of the greatest threat here being the tornado threat and moving into focusing very much on the hail potentially being produced by this. But in both regards, hail and the tornado threat, we've seen things, get a little bit weaker, Chris, a little bit weaker of a hail signature, not quite as tight of rotation near the surface, but that storm certainly still has that look to it where it looks like it could just do something at any moment.
Big hail, Joe. That has been really a lot of the story here. Thank you very much. Will come to me and I'll get things worked over so you can see me again as well. But we'll keep the feed going there just below this tornado warning goes until 5:45. I like the way it's trending. You just heard from Joe kind of explaining it all. And that warning on downstream, why it's turning that orange color, that when it transitions from yellow to orange, at least in our system, that shows that that's more intense type of thunderstorm. And what's happening here is we're warning for hail size up to baseball sized hail. That's 2 3/4 inches right now. The latest algorithms, and Joe just talked a bit about this a little bit, the hail size is starting its downward trend. And I'll show you the hail tracks here. We've had some robust reports coming in from Story City to Roland and back up to the north towards Ellsworth. That's where you see those vivid pinks and magentas coming into view. Some large hail reports there, anywhere from golf ball to baseball sized hail being observed. And as we come back to present, the latest from the hail size, the hail detection, it is significantly reduced. So this tornado warning going for another 7 minutes. It looks menacing with that hook there, but very disjointed from the area that could give it the source needed to produce a tornado. And given there's nothing downstream right now, I think, Joe, we're going to continue to trend the correct way on this. So hail right now looks to be top of mind with this one. I'll just check in on the velocity signal at this point and see, and a little bit of a convergence signal. That's what I'm seeing there, southwest of Zering at this point, at least in the low levels. As I've been doing, I'll scan upwards here just a little bit. We've lost a lot of that rotational value here, Joe. So again, I think we're kind of moving the right direction associated with this storm.
Yeah, I completely agree. And something else that just watching, Brandon's feed, it doesn't quite have that same, look to it, but it still looks like it's got some really good structure. Continuing to keep a close eye on this, another storm here that's developed north of the tornado warn cell and the cell that has that destructive hail tag to it. Radar starting to pick up on some small hail within this one, which that would be the primary threat if that does continue. This storm that I'm talking about right through here, stretching from Sherman all the way back over to the west, this whole area here. If this does continue to kind of pulse up a little bit, it would be hail that would be that primary threat, because we've seen the cooler air rush out ahead of this kind of area of storms, which, as Chris mentioned a little bit ago, that helps to stabilize things at the surface. And so you have a hard time if any funnels are produced to get through that stable surface and be able to reach the ground, be a tornado, and start doing damage that way. So the hail threat will need to continue to be monitored here, but this storm that is farther to the north does not have the same look as that storm that is tornado warned still has continued to show. So near Zering, still showing up with a little bit of hail here, north of Jewell, south of Webster City, this spot in between the two cities. Little bit of hail showing up there too, but it's not destructive. This type of hail shown by radar here being picked up, it's around 1/4 inch or less. So 1 inch in diameter or a little bit smaller hailstones showing up. So all trends in the right direction. And we still have about 4 minutes left with this tornado warning here. So, given that there's only 4 minutes left and nothing is downstream outside of that severe thunderstorm warning, can't imagine they would continue the tornado warning, especially, of course, given everything that we have just gone over, which is more stable at the surface thanks to that cooler outflow air out ahead of this line of storms. So tornado threat, good news, becoming less and less as time goes on here. But some small hail, still have to watch for that. And Chris, I can't imagine that unless we see a real uptick in the hail core in this cell again, we'll just have to see if that destructive 2 3/4 inch hail tag continues with the warning. I don't think it's producing that right now. Not to say that it can pulse back up.
Yeah, it's certainly the case here, Joe. Just watching what's been happening out to the east here, and we've really been focused on that tornado-warned storm. There has been what we consider base level severe thunderstorm warning in place for parts of Tama and Powesheik County for some time. But the worst of that cell has been co-located further to the east, outside of our coverage area. That's why we have not been focused on that all too much. The last couple of minutes of our tornado warning here, and we'll continue to track things on the We Are Iowa Plus app thereafter, unless something else is issued on downstream. Joe did briefly touch on it. There are additional cells starting to pulse now, and what we would monitor here would be this activity down in southern Webster County. Can it pulse up stronger? There's now a barrier right here. If something latches on to that boundary, and rides it down, that would be the storm to watch. That would have the best severe weather characteristics to continue to grow more robust. I don't believe it's the one that's currently tornado warned that will now, go by the wayside here in a couple of minutes. Joe, have there been any other reports coming in from the Weather Service?
Haven't seen anything, but there is typing going on right now, which I would assume it's an update on this tornado warning that's just about to expire in 2 minutes.
Okay, 4 miles east of Albion in Marshall County, there was a 61 mile per hour wind gust. So east of Albion, that's from that cell that moved through earlier, right there. So unwarned at the moment. We'll have to keep track of that pulse too. Does look like it has a little bit of a kidney bean hook going on too, but the wind reports just do not match up at this point. So a lot of things to monitor at this point. We've been hinting at the setup today would be the most favorable for wind, and it looks like that is coming to fruition with some of the reports that we have seen so far. All the blue dots, and also the ones that look like a house are indicative of some wind damage. So blue is wind reports, and the house is wind damage. And so there's been plenty of that with just the one cell here actually producing something what has been termed a couple of brief touchdowns, one near Kamrar, and that was just before 5 o'clock, and then west of Webster City, which got this whole line of coverage up and running for us. New severe thunderstorm warning for Hardin County. This is going to be for wind and hail. Let's get the details in on this.
$half size, I believe, is what they issued it for.
Yes, 1 1/4, so that's $half sized hail, and 60 mile per hour winds. This lasts until 6:15. All right, we're now no longer in any sort of tornado warning. We're going to take our coverage on to We Are Iowa Plus, the app, and also streaming on your TV. You can continue to join us there, as well as social media. We have several streams going as well. We want to be in all those avenues to allow you to track that severe weather along with us. We'll get back to ABC World News right now. We'll reset for 6 o'clock, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes. All right, Joe, I got you up on here too. I want you to take it away if you don't mind, so I can get my show prepped in the best way as possible. I'm going to mute myself. I'll just leave you up. You can stay there if you want, and you can talk folks through. So go ahead and stay over at your position over there.
Will you need Max 2 to...
Oh, that I will. Yeah, you better come over here. What am I thinking? I'm sorry, my friends. Give me 1 second, and Joe will have you back up here momentarily. So he'll continue to talk.
This is why we call it team coverage. We have got some moving parts here, but yes, happy to continue on stream with you all here as we get a little bit closer to Local 5 News at 6. Thanks for sticking with us on stream. Let's give you another little overview of everything that we've got going on here as we were on the air covering the tornado warned cell for a little while there. So we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings here now, and then also this area that is severe warned. This is just to the east of the Local 5 coverage area. But this one that you see that's a little bit darker of a color, closer to orange instead of that brighter yellow, that's because this one did have and still does have the destructive tag to it for hail. And the tag is 2 3/4 inch hail, which is massive, massive hail. But I want to take a look at the latest hail signatures here. So a couple different areas that hail's being picked up again, and you can kind of you can see that we've had a little bit of an uptick with this part of this storm here that's farther to the north. We still have hail showing up, south of Ziering here with this storm that is severe warned, and then up towards Jewel, a little bit of hail beginning to be picked up there too. So that's still kind of the primary concern here that we have is going to be with the hail that's still continuing to kind of show up here. But we are not as concerned any longer for the quick spin up tornado threat.
Dang, Joe, it's 98 right now in Des Moines.
Wait,
Air temp.
you're kidding?
No.
98,
Yeah.
dew point 72.
Feels like 107.
There we go. Well, there's 107. Wow,
Hottest day of the year by far.
hottest day. So yeah, not only do we got these thunderstorms here, but it's also incredibly hot out ahead of it. That I know that all of you at home, if you've been outside at all today, you felt it. It's pretty darn hot out there. Let's get a quick check of the velocity scans here. Seeing some stronger winds, potentially. With the storm that's up near Jewel and south of Jewel, north of Story City. Got a little bit of wind showing up there. Nothing in terms of concern with rotation or anything like that. But continuing to keep an eye on the hail potential with what is left of these thunderstorms here. And even watching the severe weather stream that we've had up and that we've been keeping an eye on, it's just not the same structure as it once had, which is all good news. This is all things that we want here. We don't want to continue to see things as robust as they once were. So continuing to see a bit of a weakening trend here. And still keeping track of the hail. The hail is that kind of that primary threat at this moment, at this juncture. As we get a little bit closer to 6 o'clock. So I'll sample a couple spots here for you all. So for the two severe warned areas, radar is picking up on about 1 inch to 1.3 inch diameter hail. An unwarned area farther west is showing 1.5 inch diameter hail. So we'll have to continue to monitor this. Got a little bit of typing going on in the National Weather Service chat room as well. They may have an update on the warnings that are still issued and still ongoing here. I will be curious to see what they say. But I want to get a look, let's look at the lightning here too. So still seeing quite a bit of a concentration of lightning with this, the storm that's pulsed up a little bit north of Story City. That's a good amount of lightning within that. So that, when we look at lightning within some of these cells, it's to, it can give us an idea that the more lightning that is being produced by a thunderstorm, it is and can be a sign that it is trying to strengthen and trying to pulse up and get stronger. So every once in a while, we like to take a look at that lightning to get a little bit of that idea if it shows it. So still the two severe thunderstorm warnings here, and then also this one. I believe this might be slightly newer. I think it is. This one is for Jasper, Marshall, Poweshiek, and Tama counties. Hail size, 1/4 inch. Wind speeds up to 60 miles per hour. So want to keep an eye out for any questions that some of you may have as well. Mercedes is asking, what does Ames look like? So Ames right now, yeah, you got it. So Ames right now, you've got the area of cooler outflow that's already moved through the city of Ames, but that thunderstorm north of Ames is moving down towards your direction. So Ames, we may end up seeing a little bit of that here within the next kind of 20 minutes to a half hour, I'd say. So we'll keep an eye on that as far as if that stays severe warned all the way down into that spot. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued here for the storm farther north, where we have seen that little bit of an uptick in the hail core. So this is going to be, once again, these are for areas that have already seen a thunderstorm already today. Boone County, Hamilton County, Hardin, and Story County, all included with this new severe thunderstorm warning, which is for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And so, latest from National Weather Service, there is an increased wind signal there, and that is why they did issue that warning. So, still continue worth monitoring for us here. And Chris will have more updates, tuning into Local 5 News at 6. You'll want to tune in for that. Chris will have not only continued updates on the storms happening right now, but he's also got a look at the rest of the night tonight, what we're expecting, and full look at the forecast and letting you know when exactly this heat, which now today being the hottest day of the year, he's got an update on when it's going to be a little bit of a relief in terms of the heat. So multiple severe thunderstorm warnings going on right now, and the majority of them are for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This one for Boone, Hamilton, Hardin, and Story County. This is the most recent one issued. This one is going to remain until 6:15. This one for Grundy and Hardin County is going to remain until 6:15 as well. And then this one that has the considerable tag, it did have the destructive tag at one point for 2 3/4 inch hail. This is now for 1 3/4 inch hail. So a little bit of a downscale in the hail size, but this warning will continue until also 6:15. So each of these 3 warnings farther north will continue until 6:15. And then this one that includes Gilman, Sheridan, Grinnell, Brooklyn, this part of Interstate 80 here. This is going to continue until 6:45. So this one lasts a little bit longer. This one still has 50 minutes to go before this one comes to an end. And this is for the wind. Wind is the primary threat with this one, although quarter-inch hail is a secondary threat that may arise with that one. So with it being 5:55 here, we're going to keep the stream going. We're going to put it back on looping radar here. And so tune in to Local 5 News at 6 to get the latest updates from Chris, as well as the latest news updates from Stephanie, as well, live on the air. And we'll be back with you on stream if it warrants it once Local 5 News at 6 is done. And if it continues to show that threat into the night tonight, we're just going to stay on stream and keep you all updated. So we'll put it back on looping radar. Thanks for sticking with us on stream. And we will talk to you during Local 5 News at 6 and after Local 5 News at 6 if it warrants it.
Hey everyone, still with you on the stream. Okay, let me get back here to a usable radar. Most robust storm is over Story County right now. Let's get to it. Thank you so much for hanging around with us. We got through our 6 o'clock. We have a few warnings. These two are the most rip-roaring. Story County, I think, is the strongest. That has had the best wind signature with it. Some gnarly-looking views from out in the field. And then also into Boone County here, a severe thunderstorm warning. This one it has a tornado possible tag, though I'm not completely sold on that. It would be in the best position to see one. I don't see the rotation that would warrant that threat at this point. But certainly a couple of large hailers in there. And that westward storm would be in the best position to see something come to fruition. An old warning here for Marshall and Jasper County. That storm's no longer severe. This one I truly don't believe is severe as well in Poweshiek County. So that leaves us tracking these two storms over Boone and Story County at the moment. Joe, you have been monitoring things while I've been in show. What do you got? What have you been seeing while I've been on air?
Yeah, so I've been really just watching how this area of storms has evolved as Chris was going throughout Local 5 News at 6. And right now, still got some hail showing up on radar with these particular storms. In fact, with the latest radar scan and data scan that's come in here, this is quite the hail core that has shown up north of Ogden and just a little bit to the west and southwest of Fraser. And this is also where we see a little bit of this hook developing on reflectivity. Now, we have seen this hook on reflectivity than we have on looking at the velocity on radar and looking at those winds. But as Chris mentioned, if we're going to see any part of this, what's left of all these storms, if we're going to see any part of it begin to show signs of rotation and strong enough rotation that may warrant a tornado warning, something like that, this is going to be the spot that we are going to have to keep an eye on, because you've got multiple boundaries. You've got leftover. You've got a leftover outflow boundary. You've got a cold front. You've got this outflow that's out ahead of the storms that are farther to the east that's pushing into the Des Moines metro. So you've got multiple boundaries kind of interacting with where this storm is right now. And it just so happens that this part that is right near Ogden is right near the triple point of the cold front and all of those boundaries. And that is kind of the reason why, if we were to see anything begin to show some serious rotation, it's going to be in that spot. But with me talking for at least a minute or two here, I want to see the latest velocity and see if that hook is actually coming to fruition, or at least if we can see it in velocity. It looks like got a couple different areas that are more of a pop of wind. However, this spot where the hook is showing up, north of Ogden, little bit of rotation in there, but likely what we're seeing here is some strong winds within this this part of the storm. Now these storms that are still left here are likely the more elevated fashion, which it can become tougher for the winds to reach the surface in that scenario, but still strong gusty winds possible with these, and still have to continue to watch the hail threat given the elevated nature of these storms too. But Chris, still looking at this hook north of Ogden on reflectivity, and reflectivity it definitely shows it the best, that little bit of that hooking action. And I haven't put the radar beam up or I haven't gone up through the storm.
Yeah.
So haven't looked at that just yet, but that's going to continue to be the spot that has to be watched closest in terms of rotation.
Yeah, Joe, I have. I've pulsed the beam up as far as the rotation. There's not really anything there as it passes over Ames. Likely some strong wind and a big old rotating mass of a cloud moving through. A lot of that is in the rain, so you're probably seeing one front part of kind of a shelf-looking nature and beautiful structure from a couple of the pictures that I've seen running, out in front of this. So there have been some gnarly looking pictures. I'm going to work to try to get some of those up with you here as we transition over to my velocity picture that I have up. I'm going to go sifting for a couple of those here as we look on. Here is one. This is hail coming in out of Story County near Roland earlier. That's up to 3 inches in diameter, I was told. Thanks to Caden for allowing us to share that photo. And then, my goodness, and it's just hot today too. Hot and humid. It's fueling all those thunderstorms that are coming in to fruition for today. So let me get, there's one picture in particular that I really want to show, and I just got to find it, and it's struggling to load in for me, Joe. That's unfortunate. We have seen some tree damage.
Chris, keep going for just a moment here. I'm going to switch, get my battery switched out.
Gotcha. Okay, Joe's going to rewire his batteries. This is damage from up in Belmont, and Brittany sharing this this tree punched through her home and directly into her bedroom. So that's definitely a scary sight too. Have to inquire to see, how the family is here. Ross sharing this one with us. Beautiful structure on this, at the time, tornado-warned storm as it moved through Story County. So, and there still is some beautiful structure to be had out there across the region. So if you have a report, we'd love to see it. Just drop it in the comments. Of course, we want you to stay safe through all of this as we go through the evening with all these storms at play. Why don't I get you back to the reflectivity so we can take a look here. 2-inch diameter hail with this severe thunderstorm until 7 o'clock over Story County. Out to the west in Boone County, 1 1/4 inch diameter hail with a tornado possible tag over Boone County. Though I don't see the rotation, it's kind of the best favored area to see this. And I'll go ahead and draw. This is, in effect the cold front here. We have, and I'm just going to use a trough to mark the outflow boundary. Right where those two intersect is where this thunderstorm is. So if there's something that can be rooted at the surface, tap into that hot, muggy air, this is the storm to do it. So it is prime placed over Boone County. And I don't mention that to try to scare anyone, but that is kind of the method to our madness here and what we are tracking with these thunderstorms here this evening. So as we continue on, I'm trying to get to the point where I have the reports that I can pull up. 1 second, just bear with me. Joe, I see you're back. Are you all good to go?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'll let you take over here while I get a few pictures revved up.
Yeah, sounds great. So just doing a little bit of an overview of everything here. Certainly the strongest activity and the most concerning activity is going to be through Ames, down south of Ames, this spot right here. Likely looking at a little bit of a punch of wind, new data coming in here. Still watching this area back towards Ogden, but have not gotten anything concerning in terms of reports, or we haven't seen anything in terms of the velocity either that would be overly concerning at this moment in time. So that's good news there. So really looking at things, outside of a little bit of a pop of wind as these storms begin to move in, we're not seeing anything overly concerning in terms of rotation, although there is a little bit of it down towards the base of these storms, but it's not something that jumps off the page or that I would say, we need to get ready for a tornado warning to be issued. We're not in that scenario at this very moment, but looking at the hail, certainly a hail signature kind of popping with this storm back near Ogden, between Ogden and Boone. And just to sample, get a little bit of a hail size estimated by radar here. Still showing as good size hail. I mean, that is, that's decent hail coming out of that core. This is the purple sample right here, 1.7 inch diameter hail.
Joe, I took you over here.
Very large hail. So
on
that's
the stream.
That's what we got, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry I overtook you. There's a lot of folks stopped on the side of I-35 here. Sight is better than under a bridge. Don't recommend it. Stopping, along busy stretches of road like this, but they're stopped for a reason, because there's either some very strong wind or more than likely some hail. This is coming in south of Ames, just a touch on I-35, so likely some issues there, probably hail related. This is the largest hail signature we have with this storm. I'll go up to the US 30 flyover bridge, see if we can get this one revved up too. On Gibson Ridge here, hail size has severely gone down, so that's good news. Look at that wind though, ripping across the flyover. That's some good wind as we take a look at this, Joe.
Oh wow, yeah, I can see it. I can see it from my vantage point over here. I'm just taking a quick step over to see that in full view.
Yeah.
That's a good bit of wind there. And I can even see that, looking over at the screen from across our studio, I can see that that wind is very strong. So
look how slow they're going over the flyover.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I can't imagine
that is wicked wind right now in Ames.
I can't imagine that's the most fun drive on that flyover, for sure. So, the severe thunderstorm warning going to remain for that storm that is moving through the Ames area right now through 7 o'clock. And, not surprised at all to see, all of these polygons, all of these different warnings.
Joe, go to velocity.
Kind of smudged together here.
Go to velocity, and now that we've kind of seen that video, I want you to show where that strongest wind is in relation to that storm, kind of right where that interchange is.
Yeah, pretty much exactly where that interchange is where we find the strongest winds here. Let's sample this and get a look at kind of what radar is picking up here. So, upwards of 60 mile per hour wind gusts being picked up on radar. And I would say, just given what that looked like on the flyover bridge, it wouldn't shock me at all. 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts with this. Mm-hmm. But absolutely right through this area, right near Shipley, and of course right near the city of Ames along I-35 as well. This is that pop of wind, and this continues to kind of drift to the east and southeast. In fact, just taking it back a couple of radar scans, it has developed over the last couple of scans, but looks like it's kind of punching almost directly south, maybe just a little bit of an easterly component to its movement. So if you are south of that spot and south of Shipley, you're likely looking at this pop of wind coming in here fairly soon. And as we kind of mentioned, looking at the flyover bridge and the DOT camera that is there, I'd say 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts.
Joe, we just got a 55 there, about a mile east of that location.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
There's the
58, mind
little ground truth to that. So 58 miles per hour.
Yep.
So that's, I mean, if you're out south of this spot and south of, if you're in Shipley, likely getting that wind right now. And Chris, there's a couple other little pockets in here where, there may be a kind of an isolated little punch of wind, but that one has the kind of the brightest, the brightest inbound winds to the radar associated with it.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. It does. And that's matching up, Joe, thank you very much, with where that strongest has been, at least with the cameras that we've seen in there. I'm just working to pass that along.
And hey, if you're anywhere around the Des Moines metro, and you want to get, if you want to feel the cooler relief of a little outflow boundary before the storms begin to approach the metro area, you'd be able to go outside and be able to feel that.
For sure. Look at the camera here. This is just south of that area that we just showed previously, 260th, and all the cars just lined up on the side. So there's some intense wind in there coming through.
Wow. I'm looking at the recording that you sent to the National Weather Service too.
Yeah.
Watching the rain come off of the flyover and the water come off the flyover sideways like that.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Yep. So Story County, I think there's a localized little burst of wind moving through. Doesn't look as bad here in this vantage point anymore. Let's go one camera south, see what we got. Because the storm is moving basically north to south, a little bit of an easterly component. So often I'm looking for kind of the sheets of rain as they're coming off here. Slow moving traffic, some flashers coming into view. Not quite sure which direction this is, but I would hazard we're looking north based on kind of what I'm seeing on the radar picture and the video feed here. So certainly some heavy rain there. That was mile marker, 109? This is mile marker 107 coming into view. And this is as we're getting a little bit further south of the main component of the storm here. This is camera mile marker 105. And you see it's not near as intense there. So certainly was more intense further upstream, closer to Ames. And now that's drifting, further south at this point. Severe thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock. Well, this camera appeared to be some of the worst at the time. A lot of people stopped. Usually, Joe, that tells me, hail is most definitely a thing. I mean, we have a string of nearly a dozen cars lined up there. If you look off in the distance, too, those headlights aren't moving. At least a few of them aren't. So,
yeah, probably got. It may not be large hail, but of course, when you're traveling at least somewhat close to interstate speed limits, even quarter-sized hail can be very scary to drive in, just because you're driving faster, being on an interstate, and it gets loud, and it's I completely understand, but we just don't want you parking under an overpass because of it.
Yeah, for sure there. All right, we'll come back to me. Sorry, John, didn't realize you were up the entire time. My apologies on that. So that little pop of wind is now in southern part of Story County, and that's why the new warning is coming out for the metro. Do we have someone in the booth?
I can go work on that.
Yeah, Joe, if you would just align so we can do a brief cut-in. I do want to touch on this as it rolls into the metro. So Joe's going to go get the personnel to jump on and do a quick cut-in. And I want to show you where that strong pop of wind has been. So right now, southwest of Nevada, Shipley, not very familiar there, might just be kind of a township name, but there was some strong wind that was in association right here through this vicinity. It's drifting to the south, closer to Cambridge and the Huxley area. So some strong winds, and I'll just say some 58 to 60 some mile per hour winds being registered from this. So up near Gilbert, we had a 62 mile per hour wind gust from a personal weather station. And this coincides very closely to that interchange right there, 58 miles per hour. So, and Booth, if you can hear me, if we have Logan, I mean, let's take him as well, too. He's out there putting in a lot of the work, so. Okay, sounds good. I do appreciate that. Everyone getting in place for us to do a quick cut in, if we can, on air, just because this is coming down into the metro, and I just want to make sure everyone is aware of what's going on. So some ground truth there that we have seen. If you want to see that video again, I just shared it, so why don't I pull that one back up here just while we wait. So this was at the flyover
is
bridge.
very strong. So
look how slow they're going over the
I-35
flyover at US 30. Look at that wind
gosh.
just a few seconds
yeah,
in.
I can't.
It's
I
going.
can't imagine that's
That's pretty wicked stuff. You see the visibility. That
I
just
can't
goes
imagine that's the
down.
most fun drive on that flyover.
It was. It was really intense.
For
I just
sure.
happened
So,
to be looking at it.
You know, the severe thunderstorm warning going to remain for that storm that is moving through the Ames area right now through 7 o'clock.
Storms are moving in a little bit of a bad time.
Yeah, not surprised at all to see
the heaviest trafficked portion
all of
of
these
the evening commute.
Yeah, that's good.
But
What's the details on this new warning, Joe?
so it's going to be for 70 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail moving southeast at 30.
Okay. What speed wind?
70.
70. Okay. That usually triggers some
Sirens.
outdoor alerts. Ready to go. All right, here we go. We're going to jump on air here real quick, folks. Joe, this will just be me, unless you have something significant. Good evening, everyone. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal here. We are tracking severe thunderstorms as they roll through central Iowa. Just a brief update for you, as we do have a severe thunderstorms that is descending out of the Ames area, and due to impact parts of the Des Moines metro as it does work its way through. We have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning, Story, Boone, parts of Jasper and Polk County. This is going to be in place until 7:30. Here's the details on that. Some of the cities included on screen. The wind threat is for 70 miles per hour. It does have a history of 58 miles per hour up near Ames at the I-35 US 30 interchange, and up near Gilbert, 62 miles per hour. In fact, we'll go back to that I-35 US 30
That
interchange
wind
because I want to show you
is
this
very
was
strong.
just about
So,
11
look how
minutes
slow
ago
they're going over the
as
flyover.
that wicked wall of
gosh.
wind and rain
Yeah, I can't,
arrived.
I
You
can't
can see in
imagine
those
that's
first few
the-
seconds a
That
sharp
is wicked
uptick
wind right now
in the
in
strength of
Ames.
that wind,
I can't
coinciding
imagine
to
that's
that
the most
60
fun
to 65
drive on that
mile per
flyover.
hour wind. This is moving to the south. And Joe, quickly, what was the speed on that?
30 miles per hour.
This is moving to the south at 30 miles per hour. So with that in mind, we'll track the leading edge of this one, and it's moving to the south and slightly south and east. I will have to reposition and redraw here for you. Just want to get some communities that are next in line to see this, and then we'll get you back to programming. Next in line to see this, Elkhart at 654, 701 in Ankeny, 716 in Altoona, Pleasant Hill by 723. Should these warnings continue to be extended. Again, the concern here is going to be for 70 mile per hour wind as it does continue to move into the metro. We are currently streaming on the We Are Iowa app as well as social media, multiple avenues for you to catch the broadcast with us so we can continue to track these storms. If we deem the threat to be severe enough, we'll be back with you here on Local 5 with further updates. For Joe, I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal here with this latest severe weather update. Okay, friends, we are back with you. Maybe some hail there south of Boone, I think, a little bit, but the wind coming into the metro appears to be kind of the biggest trouble spot with me. And I think the worst of it right now is near Maxwell to Huxley, kind of through the Cambridge area. Wouldn't you say, Joe?
Yes, I would say so. And just to get, I wanted to get a little bit of clarification. They did, National Weather Service did say that they got a report of a 69 mile per hour wind gust, which is what they based the 70 mile per hour, max potential wind speeds with the severe thunderstorm warning into the metro. They got that just east of Ames, is where that 69 mile per hour wind gust was recorded. So I didn't see the report show up on any of our softwares, and so I just wanted to get some clarification. And so that did occur just east of Ames. That was a 69 mile per hour wind gust, and National Weather Service said that that is a legitimate report. So there's the ground truth to this line of storms still producing very strong winds. And Chris, I'll keep going here. So I want to let's get another track on this for you. Chris just brought one up on air, and we'll bring this up on stream here. I'm going to take it from where these winds have kind of been strongest, and it's moving pretty much to the south and the southeast. Bear with me one moment here. I'm going to get my camera positioned a little bit better to bring this out. And these lines that you see here, these are several different boundaries kind of within central Iowa and right around these thunderstorms. But now that I've got my camera zoomed out, I want to put another track on this as it continues moving to the south. There is a very, very slight easterly component to this, but it's almost straight south, just a little bit southeast. So you can see by 7 o'clock here, so give it another couple of minutes, likely less than 5 minutes until it's into Ankeny. So if you are in any part of the kind of a north side of the Des Moines, suburbs here, do know that very strong winds are beginning to move in at this time. So Ankeny, going to be seeing that north side of Ankeny. You're likely already getting a little bit whipped around with the winds moving in. 711 into Altoona, Ivy by 717, Pleasant Hill 720, Carlisle by 732, and then keep going into Pleasantville by 737 and 752 into Indianola. So this is for upwards of 70 mile per hour wind gusts possible with this line as it continues moving to the south. Now, we haven't seen any spots that have become overly concerning in terms of rotation. And Chris, we will likely see that continue.
Yeah.
That will not be our primary concern here. It is going to be for any small hail that occurs with these strong winds. It's the wind that is the primary concern with this severe warned area of storms now.
That is what we are looking at here, Joe. And I am just going to quickly, I'm going to route something here. I can't do it in this juncture. I do want to look back inside. We'll just go to that here first. You can see there is a defined shelf cloud kind of rolling into the metro, and behind it is where we're going to find, excuse me, find where that wind is going to be held. So you mentioned the tornadic threat. Here's why I'm not going to be too concerned with it for the rest of tonight. We are quickly, as soon as new storms form, quickly becoming outflow dominant. This is the outflow boundary. Joe mentioned it, and it's already racing out ahead of the storms, and that effectively chokes out the surface, makes it unattainable for that tornado, or makes it harder for that tornado to punch all the way through into it. So I'm not quite seeing that bit of a signal in there, and that's okay. So this outflow, and the one I think would still have the best chance to do it would be this one in Boone County, 5 miles away from the closest component of the storm. And then, you're looking up here into northern Polk County, and it's 6 miles. So if I back things up, you can see those outflows actually touch the storms. They radiate out from underneath the storms. And so it is essentially going to starve this storm away from that surface momentum that helps build into the storm. It's not to say that the storm will fade away. It probably will not. But the way I'm looking at it, it takes that tornado threat down fairly significantly. Joe, can you take a look? Story County, there's a TVS being mentioned. I don't quite buy it, though. I just want you to look into it a little bit more. 56 miles per hour being registered at the Ames Municipal Airport. I don't know why it plots down there on I-35, but that's the Ames Municipal Airport. 59 miles per hour at Iowa State University. 49 miles per hour coming in at Boone. And then east of Ames, we have that 69 mile per hour wind report coming in via Mesonet data coming to Personal Weather Station. So that coincides with this kind of darkest green. This is where the biggest punch of wind is, I'd say, from Huxley to Maxwell along Highway 210 at the moment. Joe?
Yeah, and that's where I was seeing that biggest punch of wind. You see with the kind of the brighter bluish kind of color here. That's that punch of the strongest winds. As far as rotation, there is a very minimal a rotation with that cell that is out towards the Boone area, and the one that is farthest westerly portion of this whole cluster of storms here. You see it just a little bit right there. It's not much, but just one very small area kind of within there. Otherwise, the good news here, not seeing anything that is overly concerning in terms of rotation, but in terms of the wind, that is still very much a concern. So again, a latest velocity scan to come in. It was stretching from Huxley and just a little bit to the southwest of Maxwell, and then it kind of curved around a little bit. So it's kind of this area that's moving down towards Elkhart, not quite into Elkhart just yet, but that is where we have seen the strongest winds according to radar, and where we've had the latest reports. We're just a little bit north of this area. So the wind is moving in as we speak, south of Huxley and southeast rather, straight south. How about that? Of Maxwell. So this area of the brighter blues here, this is still not the newest scan, should be one coming in with velocity here within a couple minutes, but this is the spot that we're seeing the strongest winds. And sampling it again, I sampled this about, I'd say 2.5 minutes ago, and there were a couple different spots that were showing up with upwards of, you see velocity showing, and the only reason it's got a minus in front of the number here is because of it being, outbound winds going away from the radar. So, upwards of 70 miles per hour away from the radar. That is, or inbound, excuse me. Nonetheless, very strong winds showing up on radar here, Chris, which is just looks like it's going to continue to be that as the primary concern, and the strongest of it is kind of I would say with the newest scan that comes in, I would put it right along Highway 210, just south of Huxley and not quite over to Slater.
Okay, Joe, we do have meteorologist Logan Schlottman in the vicinity, and unfortunately we're having some technical issues that prevent us from being able to wire him in directly to our stream. So we've been focusing on that strongest wind at the moment from Cambridge to Maxwell. There is a lot of big, large-scale rotation happening in here. And the way things are happening right here, we have a little bit that's coming around on it. That's something we'd watch. Certainly is rain wrapped. We're not going to see anything. But if that could tighten up, that would induce kind of a tornadic risk. But I believe this is going to be more of a signal of some very strong wind as this one cuts down kind of the east side of the Des Moines Metro, being sampled aloft at about 73 miles per hour. And that's only 725 feet above the surface. Just in the booth to Will. We're running on my feed down here, and I can't bring him in. I can't bring the booth into my feed either. So, yeah. Joe, relay to Logan to just stay on it and get whatever footage he can. And if we go live on air, then we could use him. So,
Will do.
This is the wind right now, though. Polk County, northeastern part of Polk County is where the most significant is. And I think it's running just east of I-35. So why don't we go back and check out our web browser here. And this is going to take a second for me to find the appropriate cameras. Bear with me. So let's go down close to Huxley. This is going to be Iowa 210 and I-35 popping into view. And doing road construction in there, of course, expanding the highway to 6 lanes in each direction. So a lot of road work going on. Hopefully this camera will load for us here. But this would be kind of right in that area where the strongest wind is at the moment. I'm going to try a different camera since we're still spinning a little bit there. See if this one comes in. I-35 at mile marker 99.7. Highly specific with those. This is a little bugger. I want these to work because I want you to be able to get a look outside. Let me refresh my browser here real quick and see if we can't get things jump started. We'll check out that 210 intersection again, see if it'll spin up. But the worst of the wind right now is in northern Polk County, coming out of Story County, southern Story County. I think our cameras are going to be a little shy for us, Joe. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Just not working, it seems.
Yeah, and I'm just update from Logan. He's positioned near Ankeny, and so looks like that punch of wind is kind of coming down right along I-35, and is beginning to at least approach Elkhart. So that's the spot with the strongest winds still to this point. And other than that, one thing I haven't checked in a little bit here is, there could still be, I know this is, quite, at least a little bit of an uptick in the hail signature north of Madrid.
Mezzo is up, Joe.
Oh, you've got it up on screen?
Yeah, we have a little bit of shelf cloud coming in. To the Des Moines Metro, as you see, as we can look up to the north and east with it. And
I'm taking a step over to
you want to take a look at it. Yeah. It's up there on the screen. Pull up one of our social streams, and you can kind of get a reference point there as well, Joe.
Yes, thank you.
But yeah, there's a shelf cloud rolling in here from the north side. I think that strongest wind is going to impact more east of the metro than smack dab directly into it. So that's the good news at this point. Of course, we'll continue to monitor. That storm over Boone County has certainly caught up with what's happening with that easternmost storm. If you look at things here, they were more individual in nature earlier and now kind of congealing into one. That bit of a bowing segment as things roll into the Des Moines metro. Ankeny solidly going to be getting in on the rain here very, very soon. Joe, I'm going to let you take it away. I'm going to see if I can get these cameras working.
Yeah, sounds good. So continuing to track the wind with this, and that is the primary concern with this at the moment. Now, there has been a little bit of hail showing up, especially on the kind of western side of this area of storms here. So we'll continue to monitor that. Haven't gotten a report. Well, actually, we did get a report somewhat recently. This was up by Luther, and believe that was just quarter-size hail. And it was quarters that came down near Luther. So there has been a little bit of hail at least falling on the western side, right over here. But the wind has all been within this part of the storm here. So getting another check of the velocity, you've got these lines that you see here right through Carlisle, stretching just to the southwest of Pleasant Hill. You see this whole line here, it's all just an outflow boundary from these thunderstorms, which does lessen the tornado threat. All good news in that regard. But the wind is still certainly
Joe pulling up
issue
traffic cam
here.
north of Ankeny. Sorry to step on you there.
No,
Just wanted to
you're
make you
good.
aware it's up. So I'm watching that, of course, for you, and it looks like the heaviest of the wind is not there at the moment, but is pushing closer. So we'll keep it up on this here for a little bit. That strongest wind right now is about Alleman to Elkhart, I would say. So actually, this camera is not too far off from where some of that strongest wind would be at 142nd. Let me go one more here, see if we can pull this one up. This is just north of the Ankeny Costco area. What is that, 42nd Street, something like that up there, north Ankeny. Anyways, looking at some reports, 62 miles per hour reported at Iowa State University, an update. So I think we're solidly going to be looking at some 60, 65 mile per hour burst potential out of the storm as it continues to descend into the metro. It inherently doesn't look ultra menacing, but you're starting to see more vehicles with flashers on. All right, that person's pulling off to the side right there. That's too much. Heavy rain in that wind. They're backing up to that overpass. Don't do that, folks. Don't do it.
Backing
it's
up
terrible.
to it is even worse.
I'm going to be fighting that till my death, I
Oh
swear.
my gosh! And we've seen it so
There
much.
we go.
Across
That's a
different
good
parts of the
wind
country,
at
too.
36th Street in Ankeny right now. This is
Yeah.
up by the Ankeny Costco, so I was an exit off. I apologize. Thanks, Hannah, for the report of very strong winds east of Alleman. Yep, we were just kind of talking about that at this point. It is a little bit more intense, especially in North Ankeny and up through Alleman to Elkhart. Thanks, Riley, also confirming that Ankeny is getting blasted with the wind and the rain. Joe, do we have a new warning out yet?
I've not seen anything about putting one downstream.
Okay.
And no, there has not been one put downstream. Yet.
Booth, I just want you to be ready to go when that new warning goes, and we'll jump on air quickly with another brief update. We have enough ground truth here that this is, turning nasty. Okay, a lot of cars stopping and driving slow, off on the shoulders. I don't like complete stopping. It's tough. I know it's hard. Yeah. Anyways, I digress.
I promise you all tuning in that we do understand and we do know that. It's just we're thinking about everyone's
All right,
safety.
Booth,
and
let's
there's
go on
that
air,
new
please.
warning. There we go.
If you're with me on the booth, let's prep for that if we can. We'll come back to me. I'm going to get that camera back up. Okay. Are we there in the booth? Can I just get some confirmation? All right. Let me get my video up. There we go. New warning is in place until 8 o'clock here. That's going to be for 1-inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour wind at this point. Okay, so we're getting ready to jump on air. This storm, again, 60, 65 mile per hour winds as this one's come in with some history of that. So Finance Cam here, we'll go out and check out our Mezzo on Walnut downtown Des Moines camera. And you can see what's going on outside with this pronounced shelf cloud rolling into the Des Moines metro. Joe, did you find anyone?
Yes, I did.
All right, sir. If you can stay in the booth with me as we go through this, that would be great. So you see that shelf cloud coming in, distinct line, and behind it, it's that wind that's being such a troublemaker out there. Let's go. Hi everyone, I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal here. We are tracking severe weather as it rolls into the metro. We have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Jasper, Polk, down into Warren and Marion counties. This lasts until 8 o'clock. With this new warning, I'll get the details up on screen. This is for estimated 60 mile per hour wind potential. And this has a history of about 60 to 62 mile per hour winds in the last 25 minutes or so. So this one is rolling into the Des Moines metro. I'll take you outside briefly. This is on I-35 in Ames, where we've seen several cars, as you see there, stop on the side of the road, likely due to intense wind and rain, making it very difficult to see. And we have a history of seeing up to 62 miles per hour for the wind reports coming in out of this. We'll jump on to our Mezzo on Walnut downtown Des Moines Sky Tracker 5. You can see that intense shelf cloud rolling into the Des Moines metro. This, I believe, is going to be most prominent with the wind threat from about Highway 69 and points eastward. Not to say you won't see anything on the west side, you probably will, but the way I'm looking at the scenario here, the strongest winds, at least on radar, are dialing up to be on the eastern segment of the cell, kind of coming right down I-35 just a little bit. So here's that storm in question. I'll go ahead and show you the velocity picture before we put a track on things. And some of that strongest wind in here right now is being registered around the Ankeny area back up through Elkhart. Kind of pocketed its way through, and still likely some gusty winds back into Polk and even Dallas County. But we've been finding the ground truth of things actually coming through closer to I-35 proper. A recent wind gust report up near Ames of 62 miles per hour on the campus of Iowa State University. And we had the Ames Municipal Airport also gust up to some high marks, I believe 58 miles per hour previously, though the numbers being registered here have started to dial it back. We'll go back to the radar picture. I'll put a track on things for you as this cell continues to descend through the Des Moines metro. Severe thunderstorm warning in place for Polk, Warren, into Marion and Jasper counties now, kind of superseding and overtaking that established warning. We're now for 60 mile per hour winds as this one moves to the south and east at about 30 miles per hour. I am actually going to have to reset here real quick, get things down a little bit further for you, and we'll go ahead and track things as they push to the south and east. Booth, if you can check in with meteorologist Logan Schlottman, see if he has anything to provide on this before we wrap up our coverage. We'll get a live look outside for you. Here's the estimated times of arrival getting into Johnston right now. Into Des Moines at 7:27 and Carlisle at 7:36. At this point here on Local 5 broadcast, at least, we're going to get out to meteorologist Logan Schlottman. Logan, join us. Hey, where are you at, Logan? And what are you seeing out there?
That wind is very strong. So
Look how slow they're going over the flyover.
oh gosh, yeah, I can't imagine that's the.
That is wicked wind right now in Ames.
I can't imagine that's the most fun drive on that flyover.
All right, Logan, stay safe for us and
sure.
keep
So,
on it as this one rolls in the metro.
you know,
Let us
the
know
severe
what you
thunderstorm
see.
warning,
What I'm showing
gonna
you here
remain
is
for that
the
storm that
wind
is
as
moving
it moved
through
through Ames at
the,
I-35
Ames area
and US
right
30,
now
and it
through,
had some
7
wicked
o'clock.
wind
And,
associated with
yeah,
it.
not,
And this
not
is
surprised
kind of
at all
coming out
to
of those
see,
same returns that are now just starting to get to the Ankeny to Elkhart range. So we'll continue to track that as it drifts to the south. Just to recap things here before we get back to regularly scheduled programming, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning until 8 o'clock now down over the southern portions of Polk County, western Jasper County, northern Marion County, and northern Warren County until 8 o'clock. Previous warning until 7:30 will remain for that wind potential, I'd say up to 60 miles per hour as this rolls through the metro. We're going to continue our coverage on the We Are Iowa app, social media. Hope to see you join us on there. We'll be back on Local 5 if necessary. Okay, friends, still with you on the stream, and we are going to keep it here. This one is rolling into the metro now. Let's go to our Mezzo and Walnut cam. Thanks, Will. If you just hang tight in there for us, that'd be great. That way we can jump on linear quickly if need be. Sweet. Thank you, sir. This is that look outside. You got some gnarly clouds. I think that shelf is moving directly overhead right now into Des Moines. That's usually tied closely to the outflow boundary. And that outflow boundary is just now starting to get to the station as this one punches in. So we'll come back to our Mezzo cam. As we go to radar, I'm going to leave it on here, and I'm going to dial up some 511 cams in this vicinity and just kind of see what we're looking at. I think the worst of things is still kind of tied back into Ankeny, a little bit further north. Yeah, let's go to this. Okay, so I'm going to pull you up. There you are. This is a look outside I-35 at Corporate Woods. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to get it so I can be up on cam talking with you. Excuse me. So I-35 at Corporate Woods here, we're getting a pretty good pop of wind coming into view. Okay. I do think we are looking at a pretty strong gust popping out on this storm as it moves through Des Moines. So this should be kind of in that 50 to 60 mile per hour wind based on that tree movement there as this rolls through. So this is Ankeny near Corporate Woods. Let me see. I'm going to move a camera just north. So this would be Ore Labor. Doesn't look quite as intense as it is right now. down on Corporate Woods. And that certainly is intense. All right, I have 3 of the 4 cams up and available. West Des Moines, SkyTracker 5 top right is certainly looking gnarly. Let's see. Yeah, there's a, can you see that? Goodness, let me see if I can pull that up full screen here. See if I have SkyTracker 5. Let me see. 1 second here while this works its magic. Yes, we do. Okay, so there is a little bit of dust being kicked up right here. So we got a strong gust of wind pushing through. This is looking north and east towards the Ankeny area. You kind of see that smudge there. So that's where one of those hints of stronger wind is at the moment. Let's go to West Des Moines. There's that look outside. And storms are moving from left to right. We've hit the gust front here. I don't think we have significant winds. No, we don't. It's registering only at 3 miles an hour at our weather station right outside the office. But we are looking at that one rolling in on our West Des Moines cam. Man, intense. Oh my goodness. SkyTracker 5, West Des Moines. Come on. You see that white dust being kicked up? That is insane. You see that white dust being kicked up?
Yeah.
On the right side?
Yeah, that's wild.
That's intense. Wow. All right, Joe, I need you to take over and talk here while I get this out to the masses.
Yeah. Gosh, that is crazy seeing that. I mean, I just went outside to get a time lapse set up, and just because I wanted to get a full view of this from the station, and holy cow, yeah, just seeing that dust kick up on the east side of Des Moines, looking at our SkyTracker 5. Goodness, that's wild. And so this is a very intense line of storms, and if you've taken a step outside in anywhere in the Des Moines metro where the rain and the wind has not pushed in yet, it is one gnarly looking line of thunderstorms all through the Des Moines metro right now. So again, very strong winds likely with this, and I mean the fact that it's already kicking up dust out ahead of it as the winds begin to get going, that is an indication of just how intense these winds are going to be, and what they have been and what we've seen over the last little bit here. So let me get to the velocity just to double check on this for you. So a little bit of where the wind may die down for a second, or at least not be quite as strong for a second before the wave of the strongest winds begins to kind of push in. So this is, as far as the areas seeing the wind and the rain, this is slightly delayed on velocity here, but still looking for the kind of color contours in the lighter blue, because that's what radar's been picking up on pretty much the whole time with this line of storms, is this lighter blue color, which, sampling it again, is anywhere between 60 and I've seen upwards of 65 mile per hour wind gusts being picked up by radar within a velocity here. You see 63 miles per hour there. A little bit farther to the east in the strongest winds here, 58 miles per hour being shown by radar. So it is just a very, very intense line, and hopefully we don't end up seeing too much tree damage around the Des Moines metro. But something I want to also get a look at here. I'm going to take the radar back just a little bit. I want to see how things have evolved over the past kind of 20 minutes. So nothing too wild and crazy as far as how it's kind of evolved and the trends with it. It's still holding the strength that it's had for a little while now. I mean, you take this all the way back when it was moving through Ames. This had a very strong wind gusts associated with it. So it still is holding that very similar type of strength. So do continue to take the wind seriously. If you are out ahead of this and you've got some, just thinking about if you're in, Norwalk or Carlisle and you've got some lighter outdoor furniture out on your back porch or your backyard, if you're out ahead of this and you've got a quick 5 minutes, maybe just bringing it closer to your house, or at least bringing it, if you can, bring it inside, some of the lighter stuff that you've got outdoors, just because this type of wind will really blow that around. So that might be able to, if you're out ahead of it and do it safely, of course, that might save you a couple minutes of trying to get, maybe a yard chair or yard, chairs with a yard table, whatever it may be, might end up in someone else's yard. So this wind has shown itself, Chris, to be very intense, and we have still some heavy rain. I'm not overly concerned with it, but there's still some heavy rain stretching all the way up towards the Ogden, stretching over towards Ames. Now, not that we are concerned with flooding, but just seeing a little bit of this back development farther to the north, hard for not to think about that, or at least have that be a thought within our minds. So do know that we're going to keep an eye on it, but it's not something that we're overly concerned with, is the constant training of storms creating for another flooding scenario. Now, don't get me wrong, Chris, it doesn't feel great out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of moisture to be had.
Yeah, it's even with the outflow having moved through, it is still incredibly uncomfortable outside. So just kind of, evidence to all the moisture that these storms kind of have at their disposal.
Going to, normally we have a camera at the Iowa State Fair, but that one's down right now. So we're looking at 3 of our 4 cameras in one view. And you can especially see the storms rolling into downtown. We'll take a look at that here. Previously, I thought... I said I saw that dust. That smudge is still there, so I think it's a smudge on the camera. But we had a report of some dust being kicked up, and so that's what I thought it was. And then we actually ended up seeing it on our West Des Moines camera. Pretty neat feature to capture live with you. But you can kind of see that wall of water incoming. So we're looking north and east up the Des Moines River from downtown past the Casey Center. You can kind of see it working its way down. We should be able to get a decent vantage point if there is some significant wind coming in via this camera as the storms do move through. Again, I think the most intense wind associated with this is kind of more the east side of the Des Moines Metro, about Highway 69 and points eastward at this point, based on what I'm seeing. I have 54 miles per hour wind report out of Elkhart, 46 at Ankeny Regional. And I think based on some of the 511 cams we saw, there may be something a little bit stronger in there, say up closer to 60 miles per hour, than 31 miles per hour in Polk City. So again, definitely an eastern section of the Des Moines Metro that looks to be the most intense at the moment. And then Joe, and I know we're looking out of the camera, it's neat to watch the rain come in.
Oh, for sure.
Those trailing thunderstorms coming in, we can't keep this up. Now, Story County, after this, thankfully it's been kind of displaced just a little bit, but Story County now, various parts of it had 3 different rounds with this latest development. We can't keep it up another round and not have issues, I would say, at this point. So something to watch. I'm just checking out some of the rainfall numbers just to see where things stand right now. I think we're okay, but we just can't do it again. Right,
No.
we've been so dry lately, and keep in mind sometimes if you're going to go driving, that first rain after seeing such a prolonged dry stretch, that can really slicken up the roads. You'd be surprised, all that debris gets lifted, and to not only the normal hydroplaning, right, that can happen, but the debris can get lifted and make things even a little bit more slippery. So I'll come back to me, and we'll keep tabs on that camera going on in the corner. Now I don't have that option for me, but we'll check back in on it. The lone warning we have here is for our lone massive storm, and we're kind of hitting at base levels right now. I was reading you some of the wind gusts that came in, and it's going to look pretty ugly at this wide level, but wait for it to come in and then I'll zoom in. 46 miles per hour at Ankeny Regional, 54 in Elkhart. We have 31 in Polk City. And previously, as these storms moved through the Ames area and Iowa State University, you see those numbers checking in. The Ames Municipal Airport, why it reports down I-35, I don't know. It should be closer up here. 56 miles per hour, 62 at Iowa State University campus, and 49 miles per hour in Boone as this line moved through.
And then real quick, Chris, just
Yep.
one note here. 2 miles west of Ankeny, a personal weather station recorded a 58 mile per hour wind gust.
Okay, that's up to the severe thresholds that we look for severe weather. As this one does roll through the metro, we're going to keep streaming here for you. And if you have any questions, you can do so. Chat on the Facebook Live with us. That's a means for you to at least reach out and ask some questions as they come through to us. And if we see them, we'll bring them up to you and try to get some things answered. But at least here on the stream, we can continue to stay with you and kind of watch things with it. Joe, you're panning back up to the north and west. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm just putting this in motion here. Not to completely ignore the severe thunderstorm warning going on right now, but just because that rain from a couple weeks ago probably still kind of at top of mind. That flooding was horrible in parts of central Iowa. I mean, stretching from Ames down southward towards Des Moines. But just watching this back development here, obviously seeing it at all is concerning, but I am not personally super concerned. I do think that this is going to be a situation where the boundaries that could stall out, well, in fact, Chris, they just put out a flash flood warning here.
Yeah, that's probably preemptive.
Yeah.
To everything just to get ahead of it. Radar indicated. I'll let you, take a peek at that, and I'll take over for the time being. I want to show you some of the recent winds coming in. 50 miles per hour in Grimes, 60 in Ankeny up I-35. So that's previously measured in here. So still watching, again, especially the eastern half of Polk County, I think, is where that strongest wind is. Altoona, as you move down towards the Neil Smith Wildlife Refuge, down Highway 163, getting down closer to Carlisle at this point as we watch it. So I think the wind's still looking to be on the strong side. Joe, you kind of talked about the storms here. This trailing line, I don't anticipate to be severe. It's too close behind this one and solidly in the cold pool. Now, areas I would still watch that maybe hold that would be if something can develop right here at this triple point where all three areas, these two boundaries intersect along with the storm. So that would be one area to watch if we can get a storm rooted right here. But as for now, we've kind of turned this into windbag, and that gust front, say from Norwalk to where it's raining, is 9 miles. So the gust front just getting to Norwalk. But here, you can start to see that gust front's not as far out. So why I've been saying kind of the eastern side of Des Moines, the Des Moines Metro would be worse is because, you know, that wind still has a better chance there to see the storm organize overhead and that wind rush down to the ground out of this. Joe, what are you finding with that flash flood warning?
Yeah, so the flash flood warning, I do believe, haven't seen any communication directly from National Weather Service on this, but as Chris and I mentioned when this was first issued, I do believe this was done preemptively or just kind of, you know, to get ahead of things given this development here. So within the flash flood warning, they're saying 2 to 3 inches have fallen already, another 1 to 2 are going to be possible before things are said and done. So, you know, I know, Chris, when we were watching for another round of some heavier rain, this was, you know, time flies, so I might be missing a few days here. But, I mean, a couple weeks ago, after our major rain, we were watching for a little bit of this action, and kind of the number we threw around was somewhere around 3 inches. If that were to occur, then we would have gotten concerned. This is a situation where it's above that number just because it has been some time, but I would say that it hasn't been enough time to where, you know, there aren't going to be any issues that come out of this with, you know, upwards of 4, possibly even 5 inches of rain in maybe an isolated spot. So we do have to, you know, just continue to monitor for any reports that come out of this, but I certainly don't think it was a bad idea to put this out to kind of get ahead of this development because of how much rain's being produced by these storms. It's likely very efficient given how much moisture there is to work with.
Yeah, and that's the exact area that got hit hard, heavily, you know, a few weeks ago, Joe. So actually less rain has fallen in that vicinity than points north and northeastward. So that's the reason why we're seeing that flash flooding. I would say at this point, I don't believe there's any significant issues that have arisen right now. This is looking downtown Des Moines as that rain continues to fall. At this point, no huge camera shake right now. It's tough to get a sense on how that wind is if you don't have any camera shake going on at the moment. We'll jump over to the west side and show that for you. You can see things kind of running through. Not much rain on the west side at this point, but that will be changing shortly. Why don't I try to get another 511 site revved up with this? I'm going to go on the 65 bypass. We'll pull this up. This is going to be at Vandalia Road on the east side of Highway 65. So you can see that here. Let's go ahead and go down a camera and see what we can view as this gets into the work zone there just to the south of the Des Moines River a little bit if it decides it wants to come up. Being a little shy. We'll go to the next one. Looks dark by Army Post at US 65. Don't have much for slow-moving vehicles there in that area. This is, I think, getting too far out of it down by Carlisle, the Highway 5 interchange there at US 65. But it's also struggling to load. Let's go up Metro. This is Altoona area. Joe, am I kind of peeking around in the right spots?
I think you are, yes.
Yeah, we got someone under the overpass again. Don't do that, folks.
Please.
Please don't do that. Not a good place to seek shelter. You actually put yourself in more danger by doing that just because of the traffic that's out on the road. Looks like some of that intense wind is, Altoona area, points eastward. I'm going to jump a few over probably closer to the Mitchellville area. I think I want to look at, just see how we're going here. Slower travel and some flashers. So, it's more intense there, though I don't see anything particularly grotesque as far as the wind. Get into the rest area.
Chris,
One more.
we may have seen the wind die down a little bit with this.
Yeah, it's being undercut, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I don't want to say it's not under. I don't want to say it's under severe limits, but this is a downward trend from what it was when it was over Story County, right? Most definitely. So this is a look closer to Newton, mile marker 149. Let's go one more. I think the worst of it is probably south of I-80 at this point, closer to the Prairie City area. And that one's not wanting to play nice. So let's see. I have Knoxville. We can go take a look out at the Knoxville Raceway. Joe, we didn't really see much for rain here on the west side. So
I was gonna say I don't think I heard it at any point. While we've been streaming here. At least I can't remember hearing rain on the roof here at the studio. So yeah, I mean, I think we actually missed out on the rain here on the west side in West Des Moines. Chris, if you could take back over just for 1 second.
sure. I'll let you
I'm
do
gonna
what you need to do,
get my
sir.
phone from a time lapse.
Yeah, go ahead and go do that. So redeveloping storms, that'll be a concern when it comes to heavy rain coming through. So we'll be watching that flash flooding concern. This is, radar indicated right now. This is radar indicated, not any ground truth on anything happening. It's basically saying we've had an inundation of rain as of late, and there's additional thunderstorms developing. As I kind of mentioned earlier, we were talking over the tower cam, and I mentioned, there's other places north and east that have seen more rain that are not included in the flash flood warning. And this is an area that is, one, more highly populated, right? There's a better chance for issues just from poor drainage. Anytime you add concrete to the mix, you have worse drainage. So just being solely into the city. But then you also have that area that was hit hard right before the holiday, and that was only 2.5 weeks ago. Now, stream flows are down. The ground has got a chance to dry out a little bit, but certainly that's why it's there, right? We just came off this area just inundated 2.5 weeks ago. Let me loop this over the last 2 hours. Yeah, that next round's coming through. I truly do not think we'll see another one because the zone that is causing this is this east-west zone right here. Okay, so as this works its way southwards, you'll see less of a risk coming into view. I do think the rest of the Des Moines Metro will pick up some rain to have to deal with out of this, with that next wave coming through. Northeast side, though, will hold the highest potential of concern when it comes to heavy rain from this, though. All right. Will, do you have me up there? All right, let's go ahead and do another quick update on air, and we'll jump off. Okay. Maybe like 2 minutes in duration. All right, friends, bear with me as we go back to our linear coverage here just for a brief moment. I'm ready. Hi everyone, I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal, just giving you a quick update on our severe weather that we have moving through the Des Moines Metro. And points to the south and east as it does so. We have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning that does include parts of Marion, Warren, Polk, and Jasper County that goes until 8:30 tonight. This is going to be warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind, potential and 1-inch diameter hail. This storm does have a history of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds in the last 30 minutes or so. Right now, the strongest parts with this storm, kind of in a few locations. In the northern part of Marion County, there's some brighter greens coming in on the radar picture, up through about Colfax and wrapping around closer to the Prairie City area as well, just to the west of there, I should say. And may still be some cold pool wind gusts happening up towards the Ankeny area as well. This storm is moving south and east at 30 miles per hour, and Knoxville has a chance to see this activity come close your way. And briefly, I'll just pull up that camera so we can get a look outside. You can see a bit of a shelf cloud that's going to be rolling closer to town as that one moves closer. Some of the latest wind gusts coming in as we come back to the radar picture have been 58 miles per hour from the east side of Des Moines, 50 miles per hour back towards Grimes, and 60 in Ankeny, though a couple of these reports are a little bit dated. We'll continue to track this storm. We do have live coverage going on right now on the We Are Iowa app as well as social media, and should we need to, we'll be back here on Local 5. Okay, friends, clear of Linear, and that warning extending a little bit further south. Just wanted to keep people updated on what's going on. Quick in and out. Thanks for joining me here this evening. No matter how you're watching it, we're on a multitude of places at the moment, and yeah, it's been an active night, especially northern and northeastern Iowa. We've seen a myriad of reports, whether it be wind, hail, and even a couple of tornado reports. There has been a more active day. Let me find my storm reports here. Up into Wisconsin. Joe, you back? Yes, you are.
Yes.
As far as tornado warnings as of late. But this area has been in an enhanced risk all day. And Joe, I don't think it's going to come to fruition up there. The worst of things kind of on that transition to the slight risk down into Iowa. We do have a few individual cells, so there is some good shear there, but they don't have the pop of energy quite like we do down here to the south and east. I don't quite have the best radar sight to check this all out, but this is La Crosse, one confirmed up there that's way into Wisconsin. But those cells are of what I would say the weaker variety. They're still supercellular, but they are struggling in the energy department. And I don't see that part of the line growing up to be a huge, large-scale feature. Their energy is more elevated in nature. They do have a little bit of a pocket, a little bit of a boundary to work on, being that cold front that's moving through. But the spiciest action has been kind of from North Iowa down through southern Iowa, right through the center part of the state.
Yeah, I mean, just the sheer amount of energy that we had to work off of, down here in central Iowa and throughout most of the state, really. I mean, when we talk about the amount of CAPE in terms of numbers, at least to me, Chris, you let me know if you have a different opinion. To me, if we've got anywhere between 4,000 and 6,000 joules of CAPE, that certainly seems like a lot in my mind.
Oh, it is.
That's a pretty juiced atmosphere. Now that was surface based, but it was only a couple hours ago. Most of central Iowa was between 4,000 and 6,000 joules of CAPE. So just a lot of energy, a lot of moisture, and anytime that these clusters of storms get into lines like this, sometimes the behavior can be just a little bit a little bit weird kind of within the storm itself. And so we've seen everything from incredibly strong winds. We've had large hail, and we've even had at least just one report, and I believe it stayed at one tornado report on the ground. Well, in fact, it might have come from the same storm, maybe two different reports. But so we've had a mixed bag to this point, and now our attention is going to turn to just how heavy of rain is falling throughout this area north of Des Moines proper at the moment. Here's a little bit of good news here. I'm going to demonstrate the southerly movement of this. So I'm just going to put blue lines on either side of this line of rain here. In fact, let me just move this one a little bit more. That'll be good right there. And what I'll do is I'll put radar in motion here with this line, with these blue lines. So watch as the development kind of comes in here. In fact, I'm going to slow it down a little bit so can demonstrate this just a little bit more. What I'm really trying to show here is just how much of a southerly movement that we're seeing with this in loop here. So you notice that back development there, but it developed up towards the Boone area, and that first moves through, and then this development. But you see how it is moving south. So we're seeing this drift southward. Not that heavy rain isn't still going to be possible with this as it drifts southward, but with it drifting, this is good news. We want to see this keep moving, and what we don't want is any more development on the north of here, and we would rather just not see any more development west of here either. But just to demonstrate, Chris, that this back development is drifting south. It's not completely stationary, which is good news. We want to continue to see this drift south. Now, it is drifting slowly, but any southerly movement we will take with this back development.
Yeah, I agree with that, Joe. And I think that's a spot-on kind of assessment to what is happening. What we are looking at right here, power outages coming in across the state of Iowa. And while it doesn't look like a ton in percentage, because there's so many people that live in Polk County, there are 9,000 plus customers that are without power in Polk County and an additional 1,000 in Warren County, likely from the northern part as this storm has really just barely touched Warren County. So that is significant, roughly 10,000, 11,000 folks without power, an additional 1,400 in Story County, 1,200 Hardin County, Wright County, 862. So there's been a decent little storm that's been working its way from north to south through these areas as we've gone through the evening. Right now, the worst of it is just starting to get into Marion County, it seems, and this is a live look outside from our Knoxville Sky Tracker 5. And you can see that shelf cloud in the distance that is coming into view. We'll bounce over to Mezzo on Walnut, downtown Des Moines, Sky Tracker 5. You can kind of see the turbulent underside of the clouds moving through. And this is kind of looking to the south and east from the west side. You can see those storm clouds underneath. Again, turbulent motions. Looking back here on the radar picture, I'll come back to you and me, or just me, I should say, and we'll bring the radar back in. There's that heavy rain. As Joe mentioned, there is a lot of south movement with this. Thankfully, it is remaining fairly progressive. There's another round of heavy rain coming through that flash flood warned area. But then nothing else. The most intense part of the storm, mind you, is now into Marion County. And we're still kind of seeing things cycle around the outside. We're kind of seeing a motion like this. Red moves away from the radar picture. Green moves towards. So right on that rightmost side of the storm there, kind of towards Monroe, that's where we're starting to see the storm kind of cycle through. What we are struggling to see is that big rear inflow notch that we just have not seen that tonight. Haven't seen that wind being driven down to the ground, at least on a widespread level. all across this entire bow, I should say. There have been some spots where it's been stronger. Most recent wind gust, Neil Smith Wildlife Refuge, 21 miles per hour, though that may change. 45 at Des Moines International coming in. We'll wait and see how some of the other sites react as we continue on.
Yeah, Chris, just one report to pass along here. Whether it's Lower Beaver Drive, Northwest Beaver Drive, one of them around the Johnston area, reported some trees down. So there was a wind gust of, well, that was from the personal weather station of measured at 58 miles per hour. So this area in Johnston is not far from where that personal weather station measured that. So that's latest report that we've seen come in to this point. But also just something interesting, Chris, that the National Weather Service pointed out is that the cold front is actually still up across north and northwest Iowa. And everything we see around here is all thunderstorm outflow boundaries that are just all kind of running into each other and interacting with each other. But the cold front itself is still draped across northern and northwestern Iowa. So I would say getting into like the overnight tonight, some of the shorter range data that we look at for models was trying to pick up as that cold front drifts into southern Iowa, a little bit of redevelopment closer to kind of 1, 2 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. So not expecting anything severe with that, but just may have to watch for a couple of thunderstorms into the overnight with that cold front as eventually it drifts through central Iowa. I didn't expect it to kind of stall in northern and northwest Iowa this late into the evening, but nonetheless, that is what has occurred to this point.
It'll come through. The outflow kind of takes over, though, and Joe, thank you. And while there will be some additional development, I think it's off these outflow boundaries as they drift south, Joe. That front will come through with time tonight. But yeah, it is still well up to the north. I'll just show you the temperature and I believe the heat index that's associated with this as it comes up. We're still ticking into the 90s with heat indices into the hundreds in a few locations. Des Moines hit 98, if I'm not mistaken, today.
98.1 is what I saw with
98 with a peak heat index of 108, I think I saw.
Zero, that or 107, one of the two. One of the two.
Anyways, that's up there. It's easily our hottest day of the year. I don't have high data readily available to me.
That was a spike in temperature today.
It was. We had a great southwest wind. It's a great warming wind, and we even overachieved. We were going 96 for that high today, and we ended up getting to that 98 area. So let's
toasty.
Yeah, let's look back to Ames as they're coming out of the rain. And we have some radar estimates coming in around the Highway 30 area up to 4 inches. 3.6 there northeast of Huxley towards the Cambridge area. With rain currently going, I think we'll see some places get up to about 5. Thankfully, it won't be much more than that. If we did start going above that, we would have some issues. But thankfully, it is still remaining fairly progressive, dipping its way to the south. Joe?
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking straight comparisons to a couple of weeks ago, of course, it's, 5 inches isn't going to sound like a lot comparatively to the 9 to 12 that fell, a couple weeks ago. And so, but just to, let you know that 4 or 5 inches of rain in one period of time is still a lot. That's a lot of rain to take on. But thankfully, with the dry stretch that we've had, we can at least take a little bit of this rain, but as Chris mentioned, we don't want any more than the 4 to 5 that may end up falling in some locations with this. Thankfully, there is still southerly movement with this a little bit of this back development and heavy rainfall that is now south of Grand Junction, south of Ames, and is slowly drifting towards the northern Des Moines suburbs. So one thing that National Weather Service just mentioned that is worth watching is some enhanced wind here and there due to a few microbursts. And the storms that we had a couple weeks ago when we got all that rain, there were a couple of those microbursts that did happen and created some very, very strong winds in very isolated spots. We're talking, like a couple blocks worth of an area getting in on a very strong wind from a microburst. And we got some video in of one of those, and they can be very intense, but they're very short-lived. But once it does move through, if these microbursts do occur, do know that those winds can get up to 60, 65 miles per hour as far as gusts with those. So that's something that we'll kind of just have to monitor along with what's left in terms of the severe thunderstorm warning and also the flash flood warning that we've got.
They're not huge signatures, Joe. I was just kind of pulsing over those as you read that. And what I mean by that they're not the most robust signatures that I've seen coming in on the radar picture, but they're nonetheless something to watch, and that can be that can lead to kind of a localized enhancement. Maybe of some of the wind in there. No severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. And if we do see that, it's solidly in the cold pool here, especially that activity into Boone and Story County. It'll be tough to get it to severe limits, maybe some gusty wind, but there's an awful lot of stable air down low to try to punch through. If it happens, maybe Greene County. That'd probably be best, and back towards Jefferson. Don't think I've seen a significant wind come in from this area, though.
It's been a little bit now since we've gotten
Boone to 28, 45 at DSM, 38 in Altoona, 44 in Ankeny as that storm moved out, 46 in Ankeny. Previously that was 60. Let's go to the velocity picture. Now, it's solidly over Marion County that has the best chance for it. And I'll pull up Knoxville because I think the leading edge is just starting to get into town. Yeah, it is. And we'll watch this as it comes in. There's a slight little peaking just northwest of town. I'm actually going to turn this camera just a little bit. Okay. There we go. So I think there's probably going to be some stronger wind associated kind of right center of the camera along the horizon. That's where we'll be watching for that. But that shelf cloud rolling into Knoxville right now. And as I look on radar, there's a localized peaking, kind of an inflow and a convergence signal that may be feeding into this storm. But the part over Marion County is really the only part that is not cut off from this hot and muggy day. You can kind of see as you watch this camera. I'll bring it back into the radar here real quick. I've highlighted the outflow. And it meets up to that thunderstorm kind of right over Knoxville. So that's the area that has the best chance to see the thunderstorm sustain itself. So rolling into Knoxville right now with this storm, Joe, what have you been seeing? I'll keep it up here on the camera, but just kind of tell us what you've been eyeing the last couple minutes.
Yeah, just continuing to keep an eye on any latest reports that have kind of come in. There was a 61 mile per hour wind gust measured right near Mitchellville back when this line was moving through Polk County, moving through the Des Moines Metro.
How fast?
61 miles per hour.
Okay.
That was near Mitchellville.
Delayed, but yes.
Yes. That was back at, what time would it have been? 6:35, 7:35? Mm-hmm. Anywho, that's the latest report that we've seen. Otherwise, still just monitoring this area of rain back up to the north. Thankfully, areas that are to the west of the flash flood warning, Chris, thankfully we can handle a little bit more of that heavy rainfall there. But if this slows down anymore, just not something that we want to see. But it is still trending with that southerly movement. So hopefully that continues.
Yeah, we've been seeing some gnarly looking pictures and cloud shots coming in from earlier. I haven't seen anything, Joe. We had a couple of tornado warnings earlier into the night or into the afternoon as we now progress to night. I have not seen a picture of a tornado come through. I'm just parsing through about 24 pictures or videos that have been sent to me, and I don't see anything too
You would think
similar
someone's-
to a tornado. I mean, yeah,
You would think someone had it somewhere.
there were law enforcement, that had this right. I'm just trying to see if there's something we could show in association with this. Kind of looking out, that shelf cloud's rolling into Knoxville right now. We should be seeing a bit of an intense wind move into the community right now. There's a little kidney bean trying to develop in the leading edge of that structure. Joe, we'll see if that can wrap around, because it'd be right in that area that would see some better circulation characteristics in there. I'm not seeing anything here on the camera to suggest a warning. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here with the best positioning with respect to the storm. I'm going to turn the camera just a little bit. We're going to go a little bit to the left, which is looking to the west as we look across the grandstand, the top of it there. On the south side of the Knoxville Raceway, you can see those big old fat drops flying across the screen. So getting the heavy rain into Knoxville proper. Joe, if you want to pull up the Velo, you can actually, see what I'm talking about, and you can talk to our friends too about that. If you want here briefly, I'll cycle off this and come to you with that.
Yeah, seeing that
Just a little bit.
just a little bit. And I'm kind of taking a little look around for any of the tornado reports from, especially when the first one came from near Webster City. Only thing that I have seen or found is a video of a non-condensed funnel that was picking up dirt on the ground. It just wasn't fully condensed, and that was back around that first report came in. So that's about the only thing as far as tornado.
So it could have
reports.
been a gustnado.
It could have very well been a gustnado.
Yeah. We
That's-
did not have a lot of support on radar at the time. Who knows? We're just kind of thinking about how things have gone here on the day.
Yeah.
So far, Joe, go ahead and show that little area southwest of Knoxville.
Yeah, so this is the spot just to the southwest of Knoxville that we were kind of talking about here. A little bit of these kind of coming together here. These reds and greens, they're not fully touching or right up next to each other. As far as the strongest winds within them, it's still a little bit far apart. But this is another little area here that we're going to have to continue to just monitor, continue to watch. As much as we would rather see everything quiet down, come to a close, but looking at the reflectivity, you do notice.
I'm back on Knoxville.
Do notice just a little bit there. So, how's that? It should be pulling up on my side here in just a second. How's the?
It's a lot of rain coming down right now, Joe.
Yeah.
I don't see what I would consider a significant wind as I, look at the stream, the trees in the background. If you start seeing those treetops being flattened, that's when it really starts to become concerning.
Those are big raindrops, though.
Yeah, Joe, can you talk about 60 seconds? I got to swap out batteries.
Yep, sure thing. So, yeah, seeing some big raindrops there coming down in Knoxville. And, you know, as we continue to monitor this area, it's this little notch into here, and a little bit of this trying to kind of wrap around itself on the very southwestern side of this storm. So it's still worth watching. You know, thankfully, you know, Chris, just as you're getting back ready again, you know, thankfully we're not seeing this, you know, fully tighten up and really start to get concerning. However, this is still a look on reflectivity that has kind of become more of a hook signature over the past couple of radar scans. It's still not, you know, the greatest looking hook that we've seen so far tonight, because we've had a couple of good looking ones on reflectivity. But this one near Knoxville is still at least worth watching, you know, to see how this little area here kind of evolves in between Melcher, Dallas, and Knoxville. So, you know, Chris, we're not completely out of the woods with this area, you know, just yet. But this is also a spot where it doesn't look like the outflow has advanced, you know, super far out ahead of it. So it looks like a little bit farther to the southwest has a little bit more of that cooler outflow. So we may just continue to watch this little notch right in here. Now, I'm not expecting things to get crazy in terms of rotation or go tornadic, but just watching the trends and the latest radar scans and the new data as it comes in, it's just something that is worth watching now that it is showing up.
Okay, Joe, just a couple of reports that have come in since we've last chatted here. 61 miles per hour out of Ackworth in eastern Warren County, and then Pleasantville had a caller with trees being reported down there. So I think there is certainly a decent little punch of wind in there, and it's happening right about here. On that Knoxville cam, I haven't seen the trees. I've been watching it pretty astutely, you know, as you were talking. I haven't seen flattened treetops. Still likely is gusty, yes, don't get me wrong, but I haven't seen anything indicative of severe wind gusts coming in, at least from this vantage point. Those treetops are not being completely flattened down and violently thrown. I think we're probably looking at something up to about 45 miles per hour, but that strongest wind is kind of lining up from Knoxville. It appears back kind of to the west. So we'll see out of this, but this storm is still producing some ground level wind verification up around that 60 mile per hour range in a few spots. And actually, kind of that strongest burst of wind, now that I look at the radar picture a little bit, there's a rear inflow jet right there. So you have kind of this miniature little bow that's happening. So heads up in Melcher, Dallas. Let me take the arrowhead off there. But right here, that has a part of the storm that's kind of accelerating out. And Joe, that can also help that little spin in that little corner of the storm.
Yeah, it can.
So that's why we'll monitor it, and we'll continue to track these winds as they push further to the south. Still plenty of heavy rain up here. I just want to check the wind signatures and see what we have. Bunch of small little things here and there. I think this is southwest of Luther. In this vicinity, you'd watch for kind of a downburst signature happening right there. Right here.
We've seen this a couple of different times tonight, Chris, where it's a lot of little areas and not one large swath.
Yeah. I'm going to rain rate right now, the rain intensity, if you will. All right, looking at some of the rain intensity. So this is saying if it rained over the same spot, for an hour, it'd produce 4 inches. That's not going to be the case, and what we can actually do is kind of sample, kind of the area of it. What is it in this area? And the average rain rate, that's coming in as erroneous. Let's see if it can do it. Evidently it can't, but we're getting some decent rain rates in here. We are laden with moisture tonight. I will say it was a little bit more intense as far as the rain rates earlier, but we still have plenty of rain to go through in northern Polk County, especially at this point. We want things to continue to push off into the south as quickly as possible so we can really mitigate just how much rain actually falls in these areas. So now looking at Huxley, coming in there, southern Story County, 3.8. You get to that darker red, and that's getting north of 4. So, yeah, we have some spots arriving up to 5 inches, Joe. I think that's kind of what we were saying, what we top out at in a few spots is we kind of hit the northern edge of that line.
Yeah.
It can continue to pick up steam and move through, though. I would welcome that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm with you. I'd welcome that too. But something else kind of within all this here is, Chris, I was just curious about the precipitable water, the PWatt values, and they're up around 2.1, 2.2 inches, which is pretty darn high. So again, just another little component or another ingredient in all of this, just showcasing how much moisture there is to work with. And I mean, not that every time it's humid that there's all sorts of moisture throughout the atmosphere from the surface up above, but today was one of those days where the moisture from the surface upwards was not lacking at all.
That's the truth. It was definitely not lacking in there. I have pulled up on my screen the wind gusts, and I'll be curious to see how the Knoxville Airport reacts because that's on the southern side of town. And that's where I think the strongest wind is just off the southwest side. So in this red area, that's where I think that wind is checking in to actually be the strongest. It's saying 29, but if I check things out here and show you the storm relative, it's denoting things up to 63 miles per hour. And there's that rear inflow notch close by. I think this storm is still ripping, but kind of on a localized level, more between Melcher, Dallas, and Knoxville right now, kind of riding this path. So if you're in southern part of Marion County, that's where I think the strongest is. There's that bow and arrow. So that's where I would watch for the strongest to be, kind of just northeast of Melcher, Dallas at the moment. So I'll be eager to see how the Knoxville Airport will react to the wind that is coming through with all this. Joe?
Yeah, and radar's trying to pick up on super large hail, but there certainly wasn't any while we've been watching the Knoxville Skytracker 5 at the raceway. So if you're anywhere in this area here, between Melcher, Dallas, and Knoxville, of course, we want safety number one priority always. But if you are seeing any hail, do let us know. Not only for communication purposes for everyone, but also, really, we'd just be curious to know if the hail that's being shown by radar here, which is upwards of 2 to even our algorithm just a minute ago was trying to show upwards of 3-inch hail in its algorithm within this storm. Not likely the case, actually reaching the ground. But if you have seen any hail, do let us know between Knoxville and Melcher, Dallas. Be very curious. So still keeping an eye on just all of these, the hail, the wind, the amount of rain that's coming down with these storms. So still seeing a lot of little pockets of bright in here. And little pockets of maybe some very gusty winds, but it's not on a large or widespread scale that we're not seeing a large swath of incredibly strong winds. We're still seeing a lot of little pockets, kind of all within these thunderstorms here. So still continuing to monitor for some of the gusty wind conditions. However, we may be seeing that overall wind threat diminishing at least a little bit outside of what Chris had pointed out too. A little bit of this kind of rear inflow notch here, creating this kind of V shape. This is what's helping to create this little Boeing segment right through here, near Melcher, Dallas, moving to the southeast. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that they've issued downstream. And just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything as far as what they're saying about it. So they issued it for sporadic winds up to 60 miles per hour and the possibility of tree damage with it. So it's, again, still not looking to be widespread all throughout this warning polygon. It's a large polygon. We're not looking at all throughout the polygon seeing the strongest winds. We mentioned how it's kind of little pockets here. You got a pocket here right near Indiana, right near Melcher, Dallas, just to the east of Melcher, Dallas. Got another little pocket of maybe some gustier winds just southwest of Knoxville, just to the southeast of Pleasantville. Just a couple of different spots to point out where the velocity shows up just a little bit brighter. So those are those little pockets of some stronger wind gusts kind of moving on through. And so it's still going to be something that we have to continue to watch, continue to monitor. But I think in terms of wind, this has got to be the last, unless these storms that are farther north decide to pick up steam moving south. I think we're just going to continue to see the strongest winds coming from this severe warned area of storm here in this new severe thunderstorm warning. I'd be most concerned with heavier rainfall up through Perry, down towards Polk City, and the northern half of the Des Moines metro. Not to say that gusty winds can't happen here and there, but I'm just saying severe criteria winds less likely to happen within this up here, more concerned with the type of rainfall that is coming down. The wind, greatest opportunity for that threat to continue is with this new severe thunderstorm warning that is down to the southeast. And it's kind of how things are looking right now. Chris, obviously, wish we could have every one of the threats that thunderstorms can bring kind of coming to a close as we get past sundown. But the storms that are still here in central Iowa, the storms that are still left, there is still energy, moisture, everything of the sort. There's still juice to work with out there. Even though we've seen thunderstorms move through some of these areas already, it didn't use up everything atmospherically. So they still have enough there to kind of keep going with this northern area of thunderstorms that is drifting south with the heavy rainfall.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much for that. We'll come back over to me. I did just see, and I'm working to see if we can get the video of it, there is some flash flooding occurring on North Ankeny Boulevard in Ankeny. It's a construction zone through there, or has been as of recent, so I wonder if that is aiding to that happening. But there certainly is a lot of rain coming through. Another preemptive flash flood warning for eastern Polk and western Jasper County for that next band that is moving through, and it can't get through soon enough, right? This is an area that has been hit hard in recent weeks, and we just don't want to see a repeat of that. Joe, I think you did a good job on kind of surmising where that wind threat is, kind of south and southwest of Knoxville right now, east of Melser, Dallas, closer to the Columbia area, Indiana, Attica, and La Villa probably more in line to see this as this continues to move southwards. 21 miles per hour at the Knoxville airport, though, that may change. I think that strongest wind is just south and southwest of town right now. That's really the only severe thunderstorm. We'll have some storms with some gusty wind back here in northern Polk and Dallas County, including just a little bit hanging north of each of their respective county borders, just a touch. Nothing severe, just watching that heavy rain aspect as it moves through.
And we've still got a bit to go.
Just a little bit. Yeah, we're working on it, though. That's for sure.
Definitely. And you might want to check out National Weather Service chat.
Yeah.
Couple videos that just came in.
Okay. Well,
It's
go ahead and do that.
it's right outside the local 5 coverage area. However, pretty crazy to see an 18-wheeler.
Oh, is this up by Mason City?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anytime you see a 18-wheeler or a large RV of any kind, kind of just knocked onto its side, you know that wind was significant for sure. Which I believe, Chris, it was somewhere between 60 and 70 miles per hour up in that direction.
Yeah, I can't quite remember. It's been kind of so long ago in the grand scheme of our coverage here tonight. But
About 5 hours ago.
yeah, exactly. But it's been really, really ripping up there across really all of across all of the state so far for tonight. Joe, can you take over for a second?
Yeah, I sure can. So continuing to monitor these 2 different areas here. We haven't seen this kind of inflow notch on the back side of this near Knoxville. It's created for just a couple pockets within this storm here to have some stronger wind gusts. This is a very large warning polygon. So if you see this and you're wondering, is that entire area going to see upwards of 60 mile per hour winds, which is what the warning is for? Not going to be that type of scenario. What we are seeing is little pockets within this storm that have some gustier winds. So they're issuing it for that off chance that a couple of those pockets and a couple of stronger spots get up to that 60 mile per hour wind gust range. But then it's all about the rainfall back this direction. Now, this area of storms, it started to redevelop, stretching from Beaver, Ogden over to the Ames area. Thankfully, we're not seeing it in this same spot. This has drifted south and continues to do so. But something that you'll notice as I take radar back and forth a little bit here, you notice how it started a little bit thin, and then it expanded a bit to where it's just covering a little bit larger of an area. If we're taking this, stretching it from south to north, north to south, whatever you want to do there, it's expanded a little bit this way. So it's gotten just a little bit wider here, but still producing very heavy rain. Not looking at a severe threat with this. I'll pull up the velocity. You might see a couple of brighter colors. So, some very, very isolated, very, small areas within some of this heavy rain could get a stronger wind gust here and there. But the severe criteria winds, which starts at 58 miles per hour, most severe thunderstorm warnings that you see are for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. We're not looking at that sort of scenario, but a quick gust up to 30 to 40, not out of question to go along with the rainfall that is still very heavy in these areas. So We'll continue to monitor reports of any sort of flooding. Chris mentioned one that was near a construction, an area under construction, and that was in Ankeny. And Chris, do you remember what road that was?
Ankeny Boulevard.
Ankeny Boulevard.
I'm working on the video right now. That's why I'm having you.
Yeah. So Chris is getting that video up on Ankeny Boulevard, where there was a report of some of that flooding. And then we also have heavy rainfall falling from Granger up towards Madrid over the Perry. These spots here can handle a little bit more, not a ton, but a little bit more than the areas from Huxley down towards Ankeny. I mean, the Elkhart, this is a whole spot here that was just absolutely hammered a couple weeks ago with the, just the copious amounts of rain and over a foot of rain in that one singular night, which is why you see the flash flood warnings where they've been issued. It's to get out ahead of any issues that may arise from this rainfall here that continues to be very heavy. And I know at times the rainfall rates within some of this, they might not be as high now as they were maybe 15 minutes ago, but certainly up to 2 inches per hour, and that type of rainfall rate is still possible within this. I know it was higher in a couple isolated spots for a short time there, but up to 2 to maybe max 2.5 inches per hour. That's kind of rainfall rates that we could continue to see with this area of rain and storms that is pushing into more of the Des Moines metro at this time. So we've just heard of around Ankeny Boulevard up to this point.
You want to see it, Joe?
Yeah, let's bring that up.
Yeah, 1 second here. I gotta turn off some of the auto queries going on so we can get a clear view of this. Coming in, this is from Vicky Del Berry, allowing us to share her video. North Ankeny Boulevard. This would be up near the Sonic area on the north side of town. There's been a lot of recent construction in this area, and I'm not quite sure to the extent of which that played a role, or if that's completed or not. But either way, the water is still there on the road, and I'd urge you, please don't drive through flooded areas. One, it can put you at risk. While I don't think this is rushing water, right? But you can certainly, your property, your car, that can be in jeopardy. So I'd always urge people to stay out of flooded areas and turn around, don't drown as we deal with this second round moving through. Joe, it's moving southwards. It's not the fastest, and unfortunately it's given us heavy rain in spots that just don't want to be seeing any sort of it right now.
No.
So
100%.
Some of the radar estimates coming in the 3 to 5 inch range. Thankfully, I don't think we're going to rise too much more than that and get up to those catastrophic levels, but certainly Southern Story, Northern Polk, you remember 2.5 weeks ago, we sounded like a broken record, right, of this, that this was the area that was hit hard by, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 inches of rain. We don't need to be seeing that in these areas. So I do appreciate Vicky sharing that video with us. Look outside over Knoxville. You can see that heavy rain that's inundated the infield there of the Knoxville Raceway. Another round on the way. There is a preemptive flash flood warning in place just off to the north of Marion County. Jasper, Polk County included on that. And that's for the anticipation of additional heavy rain. But that said, that eastern edge of that rain shield off that storm that's dipping into the Des Moines Metro, Joe, has been weakening as it's come in on arrival. Here's a look outside on the storm. Next round coming through from our Mezzo on Walnut, downtown Sky Tracker 5. We'll look out at the west side here, looking to the south and east as we're just starting to get that next wave kind of into view. So that round's coming in, and we're going to be seeing another round of heavy rain here on the west side. Well, another round, first round, but first round of heavy rain here on the west side.
Yeah, I was going to say, at least on the west side.
Yeah.
I mentioned I had the time lapse going.
Mm-hmm.
Well, funnily enough, it's humid enough that my camera actually fogged up after I started it.
Of course, you were inside here.
Looking back at the time lapse, because of my phone camera, fogging up, didn't look great for one. But two, you could actually see kind of the outer part of that shelf that we saw coming into Des Moines. In the time lapse, you could kind of see the edge of that try to sneak over the station, and then you see it kind of retreat back the opposite direction. So that was kind of the storm just completely staying in kind of center cut and places east in the Des Moines metro, not so much the west side. West side kind of missed out on that first super intense line as it was coming in. This round, however, Chris, we're gonna hear some rain here at the station with this one.
Yeah, and I'm parsing through one of the Ankeny community pages on social media here, Joe, and just trying to look and see if there's anyone talking about the flash flooding. There's manhole covers with water coming out of them in a few spots. So the city system is really inundated right now. I don't see much as far as like wind damage, but there's one tree I see, small tree limb. That's down, but a few spots inundated, some poor drainage in city streets, but nothing worse than that video that I just showed you a few minutes ago. So that's a concern right now out of this that is pushing down and through. Further to the south, at least over the Jasper County portion of each of these flash flood warnings, I see a weakening trend in that rain shield, so that's good news. Won't see near as high rain rates in those areas, so that should help keep those totals down under 4 or 5 inches, probably closer to 2 to 3 in some of those spots. But Polk and Story County is where we're seeing the heaviest rain right now punching through. Other than that, the severe aspect in Marion County is now working well down to the south and getting down into Monroe County. So
and it doesn't look great as far as, the winds with it.
One signal where we have that convergence, so we call it a mark signal, and it can be a sign where we have that localized heavier wind. But at this point, that's about it as far as that signature at this point. So heads up, if you're west of Albia, north of Melrose, there may be a stronger pop of wind incoming into that vicinity. I never did check to see if we got that wind gust out of Knoxville. Nothing more than 21 right now. So we'll see if that updates.
Oh, new severe thunderstorm warning for the metro?
Okay.
Interesting.
Healthy updraft, capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. We got someone in the booth? All right, let's go for it. Thanks. I'm going to check out that updraft they're talking about. Okay. It's still undercut. This I would be primarily most concerned for. Yeah, let's go for it. Hi there, everyone. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal, tracking severe weather. Newly issued severe thunderstorm warning for the Des Moines Metro, including Dallas and Polk counties, also portions of Warren and Madison counties. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind potential and 1-inch diameter hail. We're tracking this line as it moves through. Haven't seen much ground truth, anything more than 45 miles per hour, but certainly some heavy rain that is drifting through. This cell is pushing to the south and east right now at about 30 miles per hour. We'll track the leading edge of that. This does include Des Moines proper. Places like West Des Moines, Waukee included on that. Here's some estimated times of arrival impacting Des Moines now. Down through Arilla at 8:53, the south side of West Des Moines, Norwalk by 8:58, and Martinsdale by 9:13 as we start to get outside of the scope of the warning. There is also an additional severe thunderstorm warning down into portions of Monroe County. That's where the strongest signal with this storm is at the moment. Potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds as well, west of Albia, north of Melrose, and drifting to the south and east at about 30 miles per hour. We do also have a couple of flash flood warnings in place. Northern Polk and southern Story County, some radar estimates up to 4 to 5 inches of rainfall that has fallen, and this has led to some issues when it comes to drainage. This video that I'm going to be showing here coming in from Vicky on the screen, I'll go ahead and redraw that without those numbers on the screen so you can see. But this is North Ankeny Boulevard inundated with some water due to flash flooding. Always urge folks stay out of flooded areas and seek higher ground. Do not drive into flooded areas, as that not only can that put your life at danger, but property as well. We'll continue to track things. We have a stream going on the We Are Iowa app as well as social media if you want to join us in on the coverage. But again, a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 for eastern Dallas, western Polk County, including Des Moines proper, down into slivers of northern Warren and Madison counties. 60-mile-per-hour wind potential there. We'll continue to track it on the We Are Iowa app. Hope to see you join us there. Joe, muting for a second. Okay, just had to chat to Joe here real quick behind the scenes, and the storm warned into the metro right now. A lot of heavy rain out there too. We don't need to be seeing any more of that. Wouldn't you say, Joe?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I'd say that's still my greatest concern here.
I would agree.
It's like...
Joe, I'm going to check out the wind associated with this, any of the wind reports, see if we can have any ground truth coming in to this warning. Haven't had a lot. Perry is at 23, 25 in Grimes, 25 in Grimes. I'm just reading kind of the numbers off the screen.
There was pea-sized hail in Grimes as well.
Pea-sized hail in Grimes. This warning coming in, this is, as a precaution because we're going into a populated area. So that one's there, 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. I would say it's going to be really localized in nature should we be seeing, it very pinpointed. There are a couple of spots registering some, elevated wind gusts in there, mainly on the west side. I'm going to check out how it looks on the west side. We do have some subtle bounce. Gusty winds, Joe, 34 miles per hour here at the studio for wind gust.
Okay.
So we'll get some gusts, and our station is actually known to kind of register a bit on the high side. I'm just going to relay that into the chat.
Yeah, and keeping an eye on that storm that is, still warned farther to the southeast as well. Still got a little bit of a pocket of maybe some gustier winds north of Melrose along Highway 34 down there.
Yeah, that's the strongest area of wind.
And it's not as robust as a little bit ago when that kind of rear inflow notch was a little bit more pronounced.
Yeah, I agree on that, Joe. I think we're kind of in the dwindling phase of this severe characteristics, and now we'll focus in on heavy rain at this point. A couple of pulses where there's some stronger wind at play with this cell up over the Des Moines Metro. The warning for 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch diameter hail. And then down into Monroe County right now. There's going to be a couple of trailing storms into Lucas County too, but those are sub-severe. And I think we're seeing a trend downward in this storm, and it's starting to lose a little bit of its mustard. Back to the west side, solidly into the rain now. And I'm just checking out kind of the velocity signal here on this side.
Yeah, nothing stood out to me a couple minutes ago.
There's a couple of
Like
pockets.
little pockets.
I'm going to rotate West Des Moines Cam to the south and west. It'll take a minute to physically, well, actually it already moved. We're not going to see anything, but there's a pocket or two that's a bit stronger in there with the winds being registered, and it looks just southwest, kind of the Jordan Creek area, and points south and east into the Walnut Woods vicinity. So that's where it would be at the moment, in pushing south and east. So 60 mile per hour wind potential. I think it's highly localized where that happens. But that's going to be the warning, and the warning's broad, right? These pockets can shift and change, but at this point, I think it's really kind of looking extreme southwest side of Des Moines where that strongest wind is at the moment. Certainly some heavy rain, though, all across the Des Moines Metro. We're going to have some issues on the travel scene for the next half hour or so as this one continues to move through. Joe?
Yeah. So, Still a couple things for us to monitor here and keep an eye on. I think, just with this severe thunderstorm warning, hopefully there wasn't a single suburb in any part of the metro that sounded sirens for this. I know that has at times been a hot topic. But we are just continuing to watch for these little pockets of some strong winds in here. And again, little pockets. This is not a widespread sort of wind event that we're seeing move through the metro here. But little pockets here and there, like what you see over towards Dallas Center, just a little bit of these brighter pockets. We could see just some stronger gusts kind of within all of this here, but it is not a situation that is overly concerning for widespread, 60 mile per hour wind gusts and tree damage and things of that nature. But little pockets here and there, certainly still possible with that severe thunderstorm warning for the metro. And then for this one that is moving into the Albia area, in fact, the strongest little pockets here are a little bit farther to the west. So still right north of Melrose there, that area has not changed for a little bit now, but that's still a pocket within that storm in southeastern Iowa, or getting into southeastern Iowa.
Joe, DSM to 45.
To 45, okay. So,
Knoxville to 40 out of that cell as it moved through. So we watched the tower cam as that moved through, and I said, I'm not seeing the severe wind. I don't think we did in the city proper. I think it was southeast of town, or southwest of town. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it does look like they allowed that warning to expire down into Marion and Monroe County, especially Marion County. It's already moved out of Marion County. Mm-hmm. But for Monroe County, they did allow that warning to expire, and they did not, at least for the moment, reissue anything downstream. So good trends that we're seeing here, and good trends in terms of rainfall too, that not only is everything within this whole area here, around Des Moines, still progressing southward, but we're not seeing anything robust as far as any more development farther north. and northwest that could possibly move back down into these same areas as time moves on into the night. So hopefully we continue to see that trend and not see anything begin to develop farther northwest, just given how these have drifted to the southeast. Anything developing more to the northwest could move through the same areas that are getting hit hard with rainfall right now. So something to keep an eye on, but I'm, at least personally, I'm not expecting that back development to occur like what we had a couple of weeks ago. Things seem to not only be progressing, but also, just kind of running out of everything to use here for, a lot more development to keep happening.
Joe, just have the wind gusts up here on screen, and I kind of interjected 45 at Des Moines International that you see there kind of on the south side of the metro. Otherwise, lackluster winds being reported from our observation sites. There's that 40 out of Knoxville as that line moved through. And again, as you just mentioned, that storm is no longer severe. We'll go out to the west side, inundated with rain. Do not have an additional wind gust any stronger than I have mentioned already on the west side here at the station. 34 miles per hour is all. And so our area of interest continues to be purely Des Moines Metro. And thankfully, there's been a weakening trend in the intensity of that rain on the east side of Polk County and into Jasper County. So it has gone down a bit in intensity, especially into Jasper County. And you can see those intensities just are not near as robust. Let's see if I can sample a grid on here. Still no, that should work, but it's not for some reason. But you can see that heaviest rain is just not there. I'm going to turn off all warnings so you can get a good look on this. The heaviest intensity rain is kind of rounding the south side and up into Dallas County. We have some moderate to moderate heavy rainfall here around the Polk-Jasper County line, but that kind of pales in comparison to what moved through earlier. You see much more intense. Still moisture laden. It is trying to, keep those storms firing on kind of that western side and fuel this line just a little bit. But this line overall is migrating its way southwards at the moment. Very heavy rain, though, on the west side, Joe, if you want to talk over it.
Yeah, very heavy rain. We can hear it. We can hear it here at Local 5. So still producing very heavy rainfall within here. But where we did have the original, the first couple of flash flood warning, or the first flash flood warning issued here, this is what we want to see, which is up around Huxley, Ames. The rainfall completely, at least for a short time here, maybe some more light rainfall kind of develops or is still kind of falling within this, but the heavy rain, done, has moved south for the time being. We want to continue to see that these areas do not need any more than what we're currently having and currently experiencing. We just don't need to see that expand or continue into the night tonight. But I think everything is following along with how things were looking trend-wise with the data, not just yesterday, but also earlier on today too, where the data showed for the most part that as we get towards and closer to 10 o'clock, the less and less coverage of thunderstorms is going to be out there. Given that we've had kind of a couple of these areas kind of hold together and hold strong, continue producing rainfall, isolated strong wind gusts here and there. So given that, we may continue to see these just drifting to the southeast and the south, and eventually just kind of running out of juice on their own. But eventually into the night here, the environment just becomes less and less and less for continued thunderstorm development outside of data and models trying to bring in a few storms very, very much into the overnight, non-severe across a few isolated across southern Iowa. Data's been kind of showing that all day, so may watch that into the overnight. But Chris, I think our overall threats are diminishing and will continue to kind of diminish here as we move forward through the rest of the night tonight.
With those severe characteristics, right?
Yeah.
There's heavy rain certainly to be had with this as we come back to my radar picture after watching that heavy rain on the west side. Pretty intense stuff moving through. That line over the metro, we're starting to get the heaviest rain outside of that flash flood warning, or those flash flood warnings, I should say. Still some rain within them, but we're going the right direction, and that's good. So we're starting to get some rain amounts estimated up in the 4 to 5 inch range over northern Polk County, between Elkhart and Huxley. Those are some of the heaviest hit areas, and of course earlier that video we showed you, and I'm not going to go back to it at this moment, but that video showing the flash flooding on Ankeny Boulevard up on the north side of town. Recent report of power loss in Altoona. I would suspect that may be lightning related versus anything wind at this juncture. Not seeing a huge wind signature out on the east side at this point. Let's see. The velocity picture coming through. South side of Des Moines right now appears to be best with that little pop of wind. So right about DSM at the moment. I don't think there's much for hail in here. I should say size of hail. I don't think it's robustly large. Probably some smaller pockets intertwined in there. I think the strongest wind is coming out of the Valley Junction area to about DSM right now. 48 for the latest wind gust out at DSM. So we're ticking up there. I think that strongest wind, you'll be feeling it kind of in the Norwalk to Des Moines area here soon, with that potential up to maybe 60 is what this warning is. Pretty localized though, I think at this point. And that's basically pulling this off just where the strongest velocity is occurring right now. And this is being sampled, 500, 600 feet above the surface. So we'll hear from DSM real quick if there's some issues. That's a rapidly updating station. We actually have, a lot of personnel out there too, likely at a bit of a stop right now as far as flights coming through. That's natural when there's thunderstorms rolling through any populated area, right? But certainly looks like there's been a little bit of an ease in intensity, at least at our station via the camera. It's not quite as robust in the intensity, but certainly there's some strong rain in the surrounding areas of the Des Moines Metro. Joe?
Yeah, it's still chugging along here. Man, yeah, I'd love for all this to just keep on moving. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. Amateur radio reports street flooding on the east side of the metro. Okay, just want to make sure I'm not missing any reports here, which, makes sense. North and east side of the metro had some of the highest rainfall totals from a couple of weeks ago. So do keep that in mind tonight, everyone. If you've got still, I know rain's still coming down, not exactly a time that you want to go out, have to run an errand or two. But if you do have to venture out here, anywhere from Ames down into the metro and points just a little bit to the east over towards Newton, if you run into any sort of floodwater, just, there's got to be another route that you can take that might take you an extra couple of minutes, but we don't want you driving through that floodwater, especially with the, we're going to be losing, all light of the daytime here. So once you get into the nighttime and you run into some of that standing water on roadways, and it's not a super well lit area, it's really hard to tell, in fact impossible to tell, just exactly how deep that water is. So another reason why we say, do your absolute best to find another route and have another route to take. If you come across any sort of street flooding, which will continue to be possible here as this continues sliding to the south, and it doesn't have much of an easterly component to it. Just to give you an overview, we had that first. This is the first bit of thunderstorm activity with the initial kind of line of storms that pushed through the Des Moines metro, and then we watched this all develop kind of on the backside of that original line in the northern part of this area of storms, and that is what has continued to move through the Des Moines metro, mostly with heavy rainfall and very heavy rain. I mean, we could really hear that here at the station, but that all continues to push through the Des Moines metro right now. This area of thunderstorms in this little cluster that's impacting places like Oskaloosa, going to be moving towards Ottumwa here. This is non-severe at this very moment in time. We've seen a weakening trend with this little cluster down here. We're still seeing a weakening trend overall, not to say that we can't still have some pockets of some gustier winds. I know that the Des Moines International Airport did gust to 48 miles per hour at one point as this was all moving through. And just out of curiosity, I am going to bring up some of those winds to see if got any others that pop up here worth noting. So again, it was 48 miles per hour at Des Moines International. You see that that's showing up there. We'll be interested to see what comes in, around Norwalk, Indianola, Carlisle, if we have anything there. Oh, here's one that stands out a little bit. 52 miles per hour. Now this is the Neil Smith Wildlife Refuge area. 52 mile per hour wind gust. So, yeah, Chris, still, there have been a couple of stronger gusts kind of within this line here. So, I can't imagine another warning gets issued downstream. You never know, but we're seeing a little bit of a trend where those winds, for the most part, look like they're going to be gusting under 50 miles per hour as this area of storms continues sliding to the south and southeast.
Okay, Joe, I want to go through a few reports here. Dang it, just lost my mouse. Okay, so flooding is becoming more of an issue in the Des Moines metro. I have the radar and lightning pulled up here. I'll just get to the base radar. I'm just going to read here from the Des Moines PD. Currently, there are roadways that are temporarily closed, including Dean Avenue from 30th to 34th. That is the south side of the Iowa State Fairgrounds. Delaware Avenue, Hull Avenue to Euclid. That's on kind of the north side there, just west of 235. Water over the roadway and stranded vehicles in both of those two aforementioned locations. 2400 block of Hull Avenue, tree and wires down over the roadway. 2200 block of Easton Boulevard, wires down over the roadway. And 1100 block of Euclid, tree down, blocking multiple lanes. So that's all kind of on the east side of Des Moines, 235 area, points eastward as you work your way to Pleasant Hill. So a lot of flooding issues to be had, and stay out of those flooded areas. That's the reminder that I have. So we're now starting to see some issues from this, unfortunately. And as always, a reminder: turn around, don't drown, stay out of those flooded areas. Of course, we had that flooding earlier. I'll just pull it up.
And real quick, Chris.
Yep.
No plans for them to issue another warning downstream.
Good.
So just wanted to.
This is Delaware Avenue, not Delaware, Ankeny Boulevard on the north side of Ankeny. flooded areas, stay out of those flooded areas, please. And that's, what leads to stranded vehicles. So it's just not worth it. A powerful video, yes, that's why we're sharing it, but we want you to stay safe. So a lot of places that are dealing with high water here for tonight. So Joe, take for a second.
Yeah, got reported some marbles coming down in Urbandale just a bit ago. So very, very small hail within some of these pockets kind of sprinkled in here. So this severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for the metro and continues for the metro will be here until 9:15. Just to give you kind of a look at that. So there you go, 9:15. We've got 10 minutes to go, under 10 minutes now. And wind speeds up to 60 miles per hour, 1 inch hail. The hail reports that we've seen from this so far throughout the metro have been pea-sized hail coming down in Grimes, and then some marbles coming down in Urbandale. But those are the only hail reports that we've seen out of this, and the wind speeds as this moved through the metro were upwards of 40, 45 to 50 miles per hour. A couple of isolated spots got close to and right at 50 miles per hour for wind gust. So that's what we've seen with this over the past kind of 10 to 15 minutes as it continues moving to the south. So overall, I think we're looking at the wind threats becoming a little bit less here, but the rainfall is still a problem, and there is a new flash flood warning here. I'm going to take this off real quick, get you the exact details, and this does include a good chunk, if not all, of Des Moines proper here. So you can see some of the cities involved there: Ankeny, Des Moines, Johnston, Urbandale. And this is a flash flood warning that's going to remain until 3:15 tomorrow morning. And it's for 2 to 4 inches having fallen to this point, with another 1 to 2 expected. So, no specific reports out of these areas of flash flooding occurring. However, we do know that issues did come about in Ankeny and some other issues on the east side of the Des Moines metro. So again, another flash flood warning issued for some of these issues that we're starting to see and get a few more reports of in here. And this was 5 minutes ago. There was a water rescue done by the fire department. Where exactly is this?
Where are you seeing that?
If you look at our radar software.
Oh. So it's an LSR?
Yeah. Water rescue due to flooded roadways.
Okay.
So that was kind of...
That'd be kind of that area that I was reading off the reports at earlier.
Yep.
So east side about 235, where it starts turning north-south, east-west, the bend there.
Generally this bend that I've circled right here. Yep. That's kind of the area that report came out of.
Okay. Yep, stay out of flooded areas, friends. We certainly have some heavy rain yet to go. That newly issued flash flood warning for the rest of Polk County. Now, all of Polk County is in a flash flood warning right now at this point. Quickly developing to be an issue with respect to especially street and urban flooding, right? I don't think the amounts of rain are rising to the occasion where we have to deal with creeks and streams rising up out of their banks. This is going to be more of an issue of just poor drainage, right? Anytime you inundate this scale on a widespread level for this long, it becomes an issue. And we're seeing that. There is some training convection back coming in out of Greene County, and this is trailing a bit. Joe, I want you to do some forecasting, and then you have a show to prep for. So I'll talk for the long haul here. But first, I want you to look at the forecast parameters here. Is there low-level jet still feeding this thing in that direction? I thought we were going to stay far more progressive than we are tonight. So this is a little bit of a surprise to us that this has been such a pestering issue at this point. And it's unfortunate that we're over an area. And then, Joe, after you report back to me, I want you to get going on your show and building a show. So I'll take over for the long haul for you. But
Sounds good.
yeah, this warning goes for another 4 minutes, then it's gone. Then we're dealing with flash flooding concerns. And I'm just going to, take the warnings off here because I just want to sample without the clutter. Just in the last hour. If it continues to develop west, we'll be in better shape, right? But not north and west. Not north and west. That stuff coming in out of Greene County, I don't like it one bit.
We don't need that.
Yeah. So northern Polk County, I think you're done, but this is going to be kind of a slow progression. I think that flash flood warning was appropriately drawn for the area of concern at this point. It may need to continue a little bit further to the south down into Warren County too. Like there's a significant wall of water that's moving south and east with time. I don't think we rose up to severe limits with that last severe thunderstorm warning, kind of being used more as a precaution. Hey, we're kind of tipping the scales here a little bit higher. 45, 48, 46 miles per hour is all we got at Des Moines International. That's a fairly wide open space, and the velocity signal that we had moving through there was the strongest kind of in that vicinity, and we are no longer. That warning's going to go by the wayside here in 3 minutes. I think it's solidly up in the clouds. It's been undercut by the outflow very significantly. The outflow, in fact, is running right here. So that's one thing that leads me to say, these storms should remain fairly progressive, right? Joe, these storms are, a good 20 miles off of their outflow. So
There is a bit of a low-level jet that is kind of keeping some of this development going. It's just not. It's not a very strong jet, but it does exist. It is there. So, but at least from what I'm seeing, it doesn't look like it's a very strong low-level jet. But it also doesn't, take a ton given how much moisture is out there for that to kind of help keep kicking things up.
yeah, it certainly does not take a lot here. So this is a bit of a surprise, an element, a wrench thrown, kind of in the plans here to what we expected. These storms are not remaining very progressive, and now they're starting to backbuild into Greene County. That's not a good sign, and that is a moisture funnel kind of directly into the Des Moines metro. So our severe thunderstorm warning will go away. We'll be left with flash flood warnings thereafter. Parts of Dallas, Boone, Story, Polk, and over into Jasper County at this juncture. I'm just watching the various boundaries moving through. Yeah, the boundaries are still moving out and radiating down over Guthrie County. That's kind of where that triple point is, and logically I would expect that if we continue to see storms develop, it'd be over Guthrie County, and they'll continue to drift south and east. So you'll see a slow progression south and west with the most intense parts of this rain. Unfortunately, it's not fast enough, and we're running into issues. Joe, you building your show?
Yes, I have started.
No, you go ahead and keep doing that. I'm just going to take a quick drink here. We've been going for a long duration here tonight, over 4 hours, 5. It's been go, go, go.
Started kicking it up at around 3. So.
Yep. New severe thunderstorm warning.
Alrighty.
This is going to be Dallas, Polk, Warren, and Madison. 60-mile-per-hour wind and 1-inch diameter hail. Okay. May have spoke too soon. New downstream warning coming in Polk, Dallas, Warren, Madison counties. We're starting to get reports of quarter-sized hail on the west side of the metro. Storm is producing hail and a tall, healthy updraft. So this is going to be the area to watch. I'm not going to go on linear for this one in hail. Here's the hail, southwest side. 1.3 inches being registered. 1-inch diameter hail is the warning. And we do have some observed measurements up to 1 inch in diameter. So this hail is going to drift south and east with time. I don't think this will be a long duration bout with it. More long, shorter bursts, if you will, as it looks. So this is coming out of kind of the south side of Waukee down through Boonville, West Des Moines, moving towards Cumming, and eventually the Martinsdale area. Hail to me is non-life threatening, so especially 1-inch hail. So I won't be going on to linear for this one to cover it. I'll say if you have any questions, let me know in the Facebook live streams. That's what we have going on here for tonight. A lot of heavy rain. I don't think wind is a key troublemaker at the moment. While it does say 60-mile-per-hour wind officially to the warning, that's kind of lumped into the base level, if you will. It's very rare you see anything below 60 at this point. It can be done, but you know, if you're going to put a warning out, you may as well just put it out. So, thankfully, it looks like there's a little bit of a gap opening up here on the northwest side, kind of running down Saylorville, and maybe not quite as intense with that rain in there up through Grimes. We can keep that going. Ankeny proper, you're going to be coming out of the heaviest rain here soon. And just like that, you know, we are at the station here on the west side, very close to the West Mixmaster. I think we just jumped into that lighter return because I stopped hearing it on the roof overhead. Vivid lightning show, though. It's been pulsing just everywhere. That's the look outside, West Des Moines Sky Tracker 5. I'm just going to take a peek and see what our rain is so far on the day. 1.73 inches. So we picked up a quick 1.75 inches here, and gosh, Joe, when did it start raining? 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
A little bit after.
Happened fast.
Are you still on with your mic?
I'm not. No.
Okay. Actually, 8:40. So we're talking some pretty intense rain rates here. 3 inches an hour or so.
Wow.
Okay, so it does look like there's a little bit of a lull trying to take shape up through Grimes and Urbandale. That's good. Let's keep that going. If that gap continues to widen, that only helps us, right? Any moment that we can get without significant heavy rainfall. The good thing is these storms developing upstream, they're not growing into big kind of Carillion type storms, big bad ones is what I mean by that. So there's this little gap here on the radar picture. I know I talked about it, but you couldn't see it. Up through Grimes and Urbandale, that is kind of weaker echoes, so lighter rain, and we just got into that on the west side a bit. Vivid lightning show, though, things are starting to ease in intensity in Ankeny. That is certainly some good news. Annabelle is asking how much for Ankeny reports. We have reports of flooded roadways, Ankeny Boulevard, North Ankeny Boulevard earlier up that direction. And, we are starting to hear that out of Des Moines now as well, with some of those reports coming in. River rises. So let me see here. Let's talk about it. I'm going to go over to the web browser. One second, I got to make this other camera show up on me. Okay, there we go. And I want to drive the web browser. We're just going to go over and check out the river gauges. Okay. Tornado watch is still technically in effect. I don't like the parameters for that. Why did I? Creature of habit. Clicked on climate. Usually always looking up some weird stats for you to share. All right, let's go in here. Let's check out 4 Mile up in Ankeny. Sharp spike of about 2 feet in a short amount of time. So quickly rising, but, whoops, I just got it off the view just a little bit. But, we don't hit flood stage until we get up to 11 feet. So that river, creek, I should say, has a lot to give. Spike there. This is down as 4 Mile crosses I-80. So about a foot spike there, 4 Mile down into east side of Des Moines, about a 2-foot spike, actually a little bit of a little mini crest. It'll likely go up more with time. Be interesting to see the river forecast. 4 Mile north of Ankeny, this is getting closer to Alleman, has a good 3-foot spike, but the rising has slowed if you see those dots down there. I guess I should make sure you can actually see. Oh, that's tough. I'll have to get myself off there so you can see that. There's some spiking going on. 4 Mile. I wish I could detach this. Unfortunately, I just can't. We go further downstream. This is Ankeny at 86th, about a 2-foot spike. Ankeny 4 Mile Creek as it passes in Altoona at I-80, about a foot spike. And gauges out of service. Let's go down to Easton Boulevard, about a 2-foot spike. So if you remember 2.5 weeks ago, this was an area that was hit very heavily. I think we can handle the water a little bit better than we were at that point, but certainly something to watch. Beaver Creek is not showing any significant rises. Let's go to Walnut Creek. Some brief rises here in the last 15 minutes. So it's starting to rise up, get a little agitated. Walnut Creek into Clive isn't showing any response yet. I'm sure it is in real time. We just don't have the data. Same goes for Walnut Creek as it passes West Des Moines into Des Moines. And then the Raccoon River, that is always slower to respond. It's still on the downward swing in the mass, but likely we'll see some rises overall. So there is a flood watch, I believe, out for 4 Mile right now. That's that green you see in there. Something to watch. South Skunk River, Colfax, some small spikes. We're talking a couple of inches, so we'll see how the rivers react to all that water that's draining. And then this is Indian Creek near Mingo, has a little bit of some rise in there too. Just because we're on it, let's go check out the South Skunk there in Ames. And that has about a 2-foot spike there. It has some more room to give. We can go up to 21 feet before we deal with flooding, so it has another 7 feet to give. I think we'll be okay, especially now that rain has wrapped up. Iowa Creek in Ames near Lincoln Way, that has gone up 2 feet, and that has about 6 feet left to give. I think the Ames area will be okay. I'll come back on cam with you. Good. We're starting to see some progression, things wrapping up in Ankeny. That's good. Let's keep it that way. And let's keep the development west. So I like how we're kind of opening up a gap in here. It's not solid rain anymore. This is so far detached from parental updrafts and that low-level jet that's feeding into this tonight that north side should really start to show some signs of fading away now. One severe thunderstorm warning. I know we've been talking about the flooding aspect, but hail to me, especially quarter-sized hail, is just not that big of an issue. Yeah, can it do some property damage, but it's not a threat to life. So that's why I haven't been giving it. That's why we haven't been giving it a ton of thought. Did hear from a friend of mine, their basement is taking on water at their parents' house in Ankeny. So yeah, they dealt with it 2.5 weeks ago too. So back at it again. So issue there, 3.8 inches in Ames so far out of this one. Let's keep these storms moving south. That's what we want to see at this point. We'll bring the radar up full so we can get a look at it here. 1.9 inches. We've gone down on the rate, so that's good. Rain rate has certainly gone down. Right now it's registering 1.8 inches per hour here at the studio. Let me see if it tracks that. I think it does. No, it does not. So that's instantaneous. It's calculating as the gauge fills up. 1.91 at our West Des Moines studios, but now at a much slower pace in comparison, down to 1.2 inches per hour. So that little sliver opening up in there is doing some good. We would be in the Walnut Creek drainage area. So let's keep that trend going, right? Jessica asking if we're cleared of any tornado watch. Just making sure before the kids go to bed. I think the tornado prospects at this juncture are very, 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 very low. And for that, there is outflow right here. And it's probably even lower than that. I'd probably put it down through here, that coming out of that storm down to the south. If we don't have a storm near or on that line, it's just not going to be tornado producing for us tonight. In fact, after kind of, Joe, you said you saw a picture earlier of kind of a dust whirl.
Yeah.
Was it? Are you still on with your microphone?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, just speak into mine loudly.
Yeah.
You said you kind of saw a dust whirl a bit, but no funnel condensing out.
No funnel condensing out. That was right near Webster City. So that was in the person that did report that video or sent in that video, posted it to X. They did say that, shortly after that, there was a report of it being fully condensed, but they didn't see that.
Okay. So when we start hearing of dust being stirred up without, a condensed funnel above you, my mind immediately goes to, was this a gustnado, a whirl on the ground kicking up? And we actually, on our SkyTracker 5, saw some dust being kicked up as the gust front went through. We had a funnel report coming in ahead of even the gust front earlier tonight, and that was a bit odd. So it makes you wonder what was seen. Of course, that's why we assess things after the fact too, and go out and survey and see what happened and get all those pictures and videos coming in to assess them. We have an interesting little kidney nugget, but nothing of significance associated with it down by Martinsdale. Just that storm kind of wrapping around on itself a bit. St. Mary's. I'll go to storm relative velocity. Maybe a little bit of an impulse of some stronger wind. And since we haven't talked a lot about it, we'll go to the hail. Oh, that's hail tracks. I don't want that. we've trended now down below severe limit hail. So wonder if they're going to keep that warning going. It does go through 10 o'clock. That seems like a long time for small hail being registered, at least in the algorithm associated with it. Subsevere, I'd say maybe up to dime size. Okay, we're back to some heavier rain, at least into the west side of Des Moines, but we're still breaking apart a little bit on that north edge, excuse me, with some weaker returns coming into view. Should be a quad cam, but one of our cameras down at the moment, so it's just kind of in there blank. Vivid lightning shows, and all three that are showing, that is Knoxville, bottom right. Top right is West Des Moines. Top left is City of Des Moines proper. So vivid lightning show. A lot of times there's a linkage between intensity of lightning and uptick in thunderstorm potential. We have plenty of lightning out there, but I think we've certainly elevated to the point to where we've stabilized that low layer, and it's tough to get the wind to rush all the way through to the ground. Sure, there's going to be gusty winds, but that's caused by the rain rushing through, and the thunderstorm dynamics will struggle to punch through that stabilized air. 46 at Des Moines International is the latest wind gust to us. 34 down near the southwest connector, Highway 5 and I-35. 27 in DeSoto, 29 at 4 Mile Creek on the east side towards Pleasant Hill. We talked about the rivers reacting. Unless we start talking multiple more inches in each watershed, I think we'll be okay. We'll wait for the official, flood forecast from the National Weather Service, but they won't run their models until all this rain has wrapped up in each watershed. And there's still a little bit left in 4 Mile, but not a ton, at least not in the entire basin. And we're trending to kind of the lighter side of things at this point. So 1 second here while I talk to home and just see how things are going there. Okay, and they canceled that severe thunderstorm warning. That's the right move for that. So we're left with flash flood warnings at this stage. I'm going to keep with you for another 15 minutes until Joe needs to get ready and go on air. 4.7 inches of rain in Huxley. So I think that kind of matches very closely to the ground truth that's coming in now. So Huxley is up there, northern Polk County, southern Story County, and we'll sample it. And boom, 4.2. So 4.7, I think, was the measured amount. And so they're at 4.2 up near Elkhart again. That's an issue, 5.6. And Ankeny as well, starting to get some 4 or 5 inch reports. All right, a lot of rain. We don't need any more. Thankfully, we're wrapping things up in Ankeny. I don't see you getting anything meaningful up through Elkhart, Alleman, Huxley. That's good. I don't think we rose to flash flooding criteria into Jasper County based on the amounts of rain that fell there. Maybe the extreme western portion, but to the scope that the warning has gone almost all the way out to Newton, that is not going to materialize. So I'd watch, especially the western couple of miles of Jasper County over into Polk County, now into the southern part of the city. Thankfully, we're starting to be a little bit more progressive here with this activity as it moves its way southwards. There's still additional development coming in out of Guthrie County and Dallas County, but it does have kind of a southeasterly trajectory to it. So as long as this initial outflow continues to move, that will help draw this activity south. Now, it is still slow in its overall progression, but it will get there with time. Let's go to the rain rates after we get that latest sample in. So there's no longer like super intense rain rates on a widespread level over the Des Moines Metro. 4-inch per hour rate up on the north side towards Saylor Township. Updating now, and the intensity just went down. So here's an updated look at that. 3 1/4, up by the Grimes area, still close to 4 inches. But you notice it's not as widespread, maybe as it was. You see how all those colors peak, and it was even more intense closer to 9 o'clock. We're starting to see things lose a little bit of the intensity. Now, don't get me wrong, there's still some really heavy rain out there, but it's less widespread and less intense as it was before. I need to go over a few things here, so bear with me. All right, Joe, you back online with me? Nope, not yet.
I can't be in 1 second.
Okay. Just kind of communicating with the newsroom sometimes, and if you know me, if you followed me for a while, I cannot talk and type at the same time. I just can't. It's kind of like singing and the piano to me. And I say this every single time. I can sing. I can play the piano. I cannot do the two together.
Mike is back, by the way.
All right, I hear you. You're good. So are you prepped for show?
I am, yes.
Okay, cool. Just make sure you have some visuals in there too for the folks. If you don't, go ahead and put those in, and then you can jump back on with me if you want. But I'm going to be wrapping this up here in about 8 minutes as we get closer to the top of the show.
Cool.
Joe needs some time to get going. We have most of the widespread heavy rain out of the flash flood warned area. The southern parts of these zones, still, yes, there is some rain. This is a better trend than it was earlier. Jenny, I'm just seeing your question. If you're still on the stream, you're asking about the Winnebago way up north in Mason City. Why don't I check that for you real quick here? I'm not going to switch over. I'll just tell you, how it's reacting right now. It has risen about a half foot. I wouldn't envision it being an issue. Your rain from earlier in the day, both this morning and this evening, had it been an issue, it'd be rising significantly higher. You have a lot to give. Flood stage is still 4.5 feet away, and it's just some subtle rises as we've gone through the day. Still have some decent rain out here on the west side. We're near the West Mixmaster. It's not near as intense on the roof as it has been as we've gone through the night. But we're hoping this progression southward continues to take hold. It's not as widespread, big of a shield as it was. I'll back it up. I think even 40 minutes does the trick here. You just see how big of that more intense rainfall is at this point in time. This is when, that third flash flood warning came out. So I think we're going to be coming in under kind of expectations with that. That's a good thing, especially on the western edge of that flash flood warning. Nothing extended further to the south. Not saying that won't happen, because certainly there's been some heavy rain down there into Warren County as well. But we're certainly seeing less of a widespread shield parked over the Des Moines Metro at this point.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness for that. That is indeed. I'm just going to check in with the Weather Service and see if there's anything. 3.91 storm total in Ankeny on the northeast side. Oh, excuse me. It gets tiring sometimes when you
You've been going all day,
do
man.
this.
You've been going all day long.
We do always appreciate you and your reports. We always want you to be safe, first and foremost. If you've seen flooding, you can certainly let us know. Just drop in the comments how you're watching. Let us know location. Don't forget that. And so some flooding in especially east side of Des Moines. I read through some of those reports earlier. That was more highly confined to kind of the 235 area and University up through Euclid. So it'd be in this area, at least for those reports proper that we had some stranded vehicles. And I think that would correspond with kind of the water rescues that were mentioned. I don't know to what degree. We actually have meteorologist Logan Schlottman, I think, headed to one of those for 10 o'clock. Hopefully we can get a little bit more of a report, but that's more attributed to poor drainage more than anything. Not like river flooding, right, coming up. That's just the urban area storm drain struggle, to keep up through all of that. So my basement's dry, so that's good. Thankful for that. It always is a concern every single time, right? Something pops up like that. Starting to get some rain estimates, nosing, that can't be right. 4 inches up into Dallas County. It did say 5 in there, though. I don't think I got a good piece of data. The contouring would suggest more 3 to 4 inches in this vicinity. I think ground truth is very telling up in Ankeny. I think it matches very well with some of the reports that have come in so far. So, with that, my friends, I'm going to say stay out of flooded areas, turn around, don't drown. We're going to continue to monitor things. If we have a drastic update, we'll jump on with you. But Joe needs to prep for this 10 o'clock show here tonight. And I'm going to get it back to the looping radar. Please be safe. Mind those flooded areas if you come across it. I know we don't always want to take the extra time, right? But it's the right thing to do, not only for your life, but for your property as well. Sometimes we lose sight of that. You can ruin an engine in the car real quick, and then, of course, that's a $10,000 repair bill that no one ever wants. So we'll get you to the looping radar. Thanks so much for this long haul loop. We'll keep the stream going for a little while with our 24/7 radar. We'll get that up and looping for you, and it will continue to scan through all portions of central Iowa. Stay safe tonight, friends. I'll sign off for now. For Joe, I'm Chris. Have a good night.